You're in. Welcome to my free Shopify dropshipping course. You should already know my name is Hassan Bazzi. I started my first dropshipping store on Shopify back in June 2016. Here's a screenshot of my first 1K day, so now you know I go way back with Shopify. So look, for nearly 7 years, I've built multiple 6 and 7 figure stores selling home decor, clothing, pet products, fitness products, print on demand, you name it, I've sold it. I spent nearly $3 million on Facebook ads, dabbled in TikTok ads, and I've had hundreds of thousands of dollars held in payment processors, and I almost went bankrupt. Thankfully, I didn't. But the reason why my course is different is I'm not teaching you how to find that crazy product that will make you quick cash and then die off. That's what a lot of people on YouTube are teaching nowadays, and even these crazy expensive courses as well. What I am teaching you is, one, how to find a great product that you can actually sustain and build a brand around, and two, how to create ads and landing pages that actually convince people to buy. And you're gonna make money from doing this. So before you enter the course, here's a little warning for you. This course is not short. It's an 11 module course with a few videos in each module. Now, I put my heart and soul into this course. I have literally left nothing out. It has every single little thing you need to succeed in this game. So if you really want to succeed, you need to watch every single video in chronological order. And I have purposely made it so that you can't watch the next video until you complete the previous one. This will hold you accountable and ensures that you don't skip over anything. So most importantly, ensures that you take action along the way. You should be following the steps I teach and implement them as you go through the course. That's the best way to succeed with the course. Now, enough talking, let's get into the course. Work. Dropshipping is a retail business model where the seller doesn't keep products in stock. Instead, when a product is sold, the seller purchases the item from a third party, typically from a wholesale platform like AliExpress or Alibaba, and has it shipped directly to the customer. As a result, the seller never sees or handles the product. The big advantage here is that you, the dropshipper, can showcase products on their own website without investing in inventory up front. When a customer places an order, the seller purchases the item from the wholesaler on AliExpress or Alibaba, provides the customer's details, and the wholesaler sends the product directly to the customer. The seller's profit is the difference between the retail price they charge their customer and the wholesale price they pay for the product. In essence, dropshipping allows the average person to start an e-commerce business without the need for a warehouse, physical store, or upfront investment in inventory. In the next short video, I'm going to explain to you why dropshipping is one of the best business models for the average person to get into. See you there. So why would someone buy from your dropshipping store? If I had $1 for every time someone asked me this question, I'd have passive income for life. But look, you know that feeling when you're scrolling through your social media feed and you come across this super cool product, right? It's exactly what you've been thinking about, or it's that perfect gift for a friend. Now, you could have gone searching for this product, but let's face it, we get busy, we get sidetracked, and often we lose interest. This is where dropshipping shines. We do the digging for consumers. We find those hidden gems and then serve it up to them on a silver platter. It's about saving people time and bringing convenience right to their fingertips. But there's more to it. It's about the power of marketing and attention-grabbing content. Dropshippers are experts at this. We use compelling ads and eye-catching visuals to draw people in, tell a story, create a desire, and essentially sell consumers on the spot. It's not just about having the product you want. It's about creating an irresistible urge to buy it right then and there. Sure, they could find that product somewhere else, but dropshipping stores are playing a different game. We're racing to grab their attention first, captivate their interest, and convince them to hit that buy button. It's not just about who has the product, but who sells the experience, the desire, and the convenience best. So that's why someone would buy from your dropshipping store. It's about being the first to catch the eye, win the heart, and ultimately close the sale. Shopify. You either already know what Shopify is or you've heard this word somewhere. 6 years ago, if I said this word to a random person, they would have no idea what I was talking about. But today I feel like every Jane and Joe has heard this word at least once, because Shopify has become the go-to platform that makes it easier than ever for the average person to create an online store. Starting at only $39 a month, Shopify is the best looking platform. It has a beautiful dashboard showing your daily sales. 2, it has an easy to navigate menu on desktop and mobile. 3, it's rookie-friendly design tools that allow you to set up a professional-looking store in literally hours. And 4, their platform is extremely reliable. You don't have to worry about your website breaking down, And even when you do have issues, they have 24-hour customer support by live chat and phone support. So the experience is really unmatched. Here's the good news though. You don't have to pay $39 right away. Shopify has a special offer right now where you save 99% off for 3 months. You only pay $1 a month for 3 months, so a total of $3. And better than that, to give you even more value here, Shopify is sponsoring this course. They are paying me to build you a completely pre-built dropshipping store. Completely designed with a logo, images, etc., policies and pages completely set up. And my team is going the extra mile to add 20 products to it that we think have some potential. So when you sign up for this using the link below, we will have it ready for you within 24 hours. This isn't a joke, completely legit. So nobody else is doing this in their courses, so we are super excited about it. So of course, if you already have a store that you're making sales on currently, then I wouldn't tell you to start a new store. But if your store is fairly new or inactive, then start a new one with our pre-built store offer. It's completely free. You literally have nothing to lose. So that's a wrap for this video, and this ends module 1. I will see you in the next video starting off module 2. So no matter what country you live in, when you are conducting business, you should always have a business legally formed for legality and tax reasons. Now, every country is different, but similar. Everything taught in this video is regarding the United States, as that's where I live and I do business. But like I said, it's very similar in most countries. You should do your own research or consult a accountant or tax professional, right? So without a business legally formed, you are operating under your personal identity. So this means if you get sued for anything related to your store or have any sort of legal issues, you will be personally liable, which means your personal belongings can be seized, like your home, car, etc. And this can be a very scary situation that you can easily avoid by having a corporation formed. Now you might ask, if my corporation gets sued, doesn't that mean that I get sued? No. It doesn't. It means your company gets sued, which is treated separately from your personal identity. So let's say the worst thing happens and your company gets sued, right? So you can file for bankruptcy protection, which would affect your company, but will protect you on a personal level. So the next thing is taxes. When you run your business under your personal name, you are treated as a sole proprietorship. And when it comes to taxes, in short, that means you pay the most in taxes. So let's say you make $100,000 in profit in 1 year. That full 100K would get treated as personal income tax, which here in the USA would mean you would pay $17,400 in taxes, which is 17.4% in taxes. Now, what you want to do to save a bunch of money on taxes is the following. 1, open a limited liability corporation. 2, elected as an S-Corp status, which means it would get treated as an S-Corp for tax purposes. Okay, what happens here is all the profits you make would be treated as business profits, not personal profits. So you would basically have to pay yourself an income from your business. Therefore, you only get taxed personal income taxes on the income you pay yourself. So the 15.3% self-employment tax will only apply to the income you pay yourself, not the entire profits you made that year. Again, say you made $100,000 profit that year and you paid yourself $40,000 out of it. You would fall into the $40,000 income bracket instead, which is about $4,400 or 11%. And you'd still pay taxes on the other $60,000 in profits you made, but you'd avoid that 15.3% self-employment tax on that. In the next video, I'll show you the easiest and lowest cost way to set up an LLC in the USA. I'll see you there. All right, guys, it's going to be a quick video. I'm just going to show you how to incorporate your company in the US and get your IRS tax ID. So obviously this is for the US. If you're in a different country, the steps are probably similar, but you'll want to do some research on that. So a lot of websites and accountants and services, they'll charge you a killing for this. Like I've seen people charge $1,000 to open up a company, things like that. But inkfile.com does it for free. You just pay the state fee. So it's not completely free, but you don't have to pay a service fee, right? So when you're on inkfile.com, you click Start My Business. Okay, and then you'll choose the entity type. All you need is an LLC. So you choose LLC, and then let's say your state's Arizona. The silver plan will give you a $0 service fee, but it'll only charge you the state fee. The state fee is obviously obligated. That's a government fee. So you'll just click this, go through the steps. Make sure that when you fill this out, you do put a business address, because you don't want your home address showing up on the documents that's publicly visible online. So make sure that you use a service like Anytime Mailbox, like I recommended. Gives you a legitimate business address, and then it gives you a unit number. It just all looks legit, and it's really convenient for situations like this where you need a proper address. So then what Inkfile will actually do is it'll try to charge you $100 to create your IRS tax ID, but you can do this for free directly on the IRS website. If you Google search IRS EIN number, you scroll down and go to their official website, make sure it's irs.gov, right? Always pay attention to that. And then you just click here, and then basically you're just gonna click apply now here, and then you're just gonna go through this EIN assistant, and it's gonna give you the tax ID literally in seconds once you're done filling out this application here. So that's pretty much it, guys. It's really simple. Getting your LLC should take a couple weeks, sometimes a few days. It really depends on the state. But yeah, you can always pay the premium to get it expedited. There's expedition fees and all that. But yeah, that's how you form your corporation and get your tax ID for as little cost as possible. In this video, I want to talk about something very important: mindset. There's a reason why 99% of people that try dropshipping don't succeed and why 1% does. It's the difference of mentality, the losing mentality versus the winning mentality. Let's start with the losing mentality. Losers lead with emotion and make all of their decisions with the way they feel. Losers go into this game thinking they're going to get rich overnight. Losers have false expectations in this space. They launch their store, they find a product, they launch ads for it, the ads flop, and they immediately get emotional about it. They see that they lost money, and what do? They blame the business model, they blame dropshipping, and they tell themselves, well, I lost money, I didn't make money, so this clearly doesn't work. Screw this. That's the losing mentality. This business is like any other business. You have to invest money to make money, and when you don't immediately succeed, the worst thing you can possibly do is give up. You already dipped your toes into the water, so if you don't fully dive in, then you can't even say you tried. Everyone compares themselves to others in business. This guy found a winning product after testing 2 products. This girl is making $2,000 per day and she's only been in dropshipping for 1 month. The worst thing you can possibly do is compare yourself to others, because the truth is everyone's path is very different and you can't measure your path against someone else's. I started dropshipping in June 2016 and I tested 5 products until I found one that started making me profit. That is very fast, and that's how it was for me, but it doesn't mean that you're going to find a product that works for you after 5 attempts. It might take you 10 products, 20 products, or way more than that, and that's totally okay. You will lose money at the beginning. But here's the thing, losing money is either a loss or an investment. In this case, it's an investment. Why? Because when you pay for the Shopify subscription and spend money on ads, you're investing into testing products, learning what works, learning what doesn't work, and your goal should be to learn from your mistakes and act on what you learn so that you can stop losing money and start making money. Look, I get it. It's scary when you see yourself in the red. It's your hard-earned money that you work for. Whether it's from salary, savings, or whatever it is, it's your hard-earned money. I get it. But I'm an advocate of buying into reality, being logical and getting out of your feelings, because the truth is scared money doesn't make money. Ask yourself this. You followed along my journey. You've seen others doing it too. You see me doing numbers like this. This screenshot right here is 100K in sales in 1 month with a profit margin of 30%, so $30,000 in my pocket. Do you think the first few days of running ads for this product I was immediately profitable? No, I wasn't. I was in the red, but I was investing into the ads to test, see how people on social media respond to the ads, learn from it, find what works, and then act accordingly. And in the end, I was able to scale this product, make back my losses, and profit tremendously. If you look at your initial investment of getting into dropshipping as a loss and not an investment, then that's a mindset issue. You either need to change that mindset now or don't continue this course, because you will fail miserably with that mindset. Just being real with you. In the next video, I'll answer the most common question I get all the time. How much money do I need to invest into dropshipping? See you there. So, ladies and gentlemen, the most common question I get and the most popular question on the internet today around dropshipping is, how much money do you need to invest to succeed? First of all, the most important thing is you must have some sort of income coming in. That's a non-negotiable. I will tell you right now from experience, because when I first started, I quit my job and I was with no income. I was investing into my dropshipping store from my savings. Now, I did have $20,000 saved up, but here's the issue with investing from your savings. As you start spending money on ads and all that, your bank account starts to go down. You see it declining on a daily basis, and what happens with all the decisions you make become emotional. Your ads aren't getting immediate results. You churn it off out of emotion because you feel like you're losing your savings, which is all the money you have. There's a saying, don't risk money you're not willing to lose. Now, you're probably saying, but I'm not willing to lose any money. Nobody wants to lose money, man. But you gotta invest money to make money, like I said in the previous video. But here's the thing. When you invest money from your monthly income, at least you have security. You have something coming in every month and your savings aren't affected. What this does is it helps you remove the emotional stress that comes from investing into your business. There's nothing worse than you running a business and letting your emotions take over your logic. So, how much money do you need to invest to succeed with dropshipping? The truth is, there's no specific number because everyone's journey is different. How much you invest or spend initially is based on how quickly you find a profitable product and advertisement that starts making you profit, right? So as a general rule of thumb, I highly encourage you to set aside at least $2,000 as a starting budget. This will give you room to start testing products and spend money on ads. This is the end of module 2. Congrats on completing it. In the next module, we're going to go over finding a product to sell. The first video, I answer this question. What makes a winning product? See you there. Winning product. You've heard this term before, and truth be told, it's been abused. Everyone on YouTube likes to tell you that an out-of-this-world product is what it takes to succeed and make money. But if that was true, then why would there be millions of products that sell to consumers daily? It's not like there is a select few products that sell and the rest don't. Now, I'm not saying that you can sell any product. Some products are trend-based, seasonal, or are completely useless. But the term winning product is flawed. You don't want to look for a needle in a haystack. You simply want to find a product that meets the following criteria. I call this the winner checklist. A good product meets 2 to 3 of the below criteria. 1, improves confidence. 2, improves convenience, fills a void, saves people money, saves people time, improves quality of life, and high perceived value. And when it comes to competition, ideally you want a great product with low competition, but even if there is competition, don't let that discourage you, because it's all about who has the better ads and who provides the most value. That's what you want to compete on. Now, in the next lesson, I need to tell you what products you should stay away from, so I'll see you there. When I first got into dropshipping, I thought I could sell anything and never have to worry about anything. But then a glassware product I was selling was shattered during shipping, and I learned the hard way so you don't have to make the same mistake. So look, here's a list of products you should be wary about before you sell them. First is fragile items like glassware and ceramics. As I found out, these products can easily break during shipping, leading to unhappy customers and refund requests. So if you have a proper packaging situation for this, then you can definitely do it, but generally it's a headache, so stay clear. 2, electronics. These are high risk because of quality issues, warranties, and potential problems with customs. Trust me, you don't want to deal with a customer whose new gadget is malfunctioning. However, electronics are a big industry, that's for sure, and there's a lot of opportunity. So if you do find an opportunity here, just make sure you really do your due diligence before you sell it. 3 is clothing. Sizing is generally a headache here. Sizes fit everyone differently. A medium in one brand could be an extra large in another, and this leads to high complaints and returns. But I'm a big advocate of print on demand. When you use fulfillment partners like Printify, the size guides are accurate and it's made in the USA, so not as much worry here. Now, I'm not telling you not to sell clothing, but just be wary of it. Make sure the sizing is accurate for the country you're selling to. And number 4 is perishable goods. So anything that can expire or needs a controlled environment is a big no. You don't want your customer receiving spoiled or melted products. And then number 5 is hazardous materials. So anything rammable, explosive, or that contains harmful chemicals should be avoided. They have strict shipping regulations everywhere and can put you and your customer at risk. Number 6 is items that infringe on copyrights or trademarks. I think this one's obvious. This is the worst possible thing you can, sell. Counterfeit designer goods or unlicensed merchandise can land you in a lawsuit that can potentially ruin your life. The good news is it's easy to avoid this from happening. Just don't sell copyrighted products. Next up, let's talk about how you will ensure your product will be profitable. I'll see you in the next video. So, how do you ensure your product will be profitable? This is extremely important because knowing your numbers is everything. So here's a roadmap to set you on the right path. Okay, it's important to understand your target profit margin in dropshipping should be around 20 to 30%. So for example, if your revenue is $10,000 and your profit margin is 30%, that means what you keep is $3,000. That's a sweet spot that balances affordability for your customers and a healthy bottom line for you, right? So when you found a product to dropship, the first thing you need to do is check out the competition. How have other retailers priced that product or similar products? And this gives you an idea of what the market can bear, right? So next, you're going to want to get to know this profit calculator I made for you. I actually use this for all of my dropshipping and e-commerce stores. It will literally become your new best friend. It's going to help you crunch the numbers so you can clearly see your potential profit. So let's take a look at the sheet together. As you can see, I have things nice and organized here. So we have the product name, then we have the ship to country. So you can organize it by all the countries you're shipping to based on, because every country is going to have a different shipping price, right? The quantity, the supplier price, supplier shipping, transaction fee, and then you get your total cost here, right? So the selling price, which is what you're selling it for, then the shipping charge that you're charging people, and then the total revenue that you're actually generating. And then it shows you your gross profit margin, which is your profit margin before advertising, your gross profit margin percentage, which you want to be at least 60%, the higher the better. And then this is where the magic happens right here. We have it shows us the break-even ROAS. So the return on ad spend that we get where we actually break even, right? So we don't lose money and we don't profit. So this is important to know, right? And then your goal ROAS. So if our goal profit margin is 30%, this is the return on ad spend that we need to get. And then it shows us our goal cost per acquisition to get that ROAS, right? So the cost to acquire a customer, cost per purchase, tells us exactly what it is here. So this is all pre-calculated. And then it shows you your net profit by dollar, and then your profit percentage, which is preset here as your goal target, which is 30%. So having these figures at your fingertips is like having a roadmap to profitability. You know exactly what you need to aim for with your advertising spend to hit your profit goals. So to ensure your product will be profitable, remember these steps, okay? Understand your target profit margin. Scope out the competition. Use this profit calculator to determine your gross margin and ROAS goals. Okay, that's it. Simple as that. So in the next lesson, let's talk about general stores, niche stores, one product stores, and all the good stuff. So I'll see you there. So as the title of the video says, should you start a general, niche, or one product store? You may or may not know what these terms mean, so let me explain. Let's start with the type of store you don't want to do. General store. These stores used to be the dropshipping norm back when I first started in 2016. Just imagine this. You're scrolling on social media, you see a cool ad, you click on that ad, and you land on a store that's called something like trendygadgets.com or some bullshit like that. And they're selling you a fitness product, and then you click around the menu and you see women's dresses for sale. You're probably gonna be like, WTF, and run away. So the reason people make general stores is because they want to test different products without building other stores and landing pages for it. So it's the lazy approach. But laziness doesn't cut it like it used to anymore. So this leaves us with niche and one product stores. Oftentimes it's best to start with a niche store, and you can either keep it a niche store or work your way to a one product store. Let me explain. A niche store is one where you create a store around a specific niche. For example, fitness products. So you would create the store around fitness and position yourself as a fitness brand. You might say to yourself, well, what if I want to try out different niches? That's great, but you don't want to spread yourself out too much when you're first starting out. So I always recommend focusing on one big niche to start. In this case, let's say fitness. And then with this niche store, you would focus on testing fitness products. Once you find something that works, you can either keep it as a niche fitness store brand, or sometimes it makes sense to take that one product you have validated and build a branded one product store around it. Because what happens is you become an authority of that product. You position yourself as the brand, and in that increases trust, which therefore increases your conversion rate. So, which is the amount of people that add to cart and actually purchase. Now look, in the next video, I want to briefly talk about different methods to find a winning product and why. And then we're going to get into all the methods I use and recommend. So I'm excited to share that. I'll see you there. So guys, there are several different methods to finding a winning product, right? So I want to tell you about each of them because it's never wise to rely on only one strategy. So here are the 4 strategies that I love to use, and I'll explain them. So the first one is spy tools. What is a spy tool? It's a tool that allows you to spy on other people's social media ads, product listings, etc. And it's basically a cheat code because you see what's going viral on social media, and then when you see what's blowing up, you can take that URL and put it into Shop Hunter, which literally shows you the average daily revenue that store is doing on a daily basis. So this is my favorite product research method because numbers don't lie at the end of the day, and it's backed by data. So you literally get to see what's working without having to test it yourself, right? So you might be thinking, screw the other product research methods. Why would I even care about them? All you need to do is the spy tool method, right? Well, not necessarily, because what you have to think about is when something is so easy to have access to, that means every single dropshipper is likely on these spy tools too. So while the strategy is great, you don't want to completely rely on what every other dropshipper relies on, right? So number 2 is social media. So this is very similar to spy tools because you're basically scrolling social media, spying on other people's ads. But since you're scrolling on social media all the time anyways, this is something that you can do while you're just hanging out, right? Watching TikToks. And then the third one is selling the trend. This is my second favorite strategy, and it's also data driven because there's so many new trends popping up daily, and the ones you want to be in on are the ones that you have been growing over several months or years. Unlike hopping on a short-term trend like fidget spinners, which is short-term success, right? That dies down. So when you look at trends, like for example, this right here, Club Shoes, which is footwear manufacturer that makes accessories for people in healthcare. It's been trending up 3,600% in the past 5 years in search volume. So that gives you data which shows accessories for people in healthcare is a potential niche to get into. So finding a trend is not necessarily giving you a specific winning product, but it's giving you a winning idea to go out and research products around that idea, right? So number 4 is Amazon and Etsy. So look, it's no question that these 2 platforms have revolutionized online shopping, especially Amazon. I mean, you can find literally anything you can think of on Amazon. I literally used it the other day to buy shampoo instead of going to the store. So, and then there's Etsy, which you probably heard of because they've completely blown up over the last few years. They're an e-commerce company. They're focused on handmade or vintage items, craft supplies, but they've really expanded over the years. They're great at home decor, clothing, jewelry, and other unique products. And one big thing is actually personalization products like this one right here, where you can put your name on things, etc. So with these 2 platforms, you can find some really cool winning products just by doing some research and browsing. So in the next video, I'm going to talk to you about how to ensure a product can actually be dropshipped. So this one is very important. I'll see you there. So there have been a ton of great products that I've found in the past that it turned out I could not dropship because the shipping times from China don't support it, and it's always due to these 2 things. One, product weight. One of the most important factors to consider is the weight of the product. This is because shipping costs are often based on weight. If you're dropshipping products from China, you'll need to make sure that the weight of each product is less than 2 kilograms. This is because most shipping lines have a weight limit of 2 kilograms for packages shipped from China. These shipping lines include the most common ones like Yan Express, Yanwan, SF Express, etc. These shipping lines are relatively low cost and only 7 to 14 days on average from China to the rest of the world. So that's why a lot of dropshippers will focus on selling items less than 2 kilograms so that they can use the faster shipping methods from China that are also cost effective. Technically, if all you're looking for is fast, then you can use EMS or DHL, but it's crazy expensive, so it doesn't really make any sense. However, if you're selling a high ticket product, it might make sense to pay the premium for DHL if your margins have room for it. This is the best scenario because you still leverage the dropshipping model, but gives your customers a 2 to 3 day delivery time from China. Now, some people dropship products that they sell for $1,000 a piece, like a massage chair, for example. The sky's the limit. So the second thing is product restrictions. Another factor to consider is the product restrictions. Some products are not allowed to be shipped to certain countries. So for example, batteries are not allowed to be shipped to the United States. You can find out more about product restrictions by checking with the shipping company of the product and the supplier that you're working with. So in the next video, I'm going to teach you what I believe to be the fastest way to find a winning product in 2023. I'll see you there. So in this video, I want to go over the easiest way to find a winning product. In my opinion and in my experience is with spy tools. So spy tools is a way for you to spy on other people selling products online, dropshipping products, and essentially you can find to see what's working, what's getting a lot of attention on social media, and you can find an opportunity to actually improve upon that. Because a lot of dropshippers, they're not actually putting effort into their landing pages, they're not putting effort into their ad creatives. There might be certain bundle offers they're not testing or whatever, and the thing is, there's always room for somebody else to come into the market, unless there's like just, you know, unless everybody and their mom is selling that product, right? But most cases, there are a lot of situations where you can find something that is already working and make it better. And then what I do is I use Shop Hunter to essentially see what the sales are in real time. Basically shows me what a Shopify store is making on a daily basis, so that way I can actually get real data to see how well it's doing for them, right? So here's an example actually. Here's a store that I tracked recently. It's a cat backpack. So they're doing about $1.3 million in 30 days. So they're doing about 40 to 50K a day from what I can see here. Some days are higher, and then it shows you their average order value, etc. So anyways, back to basically finding a winning product. So one of the spy tools I like to use is PP ads. So it's not free. You'd have to, you know, there's paid plans. I'm on the VIP plan. So let's just show you the pricing. That way you're familiar. So, you know, none of these tools are relatively cheap, but it really just makes it easier, right? You usually when you pay for something, it's for convenience and ease. So yeah, so this is PP ads basically is more about TikTok ads, spying on TikTok ads. There's a lot of activity when it comes to e-commerce and drop shipping on TikTok now. So what I like to do is I like to come in here, TikTok ad search, and then I like to select category. I like to select dropship. And then for country and region, I start with United States, but I also check other countries. So like in this case, let's start with United States. I'll put the call to action button. So that way we can actually filter out to ads that are e-commerce, right? Because most e-commerce ads, dropshipping ads, have a shop now call to action button. So then in this case, we can filter to only those ads. So that skip over all the learn more ads or book a call ads or any of that, right? So shop now. And then e-com platform, I like to select Shopify because usually that's where all the dropshippers are. And then ad type, I leave that alone. I leave this as Shopify product. And then I come over here to the like rate. So like rate, basically anything more than 3% is really good. Like it's a really strong engagement rate. It shows people are really engaged with the ad. Anything less than that is not as good. But I like to look at both, but generally I want to see like what the really good engagement ads are first. So I'll go to more than 3% like rate. And then also I want to look at ads that have started to pop off recently. So when I go to the period here, I'll look at first seen. So today is August 10th. So I'll look at first seen from, let's say the 16th to today, right? So that way we see like, you know, what's recently popped off, because there's obviously advertisers launching new stuff every day, especially in the dropshipping industry. So yeah, I usually just leave it at that. And then what I do is I just start looking at the ads, right? I look for something that grabs my attention. And what I'm always looking for is I'm looking for a problem solution type product. I'm not really looking for like a cool, like sunset lamp type thing, you know, because those are usually just trendy and then they die off. Right? So we can click on, you know, these videos. Okay, this is like a body shape trainer. And then just to pause that real quick, just to show you like basically what you know, a spy tool like PP Ads shows you, is it actually shows you like, you know, what kind of ad impressions there are, how long it's been. The like rate is obviously really high, but see, the thing is, you're not going to look at this like rate based on such little impressions. 197 impressions is not nearly enough to really talk about the like rate, right? So in this case, you know, there's not really much data here. I can't really see, but let's say I like the product, then I could basically go to view advertisers, and then it would show me like all of their other ads. So this is their store. It shows you all this information, where they're advertising to. So overall, it looks like in the period of January, wait a second. Yeah, so it looks like in the period of January 8th to August 10th, they've spent $277,000 to $487,000 in ad spend. That's, you know, the number of days as advertising made TikTok ads, that's 563 days. So it's showing you like all these days here, but really you don't care about that many days. But yeah, in general, like you come down here and then you get to filter out like the way we did last time was basically the 16th to the 10th. And then we can see like all of their recent ads, right? And then we can again do if we want to, like, we don't want 197 impressions, right? We want to see like at least 1,000 impressions just to like get a, you know, a good idea. So yeah, you'd be able to essentially see all their other ads and see what's going on with those. Look at this one, for example. This one has 10.2K impressions and it's only been running for 3 days, which is good, but the like rate is really low. However, if they are continuously running this ad, then clearly it might be working for them, right? So it shows you here like the estimated amount of orders that they have. So if their average order value is, oh, it looks like they're selling this product for a lot. So if we go to the final link of the website, okay, I thought it was $200 for some reason, but yeah, they're selling it for $47.60. So it looks like here, this was the ad right here. So basically PP Ads is estimating that they had 2 to 7 orders, which is obviously an interesting range here. But yeah, in that case, there's not really enough data to really like, you know, see whether or not it's doing well. I mean, this is like, if they got like let's say 3 orders at $47, it's like $150 in revenue, and they spent 51 to 81. So that's like a decent return. That's like a, you know, 2.2 to 2.6x ROAS. But anyways, this product is irrelevant. Just wanted to show you basically how that goes. So basically, you know, like you just gotta like scroll and find something that catches your attention. Really what you want to see is products that, you know, like one product that you constantly see a lot while you're scrolling.
I love relaxing in bed with my comfy band.
I've seen this a lot. So it looks like we're seeing like too many low impression ads. So what we want to do is we want to actually filter this out. So you want to see something that's already been running. So in that case, we can actually like just drag this up to like 10,000 impressions. So we want to see something that's been running for a while during this range of time that we said, right? So so this is a cool gift item right here. Like this is like, you know, there's a lot of weddings, engagements going on in the summer. Birthdays can be targeted for this as well. So this has been running for 1 day and it has a like rate of 4%. and it has 10.1K ad impressions, and it only spent $50 to $103. I bet you this actually got like somewhere in the middle between 2 and 13, the amount of purchases. And it's, I mean, especially because it's actually relatively low ticket. So this definitely really works on TikTok, this kind of price point. So yeah, this is definitely something that I would hop on. There you go. See, look, something just caught my eye right now, and basically I can take it and then I'll look at his landing page. Let's see here, his landing page. So it's decent, but you know, there's not really much to explain about this product, but I'm sure that you know, people are curious about, well, they have the material here, specification here. I could probably just clean up this, you know, landing page a bit more, make it maybe like add some more, add a better description area here. And yeah, I mean, other than that, you know, like there's always, you know, ways to compete on ad creative, right? So like if we look at their, let's see their other ads, right? So let's say like their landing page is, you know, there's not really, you know, like the most important thing is looking at it on mobile. So, okay, on mobile, it looks decent. Yeah, so I mean, that's a decent landing page. I mean, it's not really like a problem-solving product. A gifting product, you really don't have to do much explaining and copywriting here, right? So if we look at their other ads, like I said, though, you know, we can see like what kind of other ad creatives they're running and see if we can like, you know, we can spark some ideas in our head of what we can do differently, what we can do maybe better. Okay, so like really this ad's just constantly showing the product, but you know, people buy an emotion, right? So if you really get emotional with your ad creatives by having couples in your videos and, you know, UGC, user generated content, TikTok style videos, where you have couples in your videos, that's where you're really going to win with this product. So I'm not sure if they did that. See, this like shows a guy handing the girl the product, but like if you actually show the people in their faces, because people connect with people, right? And you know, if a couple is watching this ad and they see another couple, it really hits their emotions more and entices them to want to buy. So yeah, there you go, right there. That's exactly what I would do. I would come up with UGC, and I guarantee you that this would do really well. So what I can also do, Shop Hunter's freaking amazing. I literally go into Shop Hunter and I can literally put their store URL, right? So this is their store, and I can see exactly how much they're making per day right now. I mean, they probably started recently, but we can literally see everything in real time. It's almost 99% accurate. So it looks like they just started and they had 7 orders the first day, and they're scaling up. If you look at that, this shows that they did $1,500 since they started. Obviously it says 30 days, but it hasn't been 30 days. So, so yeah, this looks like a pretty good product, especially for TikTok. So there you go. This goes to show, like I literally just did this in real time, and it's just like the easiest way to find a winning product, really. So yeah, that's about it for this video, guys. In the next video, I believe we're gonna be talking about using social media to find winning products. So this is literally just scrolling social media. I want to talk to you about that in the next video, so I'll see you there. All right, guys, so this is going to be a quick one. Basically scrolling social media to, you know, you're going to get targeted with shopping ads, right? So you can essentially find potential products to sell just by scrolling social media and looking at the ads that you see, and then you can see the engagement that's there. It's kind of like a free spy tool, right? I will say it's a lot more work because you kind of just scrolling, but if you're already scrolling social media, then you might as well, you know, use it to your advantage, right? So usually Facebook and TikTok is going to be the best for this. Sometimes Instagram, but I find that I see more ads on Facebook, depending on obviously how the algorithm treats you as well, right? You might have clicked on a lot of Instagram ads, so you might see a lot more Instagram ads. So for this video, we're just gonna like showcase Facebook. So it's gonna be really quick. It's very straightforward. So you know, scroll, and then you spot these sponsored ads, and then you know, you'll obviously see whether or not it's a physical product that you can potentially sell. This one is a, okay, so it's a massager, and then it looks like it has like really high engagement. I want to get this. I would love to have one. I want this. My shoulders need this. There's a lot of positive feedback. So you always want to like pay attention to, you know, how the comments are. You know, a lot of ads that perform really well have a lot of negative comments. It's not necessarily a bad thing if it's, when I say negative, I mean just like, oh, this product, you know, is a waste of money, or why would somebody buy this? You know, stuff like that, right? Really what's important is like, you know, is the engagement really high? If the engagement is really high, that means they're spending a lot of money on ads. You know, to get 1.9K, 270 comments, 468 shares, they've had to spend, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars on ads to get this kind of engagement. I wouldn't be surprised if they've spent like a high 5 figures, under $100,000 in ad spend, but it actually takes a lot to get engagement, guys. It takes a lot of ad spend. Most people don't engage. They just view, or they click, or they keep scrolling. So yeah, I mean, this is a good sign when you see a lot of comments and when you see a lot of shares that, you know, some people just like and then keep scrolling, but the people that comment and share, that means they're really invested for the most part. So if we go to their product page, I always like to check their product page. This looks scammy as hell. Last day, 49% off massagers for neck and shoulders with heat. I bet you none of you would buy from this store. I don't know what billion USA means, billion USD. So yeah, this looks very scammy, but overall, I mean, you know, what I like to do is I like to go to their ad library. So the Facebook ad library basically shows you all of the ads that they're running on Meta, right? So if I go here, so it looks like they're only running 2 ads, and they started these ads on August 2nd. But, you know, chances are if they've been running this since August 2nd, that's 8 days, approximately 8 days, 7-8 days, and they have this much engagement. And then what I like to look at, right, is to see how, you know, what kind of people are commenting. Like, you know, if you're getting people commenting from like, you know, first world countries, then realistically they're not buying, you know, like that's just the reality. When you're in a first world country, you know, low incomes, you know, they really, historically speaking, you know, because I've spent a few $1,000,000 on social media ads, and I know that first world countries typically have a very low conversion rate. They don't really purchase. They just really engage with your ads. They like, comment, share, etc. But, you know, here, like these all kind of look like Americans. Yeah, these are all like North America, New Jersey. So I like to look at that just to see like who they're targeting, because then it shows me whether this engagement is actually valuable, right? So in this case, because they're targeting first world countries with, you know, good incomes, good lifestyles, etc., I know that this, you know, people might actually be, you know, more than likely people might, you know, be buying this product, right? So yeah, this is a potential product. I would essentially look into it more. Like I told you before, Shop Hunter is literally a game changer. It makes the product research process so much easier, because like right now I'm sitting here thinking, right, like, oh, they've been running it for 8 days. You know, the engagement's really good. It's first world country people that are commenting, so it's not like just some spammy, you know, useless engagement from overseas. So what I'll do is I'll actually put it into Shop Hunter, and we'll see. Hopefully it's a Shopify store. It might not be a Shopify store, but we'll click add shop. Okay, so it's not a Shopify store, but most of the time it is a Shopify store. So then you can literally just put it in the Shop Hunter, and then it'll show you literally all the sales. Like I showed you, you know, like for example with that store, here's another store. Like it shows me that yesterday, the 9th, they did 138K in revenue. So this insight is just insane. I'll have a link for Shop Hunter below for you to sign up. It's literally like so worth it. So yeah, I also have a special offer for this as well, by the way. There's a free plan to start, but you're gonna need the paid plans, but I have a 25% off discount. So for all of my whole community. So yeah, then that's it, man. That's really, you know, the idea, right? You just, you know, keep scrolling, and then you're looking for the sponsored ads, right? So I don't know what this is. Looks like oh, it's a business ad. And then here you go. Here's another one. Protect your couch. Facebook knows that I'm looking for products, you know. The algorithms are just so smart. Protect your couch from furry children with our cream cotton cover, handmade quilting, and gentle color scheme blend well into home design. This is a really nice carpet, first of all, and this would definitely like grab attention, especially because of the pets. And you know, targeting pet owners right away, like this kind of gets me excited because pet owners are very emotional buyers. They'll do anything for their pets. They'll literally go broke for their pets. So this is intriguing, right? You see the engagement is actually insane. 46,000 people, 3.9K comments. Let's check out the comments real quick. Yeah, this looks like a lot of normal comments, probably first world country. Yeah, it looks like they're targeting a lot of America. So yeah, like I said before, you can literally just go check their ad library, first of all, and then we can also check Shop Hunter to see how they're doing. They're running 530 ads, so that goes to show that it's probably working for them. It's probably selling really well for them. So let's go an additional step here and really validate that, because at the end of the day, it's just theory right now, but this gives us, you know, proper evidence. Funny fuzzy. Yeah, so it looks like they are a Shopify store, and they did 1.1 million in the last 30 days. So they have an average order value of $48.51, which is good. Typically, you want to sell products for like at least $40, you know? Like you can sell for $30, but anything $30 or above, it's just that anything lower than 40, I feel is incredibly hard to profit. That's all it is. So it looks like yesterday they did 32K. Looks like they had a few days of drop off here, but today obviously for me it's 8:50 a.m. and I'm assuming these guys are in the United States. They're targeting US people, so to have 13K by 8:50 a.m. is pretty freaking solid. But yeah, it looks like they're kind of like in a range here, but it shows here that in the last 30 days they had an increase of 6.42% in sales, and they had an increase of 18% in orders. So now that's a really good sign. You don't always want to like get too religious about the day-to-day. The day-to-day fluctuates with, you know, a lot of brands have fluctuations in spend, right? But what I would do is I would essentially, you know, track this for a couple more days after seeing this drop off and seeing how they do the next couple days, because if they continue to drop off, then that's probably a bad sign. Especially, you got to think too, like they're running 500 ads. And if they're dropping off with 500 ads, that means their ads are probably not working very well, or they're just dying down or something. So, and then over here, by the way, with Shop Hunter, you can literally see their top performing products. So if I look at, not the day, because today is too early. Let's look at the last week. The last week, their top performing product was the cream colored plaid square pet mat. So, you know, what we can do, you know, this is it right here, guys. What we can do is we can literally go in here. Okay, we'll check out their ad library again. If I want to come in and compete, I can start to brainstorm ways that I can come and compete, right? You gotta think, right? So if I see the ads here, okay, yeah, the way that I can compete with this, they're just running a bunch of like music random ads, but you know, these are what I call dropshipping ads, where they're not, you know, there's no like, you know, UGC aspect. UGC is what we can do. We can come in here and get UGC made, basically with a creator talking about the product, promoting it, saying how much they love it, and, you know, really putting out UGC that hits the emotions and basically convinces the sale, right? Because these are just like, these ads basically say, hey, look at my carpet, right? But people trust people. So if you want to differentiate from these guys, rather than taking their ads and running the same thing, you actually go and create ads that have people behind the camera talking and really selling it. User-generated content, right? So TikTok-style content. We'll talk more about that in this course. I have a whole section on that. So yeah, that's it, guys, for basically finding products with social media. In the next video, we're going to talk about how to leverage trends to find winning products. So I'll see you there. One of my most absolute favorite ways to find winning products is by leveraging the trends that are happening in the real world right now, right? So trends are topics and products and ideas that are being searched for a lot, right? And they're rising in search volume, rising in popularity. So naturally, if something's trending, right, you're going to have a lot more success, you know, selling something that's trending than something that needs a trend to be created, right? So if you see that a topic is trending, most times out of not, you can find a product that has to do with that topic, right? Or it tells you the product itself, right? So the websites that I love are Exploding Topics and Meet Glimpse. Now I prefer Glimpse. There's just a lot more that Glimpse offers, but Exploding Topics is great too. So they both have a free and pro version, right? So it's just so powerful because it gives you data that Google Trends does not give you itself, right? Like Exploding Topics and Glimpse, they tell you when things are trending, right, before they start really trending, right? Because it predicts where a trend is going. So for example, Exploding Topics, right? When you're signed up to the pro version, right? Like let's look at a particular product. We can even go to their categories. Let's say, e-commerce or right. So let's look at a particular product here. Pickleball paddle, right? For example. So when you have a forecast enabled, it can actually give you a future forecast prediction, and it would have done that for you over here if you were signed up to the free, the pro version, right? So you would have been able to like get a very, very powerful estimation from that point of where it's headed, right? It's literally been headed up here, right? So Exploding Topics and Glimpse allow you to see trends before they really pop off, right? And also see what's trending right now, right? Like if you come in and you see that the pickleball paddle has had a 99, X plus growth, right? In the past 5 years, and even in the past 2 years, 355% growth, right? That means it's been rising consistently in search volume. So that shows you that this is something that's growing, and there's going to be more and more opportunity to acquire customers for this type of product, right? So what I like to do with Exploding Topics is I like to subscribe to their newsletter, and it essentially sends me a newsletter a couple times a week, and I just start saving things that catch my eye, like these right here, right? Power Grip Primer, Plump Primer, etc., right? Now, the beauty with Meet Glimpse, right, is that we'll go through it, right? So you can basically research specific topics in the platform, right? I'll show you in a second. You can see keywords that are being searched for a lot tied to a topic. Like let's say you search supplements. It'll show you what type of supplements are being searched for the most, right? And the search volume is very accurate because, they use Google Trends data, right? And then it shows you what people are also searching for a topic that you're curious about. So that might open up your research to something that's completely different than what you were searching, but people are also searching for that topic. So there's an opportunity there, right? And then it gives you like more data than the standard Google Trends data gives you, right? So again, forecasting, same thing. It can show you a general forecast. So let's go ahead and open Glimpse, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So Glimpse actually connects directly to Google Trends, right? Now, I'm on their pro plan, right? So I'm on their paid plan. You can get all the information. I'll link everything below of like the pricing and everything. But essentially, I can look up specific keywords that I know about, that I've done research on, right? Like I can search for categories like camping or food. I can discover trends, discover trending topics. This is one of their best features, where I can go into like beauty, and I can literally see what are the top trending areas of beauty right now, right? Like the best thing you can do is follow the data in e-commerce, right? Rather than second guess what to sell, but to follow what's clearly, we have the internet telling us, right? Glimpse is literally telling us what's trending right now, right? So you can use that to your advantage when you're doing your research, right? So, one example right here is a blush stick, right? Let's see that. So we can go click on that, and we can see worldwide essentially how the trend is, right? Worldwide in the past 5 years, it's up 53% in the past year, right? So search volume since 2021 has gone from 20K all the way up to now at 61,000. So it's tripled since 2021. So that tells me that the interest has tripled, right? So there's a lot of potential with this product, right? And then you'd want to do some more research, right? We can even show the seasonality to see if there's any seasonality. The one thing we like to avoid is seasonal products. We like to stick to evergreen products that can be sold all year long. So this data shows us that it's slightly seasonal in these months. So it even tells you, if we look at why this pattern, the keyword blush stick saw a slight rise. It gives you even like a breakdown. Saw a slight rise in interest in January and April, possibly due to a seasonal preference for this type of makeup product. The interest in blush stick declines in June and September before hitting the lowest point in October. An upward trend is seen again in November, though it still remains slightly below the average interest for the year. So from what I can see here, it's pretty consistent though. Like it's not like a crazy seasonality, right? Like if you see something where it's like has a uptick in December, November, then it's probably like a holiday gift product or something, right? But for the most part, it seems pretty much that like when you look at the search volume, let's say for all of 2023, right? You can see it's very consistent the whole year. So that's why you want to take this with a grain of salt. You want to actually think about it, right? And then what we can do here is we can compare other items to it. We can look at what people also search. We can look at questions they ask, right? To use that for essentially, you know, why people use this product, right? If we see why people use this product, what they use it for, we can actually find other products that are similar to that, right? And then we can see brands that are actually selling this: Lancome, Chanel, Fenty, Makeup by Mario, Fenty Beauty, right? And then related trends. It shows us related trends. It shows us interest by region, right? So there's so much, right? There's so much here that like, and they also send you email newsletters as well of like topics that are trending that, you know, that they, that you would be interested in. And then one of the best things about Glimpse is that if we go back here to, so they have a ton of tutorials here on like how to use it and how to get the most value out of it. So you can see the fastest growing products in any category. You can forecast demand. You can see SEO strategies for Amazon, Walmart, Etsy in general, like to see what keywords are being searched for, right? Especially if you're running Google ads. Shopify SEO strategies, right? So this is for
many Shopify stores. The majority of traffic comes from organic stores. They're competing so much.
So you can see like what keywords are being searched for Shopify stores. See a product's most requested features. If you want to make a product better, like the best way to actually stand out in e-commerce, right, is making your product better than your competition, right? Especially if you can see what questions people are asking, what complaints people are asking, right? See the top questions about any product. Discover the best channels for ads, track product trends, monitor competitors. You can monitor competitors, right? Like there's a tracking dashboard here so you can track particular things. Like I'm currently interested in pickleball. I think pickleball is a very interesting niche and product to get into. So I'm tracking it, right? So it'll also when you choose to track a topic, right? So you can go here. And let's say I want to get alerts, right? I can get alerts, and then I can set recurring updates too. So that way it will send me automated updates, monthly, weekly, quarterly, etc. Or it'll alert you when there's significant movement up or down. So guys, I think this speaks for itself of like how powerful this is, right? Like the number one thing that you can do with you know, selling products and building a brand and, you know, being successful with products is following, you know, what people are doing, right? What they're searching for, where the trends are, right? Trends change all the time. Fidget spinners was a trend that died, right? You would have been able to see that dying down, right? If you were following, you know, the data, right? And you would have realized like, okay, this is a product that can't be sold, very consistently over and over again. It can't be branded. It's a fad. It's just a trend that dies down. So that's how you find winning products, winning niches, winning opportunities, by leveraging trends, guys. This is honestly like one of my favorite ways to find products and opportunities. So here's an example of one that I actually clicked on from one of my emails that I got, a microcurrent facial device. So it shows me here, a microcurrent facial device is a skincare tool that uses low-level electrical currents to stimulate facial muscles and promote collagen production, helping to reduce fine lines and wrinkles, improve skin texture and tone, and boost circulation and lymphatic drainage. Often used as a part of a daily skincare routine or in combination with other anti-aging treatments. So this is in the beauty niche, right? And beauty, health, wellness, we all know how big that industry is, especially because the target audience is women, and women are the most impulse buyers, the most emotional buyers. They pull out their wallet way more than men. So typically I love products that are targeting women. So here I can see the past 5 years, it's up 1900%. Now I may not, necessarily care too much about the last 5 years. It's good to know that in the 5 years, in the long term, it's been on a trajectory like that. But I also love to look at the shorter term too, to see how it's been, how late am I to the party, or am I early, right? Let's see, past 2 years, up 122%, past 1 year, 29%. So in the past 6 months, down 34%. So basically right now it's stable. It's not really like trending right now, it's stable. But in the past 5 years, it's up 1900%. Past 10 years, probably, oh, okay. So really in the past 5 years, it's blown up. So that's a good sign. Now, it may not be like super trendy recently. So this may not be like the best, product as far as like, getting into an explosive trend right now, because it's not explosive right now, clearly. But it still could be good. So what I would do after seeing this is I would do my research, right? I'd go to Amazon and I'd search for microcurrent facial device, right? And then I start doing my research, see what the situation here is. Like, I'm seeing 525, 250, 35. It's pretty confusing. 24, 55, 48. So it looks like this would require some research, but, I would kind of look at these products. I could go to shophunter.io. And I can click explore, and I can actually buy. This is another feature of Shop Hunter, guys, is I can actually search this keyword in Shop Hunter and it'll show me stores that are selling it. Freaking game changer. So go search. And there you go. It's showing me stores that are literally selling it. So at least I can get some data to see like if anybody's recently selling it as well, right? But the beauty here is, right, like I told you guys many times that, I love to focus on products that solve a problem and, basically carry a solution to that problem, right? Because at the end of the day, people buy things based on what's in it for them. How does it help them? How does it improve their life? How does it make their life better? So it doesn't mean that they don't buy trendy stuff like, a sunset lamp like that. That's like a trendy product. That's cool. People buy things because they want to, but it's a lot easier to convince somebody to buy something if you're solving a problem for them and if you're making their life better, right? So this right here clearly is a problem solver, right? So this is a big audience. You already know that you're tapping into a really big audience here. It's a skincare tool. Skincare is a huge niche, right? And obviously it's a big product. I mean, it's doing really well on Amazon. So yeah. So how to use Amazon and Etsy to find winning products. It's no question that Amazon and Etsy are literally the biggest e-commerce platforms online. Amazon, obviously, especially. Etsy has been on a serious uptrend. I'm sure you've heard about it. Handmade, vintage, decor, clothing, etc. They have so many different products. But like this, the whole handmade aspect is actually like, not even true anymore. I feel like everybody on here is selling like custom inventory stuff, or they're drop shipping or whatever it is. I mean, dropshippers have actually like gotten on Etsy like quite heavily in the last year, I would say. But basically, this is a very straightforward video, guys. What I'll do is basically just kind of research certain categories here and just see any products that catch my attention. There's a lot of data on Amazon that I can look at. Like one thing that's a good section to look at on Amazon is movers and shakers. So this is like basically biggest gainers in sales rank over the past 24 hours, updated frequently. So you can literally see like in the past 24 hours what's really been moving. So forget clothing, I'm not really interested in that. But if you want to look at there's electronics here, movers and shakers in automotive, there might be an automotive product that's an opportunity, etc. So I really just like do some research here. I might like look at specific categories, like let's say pet supplies. Let's say I want to look at pet technology, right? So I'll just do some research. I'll see like if there's anything that catches my attention, some sort of like problem solving product that solves a problem, provides a solution. And then we're Etsy, same idea really. Like I find really unique products on here. Like if I want to look at like, let's say it's wedding season, right? It's the summertime. So I'll look at wedding gifts, let's say bridesmaids gifts, right? And you'll find like really unique products on here. Sometimes what you can do is you can actually like sell product, using a supplier, using a seller on Etsy as the supplier, if they're big enough and if they can actually handle it, because it might be like their own product or it might be like a custom product. I've sold like personalized products before. Actually, one of the stores I recently exited and sold was actually a personalized product store where I sold personalized items where you personalize your name, etc. That was a really cool store. But yeah, like look at this one, for example. It's a personalized tumbler. Like I can definitely say from someone that's definitely had a lot of success with personalization. I've done millions of dollars in sales with products that are personalized, is that it adds a unique selling proposition, right, to the product. It really kind of gives an enticing selling point, right, that they can put their name on it, they can put their date on it, because it's an emotional thing, right? Especially if there's like anniversary dates, wedding dates, etc. It's an emotional thing, and people respond really well emotionally to buying things, right? So yeah, this would be cool. What you can do is basically look at the reviews. There's 137 reviews for this product. It looks like this store Decorated Bliss has 204,000 sales. That's wild. That is awesome. And then what I also do, guys, you can install this Chrome extension. It's called Allura, and it shows me the estimated revenue data of this listing. So I can see here that they've done 228 sales on this. Makes sense as to why the revenue is so low, because they're only selling it for $7. But yeah, you get the idea. Like really, there's just so many ways that you can do research just by like looking at the shopping websites themselves, the sites that you shop on yourself. You can literally find winning products. So what I can also do with Shop Hunter, right? Like I said in the last video, is I can go to the Explore page and then I can search for keywords relating to the products that I find. Like for example, let's say that on Amazon, I see this dog shock collar. Right? I'm thinking, okay, maybe dog shock collars is a good idea. So I can literally go in here and search dog shock collar, and it'll show me Shopify stores that are selling this type of product, which is amazing if you ask me. I mean, it's just amazing data to have, right? So it'll load. Like, look, it's fetching out of 10,000 results. So it'll load. Once it loads, you'll have so much insight here. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys, for using Amazon and Etsy to research and find winning products. Now, in the next video, I want to talk to you about how to use Chinese websites to find winning products. This is a unique one. I don't do it all the time, but sometimes you can find products that have just came to the Chinese market, and it gives you an opportunity to bring that to North America or wherever you're selling, that nobody has ever seen it yet. So you can be the first mover on a product by finding it on Chinese websites. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, this video is going to be all about print on demand drop shipping. So this is when you sell products that you can essentially put your own design on and it gets printed on there, right? So it's a great way to drop ship from the United States because you can actually get these printed and made and shipped directly to the customer via the dropshipping model in the United States. So instead of going the traditional dropshipping e-commerce route of getting products from China, because everything is made in China at the end of the day, right? Even services like Printify, they get their stock from China, but they just end up like designing and shipping from the US, right? Now, it's not to say that this is better than getting your products from China, like pre-made products, because obviously when you get a product from China, like let's say an electronic device from China, it's already pre-made. You didn't have to invent it yourself, right? It was already invented for you, and you're just coming in and marketing it. Now, with print on demand, you actually have to sell the design, right? That's the way I look at print on demand. You're selling products that are already proven, right? Like t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, phone cases, wall decorations, candles, etc. But what you're doing is you're selling the design, right? That's your unique selling proposition. That's your, that's essentially what people are buying. They're not buying your hoodie. They're not buying your phone case. They're not buying your candle, right? So this is a great way, a really unique way of doing e-commerce, and Etsy's a great marketplace for this, right? Like I encourage everybody to do it on Shopify, Etsy, and TikTok Shop now, right? Now, obviously you can't do all of them at once. You probably have to start with one, but Etsy's a great place to see how print on demand, get that proof that print on demand is a success, right? Like sellers are selling things like this all the time, right? And you can see here just by the reviews, the amount of orders, people buy this stuff. It's just you got to get creative, right? And like one thing that I always do is I think about trending topics, and I try to tie that to print on demand. So like for example, cold plunging, right? If we look at cold plunging, right, as a trend in the trend graph, right? Cold plunging has been on a crazy uptrend, right? Like the monthly search volume, let me just let this load real quick. 329% in the past year. Now, sometimes the word would actually be, maybe most people probably use ice bath, but you can see here exactly. Instead of 3K searches with cold plunging, there's 153,000 searches in the past month, 312% in the past year. So with a topic like this that's extremely in a high trend, right? This is probably something that a lot of you guys can probably do right now and succeed with. It's just like a little gem here. Starting a print-on-demand store around cold plunging and then selling drying mats, right? Motivational text on drying mats. Such a great idea. Not many people are doing it, right? And you can see here like $50 for this mat. It's in 20 plus carts right now. And then if you download the Allura extension, allura.io, right, you can actually see what kind of revenue they're doing. Now, this particular seller is not making much revenue, right? But like if I go to, let's say I just start searching cold plunge drying mat. So on Etsy, it doesn't look like many of those mats are being sold. It was only one seller, so it looks like not many people have thought about the idea. But like just to show you like something that's generally more sold, right? Like the hoodies. So if we go to the Allura Chrome extension, right, you can actually see here like what hoodies are doing the best on a monthly basis. So I can actually filter here by month, right, and it'll show me like specifically during this holiday time. Today is Christmas, right? I don't celebrate Christmas, so Merry Christmas to all of you. You're gonna see this after Christmas, but so this one right here, this Merry Christmas sweatshirt, this one's doing $24,000 monthly revenue, and it's done a total of $49,000. So that means these people like took advantage of the Christmas holiday season and really made a ton of money, from a very simple design, right? Like this looks like one of those like university college sweatshirts based on the way the font looks. So it probably appealed to a lot of younger people. But yeah, so you can really get a ton of data with an extension like this, right? And then essentially, like these people list their product on Etsy. Now with Etsy, it takes time to find something that works. That's why I always advocate for running paid ads, and you're able to actually get results right away and see what's working right away, right? And then when it comes to TikTok Shop, right? There's so much going on with that now, right? It's literally blowing up, right? If you just go to TikTok.com and we look at
what is your view of
Piers Morgan. So if we just look at like hoodies right now, right? Because TikTok Shop is being pushed so heavily, you're gonna see a lot of, and probably gonna see this more on mobile, but you're gonna see a lot of videos that are going viral right now with their TikTok Shop connected. And the TikTok Shop shows you how many of those hoodies were sold or how many of those print-on-demand products were sold. So if I were starting a print-on-demand store right now, I would literally hop on TikTok immediately and start creating content around specific print-on-demand products, right? Now, I would look on Etsy, right, to see like what designs are working well. I would look on TikTok Shop to see what people are selling that are doing well, right? Look on Amazon as well, right? And then you can essentially skip the, trial and error, right? And, do something that's going to actually have a lot higher of a chance of succeeding, right? So you literally create a TikTok Shop and you start posting content, and as long as you're consistent and you're following the trends, you're following what's, like you look at what other people are doing that's working, right? And you kind of, try to mimic that, right? Not necessarily fully copy, but learn from other people's successes, right? Learn from other people's successes and learn from other people's failures, right? That's going to help you a lot. And then from there, because TikTok Shop is being pushed so heavily and you don't have to pay for ads, right? It's all organic. You can actually charge a very low amount for your products, right? So like, let's say here I have, hoodie, right? And I'm going to do the unisex, right? With Printify Premium, I can get it for $15.67, right? So, if I'm running ads for this, right? Typically with ads, you need to sell it for at least 2.5 to 4x your product cost, right? So let's say shipping with this, right? That's another $8.49. So that right there is about $24, right? So $24, $25. So then you need to really like be profitable with ads. You need to sell this for at least $60, right? The hoodie. And like you can do that, but the beauty with TikTok Shop is that since we are living in the content economy, right? Like content creation is what's driving the sale of products. It's what's making products sell, right? You will actually have a lot more of a advantage, right, utilizing TikTok Shop, especially because it connects to Printify, guys. So TikTok Shop doesn't allow orders to not ship within 3 days, and it needs to arrive within a reasonable time frame. I believe up to 15 business days it allows for delivery time. So that means you need to have things shipping from the US. Otherwise, it just would be a complete mess. You'll get banned. If you dropship from China, it's not a good idea, right? And you're just destined to fail that way. But the beauty is Printify is in the USA and they connect directly to TikTok Shop, right? So you literally get the drop shipping from the US and you get to use TikTok Shop to your advantage. And then instead of charging $60, because you're not going to be paying for ads, right? So you don't have to factor that ad acquisition cost, right? Cost to acquire a customer, right? You're just going to have the difference of what you're selling versus what you're paying here, right? Your gross profit margin. So let's say, you're paying $25 with Printify Premium plus standard shipping here, right? So you can literally put it up for $35, $34.99 on TikTok Shop, and then you'll make $10 profit. $10 profit is amazing, right? If we do the math real quick, so 25 divided by 35. So if we do 10 divided by 35, that's a 28% profit margin, which is amazing. That's really good. Typically in e-commerce, you want between 20 and 40% profit margins, net profit margins, right? After all your costs. So So this is basically the idea of print on demand drop shipping, right? And the beauty is that in terms of like making designs, right? Let's say we are making a simple shirt design, a simple hoodie design, a phone case design, a canvas art design, cold plunge mat design, whatever, right? So in this case, let's use this example, right? You can literally go to Canva and do this yourself. Canva's free, right? And then like you can sign up for the pro plan too. By the way, Printify and Canva can be signed up for below this video. But yeah, so you can literally use Canva on your own, right? And I'm going to show you how to do it right now, just as an example. So let's say like the drying mat, right? So let's just find that drying mat. Where is it? There it is. Heavy duty floor mat, right? So you go to the product here. By the way, you can look through their entire catalog. Look at this. Look at how much they have here, right? And they even have like specific like holiday, theme collections, home and living. Like look at all that. You can literally start your own brand, right? Your own clothing brand. You can start your own accessory brand. You can start a home and living brand, like with your own designs. Like the sky is really the limit here, right? So let's say for this heavy duty floor mat, right? So we want to find the dimensions that we need for design, right? So we're going to go down and let me just find it real quick. So, one sec. So you're going to make an account, right? With the link below this video. You're going to click sign up and you're just going to follow it tells you exactly what to do, right? Just follow the easy steps to sign up. And then you're going to go down here, right? Click start designing. And then that's where it's going to show you over here on the right side. It's going to show you the print area size, right? So this is the dimensions you're going to have to use for your design. So 3750 by 2850 pixels, right? So we're going to go to Canva and we're going to go to create new design, right? And we're going to click custom size. So just to go back, it said 3750 by 2850. 3750 by 2850, right? We're going to click create new design. Okay. So this is literally going to be the design size right here. So now we want to create, let's say we saw a design that we want to mimic, right? So I actually have it here. So it's like a stop thinking, get in, right? So what we can do is we can go here, right? I'm just going to move this over, move my face over as well. We're going to click text. All right. And then we can go for like their preset like font types here. Right? Or we can just add one and then customize it ourselves with the font, the colors, etc. Right? Now, for the sake of this video, I'm going to say, hey, let's go see what kind of preset fonts we can use that look pretty good, right? So this one looks pretty good. So let's say stop thinking. Oops. So you can copy and paste to duplicate, right? So stop thinking, get in. Okay, and then we can change the colors up just to make it more vibrant. And your goal is to have that contrast, right? You want it to stand out. So it looks like that is actually there it is. So we want some contrast. So we're going to do something like stop thinking. And we can do get in for like the blue color, right? Wrong one here, blue. Okay, so then we can just resize it. Okay, we can change the color for this one. We can make this one let's make this one red. We'll make it a little bit more like alarming. Right? So stop thinking. Maybe a nicer red. How about this? This looks pretty good. Stop thinking. We'll make get in stand out, right? So then there you go. And then we can make the background color. We can even use one of these gradient colors, play around with it. So I went with a more like beige background color. You know, this obviously is like, you know, this is just like a quick design I made, right? So then what happens here is that you would download it. You would download it as PNG, and then you'd come into here and you'd upload it, right? So we can just do that real quick. And this is how it would look, right? So we're gonna go save product, and then obviously you wanna have your account. So in my case, I do have an account. Course. So it'll take you to the, you know, the product page here, and then it automatically puts a title and a description for you. You're going to want to customize that obviously to like make a product title for that product, like stop thinking, get in, you know, cold plunge mat, right? Or whatever, right? You want to tie that to the niche that you're tying it to, right? To the audience that you want to sell to, which is cold plunge people, right? And then yeah, shipping profile, we can deal with that after. And then essentially here, you're gonna see exactly what your production cost is, your shipping cost. With Printify Premium, you'll immediately get this down. Honestly, it's so worth it because you're gonna save literally 25% in product costs, like from having Printify Premium. It's insane. It's only like let me see. Guys, it's only $29 a month, literally, to sign up for Printify Premium, and you get the products at a crazy discount. Just put this into your head for a second, right? Imagine you're saving $5 in product cost on 300 orders. That means you saved $1,500 in product costs, $1,500 more in your pocket. So $1,500 minus $29 for paying for Printify Premium. So technically, you kept $1,471 in your pocket. I'd say that's a steal, right? $29 to save a crazy amount, up to 20% discount on all products. Like, that's insane. So anyways, back to what I was saying here. So like I said, right, if we're selling on a TikTok shop, all we got to do is look at the profit margin here, right? So if I have, you know, on TikTok shop, right, I want to sell $34.99. Now the profit would actually be, for some reason here on the calculator, it shows you the profit minus the production cost. So the retail price minus the production, but you also got to factor in the shipping cost as well, right? Because typically you don't want to charge for shipping. Like, you know, we live in the Amazon Prime era, right? So I always tell people to incorporate their shipping price into their retail price, right? So if your shipping price is $7, then you want to just add $7 to your selling price, right? You don't want to have to, you know, sell it for, you know, you don't want to have to charge for shipping because that just deters people away, to be honest. So technically your profit here is not $14.09. Actually, if you don't have Printify Premium, right, you're paying, it says $13.09, but it should actually be less. So you actually have $1 profit here, right? So now if you had Printify Premium and you were paying $15 for this product, you'd have a $6.9 profit, which is still a really good percentage, right? When you put it into perspective here, like 6.9, it's about 20%, which is really good, right? So if you're consistently making 20%, like let's say you close $30,000 in sales, you'd make $6,000 in profit, right? So now their shipping costs, there should be a cheaper option here. It said it starts at $8.49 for this product. So actually, it depends on the product. This product is probably heavy. That's why. Yeah. So in this case, we were talking about hoodies. That's why I said $34.99 here. Okay, no. For a floor mat, as you can see, right, you can sell it for you can sell them for a pretty good rate, right? Because the perceived value is high. It's a floor mat. It's a drying mat. Has a nice design on it. Right, so we could even sell that for let's say even $44.99 or $49.99, right? So in this case, your profit would be a lot higher, right? You just got to factor in the shipping costs as well. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity with this, right? So yeah, you can even see basically a preview of, like, you know, the way it looks, right? immediately you can see a preview of how it looks, right? Which is super cool. But yeah, this is just an example, right? These are drying mats, right? There's so much you can do with print on demand. And for the more complex designs, I mean, guys, we have AI now, right? Like you can use tools like ChatGPT's DALL-E, right? DALL-E AI, right? DALL-E AI is obviously really, really cool, right? You just type in a prompt, you tell it what you're imagining, and it kind of spits out, designs for you, right? So let's just see some examples here.
Have you ever language description? It can fill in or replace part of an image with AI generated imagery that blends. You can also greater comprehension skills, like koala a motorcycle, and knows how to create relationships between objects.
So like, look, like you just type in a prompt,
of a koala bear
riding a motorcycle, you know?
It knows how to create that or anything else with a relationship to another object or action. The DALL-E research has 3 questions about what them see it. The tech correctly labeled.
Imagine you want to sell some like comedic, Mona Lisa designs, right?
First, it can
like,
help people express
give her a
themselves
mohawk
visually in ways they may not have been able to before.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like the possibility is endless, right? And then another tool I always recommended myself was Midjourney AI as well. There's also Midjourney AI now. I know there's like free and paid versions, right? Like you're never gonna really be able to do too much with the the free version of these tools, right? Now ChatGPT's DALL-E I believe is free. I mean, I do have ChatGPT Plus, but I believe that is free. And then there's Midjourney AI, but like there's a lot more like easier tools to use. There's Ideogram AI. I've definitely recommended this a lot. So Ideogram AI is a really solid tool. You basically describe what you're looking for and it'll generate for you like images like this, right? So you can literally describe like, let's see, like let's say I, come across this hoodie here of like the Friends TV series, hoodie, right? It's doing well, right? And I want to recreate something. I want to do something similar, right? So like something like Ideogram AI, it allows you to like essentially type in what you're looking for, and it can spew out designs for you. Like I just put Friends TV show Christmas design. I bet I can make a better prompt than this, and then it shows you, right? And this is actually like the free plan. I've been able to do this with the free plan, which is solid. I'll link all these below the video as well. But yeah, and then one of my favorites right now, because I am an Adobe customer, like I do use Photoshop, all their products. So, Adobe Firefly, I believe it's free. Oh, let me see. Yeah. So if you have like all the Creative Cloud apps, right? Or if you're a student, you get a discount. But if you have all the Creative Cloud apps, you actually get access to it right away. But if you don't have anything, you just want Adobe Firefly, it's $5 a month. So honestly, for $5 a month, it's amazing. Like this is probably going to be my favorite one, to be honest. Like you can, text to image, generative fill, right? Where essentially you can fill an area of an image. There's a lot of these features you can actually do in Photoshop yourself as well. And then there's text effects, tiger fur. This is an example. Interesting, right? So yeah, like there's so much that you can do here. Text to image, generative fill, text effects, generative recolor, 3D to image, Project Stardust. Like it's crazy. And you can do 25 like, credits for free. And then I guess 100 for $5. But yeah, so goes to show you like what you can do, what the possibilities are with print on demand and what you can really achieve, right? Just with, utilizing Printify as your supplier, right? Like there's so much that Printify has to offer, right? Like if we go to their catalog, you just see like, it literally gives you the opportunity. Let me just sign out here. It literally gives you the opportunity to, sell so many products without having to source it from China, and it gives you the ability to, build a brand among, clothing. You can build a clothing brand, you can build a kids clothing brand, you can build accessory brand, home and living brand. The sky's the limit, really. It's just about basically having the creativity to make designs that really sell. And the beauty is with AI now, you don't have to be the most creative person. You can actually have AI help you, right? So that's print on demand, guys. Hope that helps. You can get access to all the links I recommend below. Sign up for Printify, sign up for Canva, and for the AI recommended design tools as well. So for the next video, we're going to be going into module 5 of how to actually ship your orders when you're sourcing products from China, non-print on demand products, right? So I'll see you in the next module. All right, guys, so how to actually ship your orders to your customer. So typically what people preach in this industry is AliExpress. I started dropshipping back in June 2016, and like AliExpress was the way to go back then. But now, honestly, it's just extremely unreliable. A lot of the suppliers are just middlemen, which means that they're not actually the sellers themselves. They just sell to you. They're basically drop shippers, drop shipping suppliers, essentially. But yeah, so I don't recommend using AliExpress. Sometimes for a specific product, it might make sense, but the majority of the time, everything that you can get on AliExpress, you can get with Zendrop. Zendrop is actually like a company that works with the factories directly. So when you work with Zendrop, you're just working with Zendrop, right? Like you don't have to worry about each individual supplier or anything like that. And Zendrop's automatically going to get you the best possible product cost you can get and the best possible shipping cost you can get, right? And Zendrop makes sure to use, those 7 to 14 day delivery times rather than AliExpress using a lot of, 15 to 30 shipping times or 20 to 40 day shipping times even, right? So you're going to get the best experience with Zendrop, and they have really good customer service, and they're an American company, right? They obviously work with Chinese suppliers. But also if you use my custom link, you'll get $200 in free order credits. So let me just show you that. So if you directly go to Zendrop Plus, join Zendrop Plus, which is usually $79 a month. So they do have a free plan, but their free plan is really limited. But if you join now, you actually get it for $39 for the first month, and then that gets you $200 in free order credits. So if you ask me, that's a no-brainer to pay $39 to get $200 in free money. So they... the fulfillment is automated. They have a trending products finder, which essentially, since they have so much data on what products are selling, you'll be able to see that kind of data, and then of course the $200 in free order credits. So I've personally used Zendrop for a lot of products that I've sold, and it's a great platform. It's just really intuitive. I'll even just show you here real quick. So obviously to set up Zendrop, you're going to want to go with the link I gave you. You're going to click sign up. And then once you're in there, this is like a dummy Zendrop account for myself. It's not one that I actually use. Basically, you connect your store. Then you have the dashboard here. You can find products here. And then your products that are actually imported would show up here. Your orders would show up here. Right, and then what happens is you're able to set up auto fulfillment, where it essentially automatically fulfills everything. So once you add a product, whether it's already on the Zendrop platform or not, right? If it's not on the Zendrop platform already, then you would actually just get it imported. So that's with AliExpress import. Now these features are with Zendrop Plus, but here's the thing: like you either risk using the free options like AliExpress and experience some crazy headaches. Like I've had orders delayed for a couple months. I've had suppliers screw me over there. If you're really serious about getting into drop shipping, then your best bet is to work with a trusted supplier. Like that's the most the most headache part about drop shipping is the fulfillment and sourcing. So you might as well work with a Zendrop, you know. That's the best recommendation I can give, just to save you those headaches and crazy experiences that I've had with fulfillment. So let's say that they don't have the product on their platform. You would go to AliExpress import, and then you would import it. You would just paste the link of the URL of the product from AliExpress, and then it would end up here in your import list. And then what happens is that you would connect it basically to either unless if you already have that product in your Shopify store, you would connect it to that product, or you would be actually completely adding a new product to your Shopify store, and it would be automatically connected to Zendrop fulfillment, right? So Zendrop would go and get a quote, and they'd let you know how much it's going to cost to fulfill with them, and shipping costs, and so much more. They also have branding. They have bundles and boxes. Like I said, the trendy products section, that's part of the Plus plan. And then branding as well is going to be part of the Plus plan. So the majority of their great features are on the Plus plan, but the good thing is that for the first month, and you can cancel anytime, $39, and then you get $200 in free order credits. So like I said, I think it's genuinely a no-brainer. Yeah, they also have print on demand coming soon, but what I do recommend for print on demand is Printify, which I talk about in this course. Printify is a partner of mine, and I've used them myself. Really, really, really solid print on demand supplier, and obviously they're based in the USA. So yeah, other than that, I mean, it's pretty simple setting up Zendrop. They do have, their instructional videos. If you do need help, with certain features of Zendrop, you can go to their help side here, and then they have all this content here. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'll see you in the next video. So guys, I can't stress enough how important it is to know your numbers, right? Tracking your profit and loss will make or break you in this game. So in any business really, right? So the way that I go about tracking my profit and loss, hands down, is with True Profit. This is a Shopify app that just makes it super easy. It does everything in real time. It pulls your product costs, your shipping costs, your Facebook ad spend, your TikTok ad spend, basically puts everything together to show you your profit and loss on a daily basis in real time. This is probably like the one thing that is so worth paying money for, because like without it, you can't really run your business. It's literally a requirement to run your business to know your numbers, right? So you're either going to manually track it like in a Google Sheet, which I'll show you next as well, or you use a tool like this that, if you ask me, like starting at $25 a month, if $25 a month is indirectly making me so much more money, then it's an investment. It's not an expense, So this is my way of doing it. I'll show you how to set this up in a second as well. But here's a free way of doing it. I have this template that I made for you guys. I actually used to use this template back when I first started as well. I recreated it for you guys, just made it a lot nicer. Basically, you have your date here, like of the specific day of sales, ad spend, clicks, sales. Then it shows you your cost per acquisition, revenue, average order value, cost of goods, shipping, transaction fees, other fees in case you have other fees, taxes, refunds, profits, profit percentage, and then all in all, it shows you everything broken down here. And then there's also total revenue, total cost, total clicks, CPC, and revenue per order, cost per order, profit per order. So this is great to start with if you don't want to immediately start paying for this tool. But yeah, I mean, there's a 14-day free trial as well for True Profit. And like I said, it starts at $25 per month. And I should have a discount for you. I will check and verify below this video as well. But yeah, let me show you how to set up True Profit for the purpose of this video. This is pretty easy. It'll be attached below. You can literally just make a copy of this and fill that out. So we'll click here, get True Profit. And then we'll click install. And there'll be a 14-day free trial, like I said. Okay, so then you're just going to go through the process. Let's get started. What are your estimated cost of goods? We don't have to worry about that right now because we're going to put our actual real cost of goods. What are your transaction fees? So I already have these memorized because I've done it so many times, but for PayPal, it's 2.9% plus 30 cents. And then there's no external Shopify gateway fee if you're using Shopify payments. So if you don't use Shopify payments, they're going to charge you an additional Shopify gateway fee. So you'll want to see what that is and then enter it in here. Stripe, you don't have to worry about Stripe because you're not going to be using Stripe. You're going to be using Shopify payments, most likely. That's also 2.9 plus 0.3. And then most other ones are 2.9 plus 0.3 as well. So we can click and continue. Okay, we'll click start importing. It'll connect all your store data. And then you're just going to choose the plan that you want. So then here, you're just going to improve the 14-day free trial plus the charge after that. So it'll only charge you like once the trial is over. So you can always delete it before the trial finishes as well. But we'll click approve. So basically, once you're in here, you're going to see this. You're going to want to go to calculation, basically add all your product costs in, your supplier costs and all that, and then connect your advertising accounts, and then you'll set your shipping costs, and then basically True Profit will automatically track everything in one, and I'll actually show you how it looks. So since that was a demo store, I actually couldn't get into the dashboard because it needs a credit card, but it doesn't let you do that with the demo store. So basically, just to give you like a quick overview, you can see on their website, basically it's just a dashboard. It looks really clean. It shows you the revenue, the net profit, the profit margin, all that stuff. So just to give you like a better image though of the dashboard, you know, it'll look as clean as you see this right here. This is the dashboard right here. So you know, you got your main stats up here, you got more breakdowns over here. It's just an overall, like, you know, just a complete like knowing your numbers tool, you know. So that's how True Profit works. Like I said, you can use the Google Sheet as well if needed. But yeah, guys, so in the next video, I have something really special. It's actually how to analyze your ad results using ChatGPT. So having AI kind of be your sidekick to analyze the ad results with you. So I'm really excited to show you how I do that. So I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to module 5. This whole module is going to be about designing your Shopify store. Now I know that you probably took my offer on the done for you Shopify store, or recreate a store for you. This basically gives you a head start at, you know, getting started with Shopify. You know, you skip all this, you know, these extra steps of designing and setting up your Shopify store. But I'm a big advocate for learning about how something is done even when you didn't do it yourself, because you're gonna need that skill, right? For, you know, as you actually go about, you know, your journey in e-commerce, you might have to make changes on your store. You might have to launch a new store, right? Our done for you offer is always going to be available, but it's crucial that you actually learn how exactly it is that we design stores, so that way you can acquire that skill as well. So this video is all about what matters versus what doesn't matter. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people focus on the wrong things when they're building a Shopify store, and that really wastes their time, wastes their energy, and it burns it, you know, it really burns you out, right? And if you get burnt out, then it's going to be harder for you to succeed. So you have a full out Shopify store. what matters the most? Okay, that's your product page, because that's where you're sending traffic to. So the home page, all these other pages, they don't matter as much. So you put the minority effort into these pages and you put the majority effort into your product page. So I literally, I'm kid you not, I built the store in like less than 30 minutes. I made this logo in Canva. I set the colors of the theme. I added a little image here, and then there's like a collection here, but it's only one product. So just literally just a very basic homepage. It doesn't mean that you can't, like, I could have made this a bit better in Canva without wasting time. Just put like a, some like icons or headline text or whatever. Like, you can do little things just to make your store look good. But at the end of the day, your product page is what matters the most. So this is a very low effort product page, not a good example, but it's just, this video is just to talk to you about, what matters and what doesn't matter, right? We'll get into, how to create the quality product pages later in the course. But yeah, so what matters the most is your product page, your landing page, where you're sending traffic to. The rest of the store is more or less not as relevant, right? You want to make sure that things look proper. You want to make sure that you have consistent branding, right? With the colors, it doesn't look sloppy, right? But you want to put the majority of your effort and emphasis on the product page. So that's it for this video. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to completely set up your Shopify account, your Shopify settings, all these things from scratch. It's important because you may not know every little detail, right? And it's a lot easier when you have someone walking you through it, right? Which is why you're in this course. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to talk about how to pick a brand name and then buying your professional domain, adding it to your Shopify store. Real quick, this is going to be a quick video. So brand name, right? Whenever you start a Shopify store, it's a big overthinker, right? What should I name my store? What should the brand name be? I want it to be something fancy, something exquisite, something amazing. But like, it's something that I know people that have spent several days trying to pick a name. Like, that's crazy to me because I have literally picked names in minutes because I realize that it's something that should not take a lot of my time and energy. It's not a money-making activity. It's not a money-making task, right? So really, I don't want to put too much emphasis on that, right? So I'm going to show you guys how to easily do it using AI tools to help you come up with ideas, because, it can be difficult to come up with an idea on your own. So what I do is I use Namelix. This is an awesome website. Basically, I just enter keywords of like, what my store is related to, and then it'll come up with business names for me. And then that's how like I would come up with a name like Cheek Home. It's just like, that's so random, right? Like, I wouldn't really think of that on my own, Cheek Home. So let's say your store is a pet product store, right? So let's say cats, we'll put cats, keywords, cats, dogs, pets, paws, and let's click generate. Okay, we can even choose a name style here. We can choose alternate spelling like Lyft and Fiverr, compound words, 2 words, brandable names, non-English words, real words. Let's just do auto, all styles. Then randomness, we can do less random, the most direct name ideas, balanced, more creative results, high random ideas, more varied results. I usually do medium, it's balanced. And then yeah, we just leave that. We click generate, and then it literally generates in seconds. So we got a bunch of names here, really cool names actually. Paws and Purrs, love that name. Paws and Purrs. V paws, brown paws, floppy paws, true paw. Furry Friends. Furry Friends is cool. I like Furry Friends. There you go. I just picked the name. Furry Friends. Okay. So then we're going to go to Namecheap and we're going to buy a professional domain. So you don't want to use your .myshopify.com domain. I don't know why people do that. It's unprofessional. It makes you not look legit. You want to look legit. You want to look like a real business. Typically what you do is you focus on having a .com or .co domain, because that's what people recognize the most. So once we pick our business name, right, we picked Furry Friends. Okay, we're going to search for it. furryfriends.com. This one's probably taken. It's a really good name. Registered in 1999. Wow. How about Furry Friend? Furry Friend, 33K a year. Okay, you don't need to do that. Or 33K and then renews at $15 a year. Typically, you're going to spend like $10 a year on a domain. You don't need to get anything fancy. Premium is not relevant to you. Unless you're like a Fortune 500 company, big company that really needs like a specific domain. So we can try Furry Friends with a dash, furryfriends.com. It's not available. Let's try furryfriends.co. That's not available. Let's see what other type of domains it allows. Yeah, I typically don't do any of these other ones. I mean, you can do furryfriends.us because, you know, US store, but that's $200. So that's fine. We just go back to the drawing board. Let's find another one. Toasty Paws. Prize Paws or Honey Paws. Critter Cuddle. Crittercuddle.com. Okay, cool. Crittercuddle.com. We got that, right? Let's say we picked that domain. Okay, so once you get the domain, basically this is one of my domains, my personal domains. So you can ignore that. It's just that once you get the domain on Namecheap, you're gonna see this page, okay? And basically you're gonna go down to advanced DNS right here, and then we're gonna right here at DNS templates. You want to choose Shopify, and then basically you're gonna click check mark here. I already have it set up. It's gonna set up the DNS settings of Shopify, so that way you can go into Shopify and connect it seamlessly. So you're gonna click connect, and then I'll show you how it looks. So we'll go convertim.co, verify connection, and then it'll literally add it right there, and then make sure it's set to primary, which it is, primary domain. Okay, cool. And then you're gonna go back to domain here, and then professional email, right? Help at your website.com, support at your website.com, right? Typically you have to pay for a professional domain like that, but here's a free way to do it when you're first starting out. You can just have it as a forwarding address that forwards to your Gmail. So right here under redirect email, you click add forwarder. Then basically you're gonna have, like, let's say this store's name is Cheek Home, right? You're gonna have cheekhome@gmail.com. Create a Gmail account, and then the alias is actually gonna be that professional domain. So you're gonna put like support here, and then basically that means that support@cheekhome.com would forward to an email of your choice. So boom, support forward to cheekhome@gmail.com. So your email address is going to be support@cheekhome.com to your customers. That's what they're going to send an email to, but then you're actually going to receive it at your Gmail. So this is just a free way of getting a professional email, right? So that's about it, guys. That's choosing a brand name in a very easy, simple way. You can even have ChatGPT help you with brand names, but I just use Namelix. Namelix is awesome. It even gives you some like logo ideas as well. Yeah, in the next video, we're actually going to go and design a Shopify store from scratch, A to Z, and I'm going to show you how to design a logo quickly as well. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, so in this video, we're going to go through how to set up a Shopify account and the settings, right? So obviously that's already done for your Done For You store. It's done for you, but in case you need to make changes or rebrand your store or whatever the case may be, starting up a new store, I want to show you exactly how it's done. So let's get into it, okay? So when you first get into a new Shopify store, this is what you see, right? So the first thing you want to do is you want to go to settings. This is where I always start. I just make sure the store details are all correct. So store name, it should be Cheek Home. I called it Cheek Home. Store phone, more people than usual are going to not have a business phone for their drop shipping store, right? They're going to have their personal phone. So usually what I do here is I just leave it, I put a fake number, because usually I don't really need, like, it doesn't really affect anything. So I don't worry too much about that. So yeah, you can just put a fake number, that's fine. And then store email where you want emails from Shopify sent, right? That would be your business email. This isn't the email that people, customers email, right? It's the email where Shopify emails you for business related things to do with your store. So in my case, let's say I had an email that was cheekhome admin@cheekhome.com, right? Okay, so then by the way, here's a little tip. Whenever you make changes, always click save when it's like a long page of stuff, because sometimes the page could be refreshed, or you could lose access to the internet, or some sort of small thing happens, and then you have to restart. So I always just have this habit of clicking save, and it's honestly saved me from having to redo a lot of things. So that's just a little tip. So billing information. So this is this is a development store, so it's not going to force me to do this. But when you have an actual Shopify store that you're paying for, it's going to force you to actually put this information in. So you're going to want to put your legal business name. So let's say so what I recommend for this, you have your business name, but for the address, most of you are going to be working from home. You're not going to want to put your home address, obviously. So what I recommend is that you use a service like Anytime Mailbox. It's $10 a month, and basically you get like a full out business address. It's not a PO box, but it's actually like a business location where it's a full out business address, and they give you a suite number. So then it actually looks like you have a legitimate office, right? And then you can get your mail, you can get mail sent there. So you don't have to worry about anything like that, especially because, when you're setting up accounts like PayPal, payment processors, Stripe, whatever it is, you always want to have like a professional address, because I've run into a lot of issues where in the past I would have like home addresses and all these things. And then whenever certain companies like PayPal would look up your address, they'd be like, oh, why is this a house, right? And then, just sometimes issues arise with that stuff. You always want to just look as legitimate as possible. So that's what I do. I use Anytime Mailbox. I've also had like real addresses, like, when I had my own warehouses, or, the last brand that I actually recently sold and exited, I actually had an address for that, a physical address that I used. Yeah, so that's pretty much it there. And then store currency. Most of you are going to be using US dollars. Honestly, even if you're in a different country, unless you're selling to your country, you should always use the leading currency in the world, which is US dollars. It's probably advantageous for you to do so too with the currency exchange. And then time zone and units of measurement. You want to do this based on your country. So for me, I'm in the US. I use the imperial system, so that works for me. You don't got to worry about this here, and then just click save. Okay, cool. We're good there. Then plan. This is just going to be your Shopify plan, so you don't got to worry about that. This is billing. And then, so under payments, basically, once you are in your Shopify store, this is one of the first things you want to do, because this is how you actually, allow people to check out and pay you and buy from you, right? So you want to set up Shopify payments if it's available in your country. You just click activate and you fill out the details, and then you want to make sure to add PayPal as well. That's always a recommendation I have, because a lot of people use PayPal. So yeah, then we go in the checkout. So this is how you want to set up your checkout settings. Okay, so it's going to have all these default settings. What you want to do is you want to actually go here, and instead of phone number or email, you always make sure you're collecting the customer's email, because the email is an asset and you really want to make sure you have that. So you don't want them to choose between phone number and email. So we're gonna keep this checked off, so they can download the Shop app. This allows them to track their order really easily. And then require the customer to log in to their account. No, we don't want to do that. And then customer information, require first and last name. Company name is optional. Address line 2 is optional. Shipping address, phone number, we're going to put that as required. We want to make sure we collect their phone number. Marketing options, let customers sign up for email or SMS marketing. Yes, we want to make sure they do that. So you're gonna pre-check all that. And then tipping, I actually leave this on. Believe it or not, people actually tip. Some people are very generous. And then address collection preferences, use the shipping address as the billing address by default. Yeah, that's usually fine. If people have an issue checking out, they would just change their billing address. Use address auto completion. This is like, basically speeding up the process for the customer while they're putting in their information, which is key. And order processing. After an order has been paid, don't fulfill any of the order line items automatically. We want to leave that the same way. After an order has been fulfilled and paid, it can archive the order, which is fine. And then abandon checkout emails. We actually don't want to leave that on because we're not even going to use Shopify's default abandoned checkout system. We're going to be using Klaviyo, so we're going to check that off. And that's it. Cool. So then customer accounts. Here we don't have to worry about anything here. Shipping and delivery. So we want to make sure to set up our shipping settings. This is very simple. So most of the time we're going to try our best to, offer free shipping, right? So you want to click here on general. Okay. And then all these default settings here, we want to X them out, delete them. Okay, so typically what I do is I add one US one and one international one, but it really doesn't matter. So you're gonna click here, like I just clicked add rate, and then set up your own rates, and then we're gonna click custom flat rate, and then we're gonna just call this free shipping. And then usually from China when we're drop shipping, it's about 7 to 12 business days, right? So typically what I do is I just put 5 to 10 days, right? Which is kind of like, around there, right? So I just put around 5 to 10 days because a lot of orders, they do get there in less than 10 days. There are some orders, right? So instead of putting the longer time frame, I'll just kind of round it down a bit to, what I've seen as a time frame that's actually, gotten people, people have gotten their orders. So free shipping 5 to 10 days, and then you leave the price as 0, and then just make sure that the conditional pricing, there's nothing set here. So basically just put it on based on order price, and then there's basically no minimum, no maximum. And then we click done, and then we have our US rate, and then you really don't need to have 2 here because it's going to be the same thing, but just in case, it's just a habit that I have, just in case I have a specific, I end up changing it specifically for international or for the US. So free shipping 5 to 10 days, and then minimum to maximum, and then boom. Now we're going to click save. Now we want to make sure that markets are set up. So we're going to go down to markets real quick. This actually affects the shipping section. So United States, we're just going to make sure everything is good here. So shipping is to the United States. Cool. International. So you can actually turn on duties and import tax collection. So this depends on your country, where you're shipping from, all that stuff. So you'll want to do your own due diligence with this. This is basically when you ship something internationally, that specific country charges them duties and taxes to receive the package. So we want to go here to shipping, and we just want to make sure. Actually, sorry, we want to go here to edit. So we just want to make sure that all the countries are actually selected. So it looks like a lot of countries are not selected. So we just want to make sure that everything is selected for the time being. You're going to start excluding countries as you run ads and test products, because some countries you just can't ship to or have a high rate of fraud or something like that, right? So we're just going to make sure it's all checked. Okay, save. And then this is actually something I've run into a lot. I've actually ran ads on a store recently where international was inactive, so they couldn't even check out. So you want to make sure that you activate that. Just to make sure here. Make sure this zone, okay, this zone does not have everything checked off here. So we just want to make sure everything in the zone is included. Okay, cool. Go back to markets, and then we're going to click here and then make sure we turn it on, because then you can actually allow people to check out that are from those countries, and make sure the United States is good. Okay, cool. So that's it for shipping and delivery. We're all good. Now we have our shipping set up. And then taxes and duties, you're going to want to consult your own accountant, or do your own research on basically what the sales tax situation looks like for your country. So a lot of times with drop shipping, since you're a middleman, you need to worry about sales taxes, but that's a case-by-case basis, and it depends on your country and your tax laws. So, and then obviously the countries that you're shipping to as well. So, then locations. You basically just want to make sure you have your your business address in here. And you can call this like your store name, HQ. Okay, and then domains. So to buy a domain, I always recommend Namecheap. Namecheap is probably like the cheapest that I've come across. I actually use it myself. It's a great domain hoster. So basically, when you come up with your domain, let's say in this case Cheek Home, you go in, you search for it, and then you buy it on there, and then you'll come into Shopify, and then you'll click Connect Existing Domain. You'll enter the domain, and then you'll follow the steps to basically connect it to your Shopify store. Okay, and then customer events, you don't have to worry about that. So the brand here, so basically this is where we're actually gonna, you don't have to worry about this actually. We're gonna do this in the theme editor. And then notifications, you wanna make sure that you have a customer receiving sender email, right? So the email that customers actually contact when they need help or support. So let's say that I created an email called help or support at cheekdome.com, and I'll show you how to do all this as well. So that is that. Custom data, you don't need to worry about that. Languages, you don't need to worry about that. And then policies, we do need to worry about that. So let's start off with the terms of service. So you can actually literally use their template. So because you have your store name in the settings, it actually takes your store name and puts it into the policy. So really this is all you need right here. You just need to come down and make sure that you actually put your business name here. So, and then address and phone number and all that, don't even worry about that. You don't need to worry about that right now. And then privacy policy, you want to remove this. Okay, and then last updated, we'll put a date. Today is October 9th. Okay. Just remove all that right now. It's really not important. Okay, and then here you want to remove this. No calling, just please email us at support. Okay, contact us at this address. Okay, cool. So that's it for the privacy policy. Basically, at the beginning, you don't really need to worry about the privacy policy in terms of service being like perfect, right? You know, once you really start doing numbers and scaling up your store, that's when you can worry about it, making sure that it's actually like, you know, done by a lawyer and really correctly made. But man, there's templates online. There's a lot of legal websites online that can help you with that. But really, when you're first starting out, it's just using the, you know, the standard template that there is available. And then for the return policy, what I recommend, actually, I will give you the template that I use. It's actually much better than this. So I'll leave that attached below, and let me actually grab that. One second. Okay, so here's how my typical refund policy looks. This is actually the template that I use, so I'll provide that below. So your satisfaction is our top priority, and then the typical, you know, the typical return policy that you always want to have is around 30 days. So 30 days is good. Then basically just like a little bit of explanations here: damages and issues, exchanges, refunds, shipping times. Shipping times, you know, in the refund policy, we'll put the actual refund policy. What I like to do is I like to call the refund policy shipping and returns. So if I make a page for that, it's called shipping and returns. But yeah, so I'll just put, you know, typically it's 7 to 12 business days with, you know, the shipping methods that we're going to use from China. And then, yeah, I just kind of leave it like this. This is how it looks the best. And then, yeah, that is it. All right, guys, so that's a wrap for setting up your Shopify account and settings. It's very straightforward. It's just very tedious, right? Very small things that I like to get out of the way so that way I can focus on all the other important stuff. So in the next video, I'm going to talk to you about Shopify themes, what Shopify theme you should use and why. And so I will see you there. All right, my friends, I'm super excited to get into this video. I'm going to walk you through step by step how to design your Shopify store, how to set up all the branding, logo, banners, menu, footer, all this stuff. Okay, I'm going to show you how easy it is to do. This is going to be a fairly quick video, hopefully less than 20 minutes. So let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we are going to set the branding colors and design a logo. So we can start off by designing a logo. So this specific store, right, we got to think to ourselves, what are we selling? So this specific store is a cold plunging drying mat store. We're going to sell accessories for cold plungers, right? People that do ice baths. So ice baths you know, that makes me think of water, right? So that makes me think of blue. So I already have an idea of like the branding, it's going to be around blue, right? So the way that I create logos for free is using Canva, okay? And you only need a free Canva account to do this. I'll show you how it's done. So head on over to canva.com, create an account, and it's free, right? Then up here, you're going to create a design, okay? And then click logo, all right? So once we get here, we're basically, I don't overthink it. I don't do any crazy fancy stuff. I just create a logo with the help of Canva's templates and pre-made fonts, right? So let's just use one of these pre-made fonts, and it's going to be Plunge Hub. We're going to keep it blue because it matches the theme of ice baths, right? So wait till one catches my eye. I'm just going to go ahead and use this one. Basically, I'll just remove that, keep this blue one right here, perfect color. Okay, and we're going to write Plunge Hub. Okay, color right here, and then we're gonna make sure that's the blue. Yeah, and then it has an effect on it, so go to effects right here, and you'll be able to see that you can actually add shadows, lifts, hollow splice, outline, etc. So we're just gonna remove the shadow color and make it something else, probably like this. This looks good. There you go. I just created a logo in literally like what, less than a minute. That's how it's done, guys. You don't overthink it. You just literally create something that looks good, and that's it. Because when you're first starting out with your store, it's not about being perfect. If you try to be a perfectionist, you will never get results. I promise you. Okay. So now we're gonna click up here and we're gonna download it. Okay. So since you're on the free plan, you're not gonna be able to put a transparent background because that's part of the pro plan. So we're just going to download it like this. So here's the trick when you're not on the free plan to literally remove the background for free, okay? You just got to go to remove.bg.com, remove.bg, and then basically you're just going to upload the image here, and it's going to remove the automatically. Okay, and there you go. You have a logo with a background removed. Click download. Okay, then we'll go to where the file is, and then this is what you're going to do. You're going to crop it because we actually have to make it a logo. Make sure it's not like a full out square. So click on this, and then I'm on a Mac, but you can obviously do this on Windows as well. I press Command K here to crop it. You can definitely do that here in their tools as well. But yeah, so now I cropped it. I'm going to click save. Okay, I'm just gonna rename this logo. I have OCD and I'm very organized. I highly recommend being as organized as possible. It will definitely save you a lot of time and energy. So now we have the logo. We're gonna go back to the store and we're gonna add the logo. We're gonna customize the colors of the theme and everything. So when you're in the theme, so just to get here, by the way, just to make sure we're on the same page, when you're in the Shopify admin, you're gonna go here to online store and you're gonna click themes, okay? So when we click themes here, click customize on the theme. You might have to upload the theme as well. So if you have to upload it, you just upload zip file here, and basically you'll be able to upload the theme here that I give you. So you're gonna click customize, okay? And then we're gonna be here, right? So you wanna click on headers and menus right here. Okay, and then right here, we're gonna click on select image under logo, and then we're gonna add the image, the logo that we just made with a no background and we cropped it, right? So then once it's added, we're gonna add it, and then boom, you are now a brand. So we added that. We can check the mobile, make sure it looks good. Cool, we're good. Make it a habit to always save after you do things, because you never know what happens. Your internet connection goes out, or some sort of bug on your laptop or computer or whatever. You know, you don't want to lose all the work you did, right? So just constantly click save. It's trust me, it's a cheat code. So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna basically customize the colors of the theme. We're gonna go here to theme settings. Then we're gonna go to colors. Okay, so basically we just make sure that the branding and colors of the theme match our logo, match what it is that we're selling, right? So in this case, we have a blue logo. We can really just customize the theme with a lot of it kind of matching the logo color, right? So that involves the buttons, the background, the changing the black background here. So this is what I would do for Plunge Hub, right? So I would go in here. This is the general. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. I'd start with the header, and then I'd change the announcement bar text. And here's a cheat code that I also have. It's a color picker. So it takes the color code when you hover over a color. Highly recommend this. This saves me a lot of time and energy. It's a Chrome extension called Color Pick Eyedropper. I'll link it below as well. But yeah, so I can just go in here, announcement bar, and change the background. There you go. Boom. So I'm gonna keep the announcement bar text white. Okay. Now we're gonna scroll down, make sure we change the footer as well. It'll have that color saved already, and the text is now white as well. And I will also make sure that any buttons are blue, right? This is gonna be in the cart here. I'll show you that in a second. And yeah, you get the idea. Just basically customizing it to match the branding, right? That's literally all it is that I do. So, you know, let's say here on the product page. So when we go to the product page, it will show me. So I will change the buttons here at the top, change that to blue as well. And I'll make sure that the sale price, I want it to be black, so it's good it's already black. And yeah, so look, once we add it to cart, you'll see we have a cart drawer here, and the buttons are blue as well, as we updated it here. Okay, so now it's completely branded, you know, to like the Plunge Hub vibe, right? So that's what we want. Okay, so now the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a homepage banner. The number one thing I do not do is overthink the homepage. I literally just make a basic homepage. It looks nice. That's it. The most important thing is your product page. Always, you wanna focus on the product page. So we're gonna quickly design this, and then we're gonna be done. We're gonna move on to the next and most important phases of designing your store, building out your product pages, etc. Right? So, so to design a banner, we just think to ourselves, right? What are we selling? We're selling drying mats. So I want the banner to be aligned with drying mats. I want it to be some sort of image of drying mats, right? Or if you're selling home decor, you want it to be like some sort of home decor image, some sort of banner, right? So we don't necessarily need to banner. We can even just get like royalty-free images on like Pixabay. So you never want to go on Google Images and get like homepage banners or collection banners or whatever it is. You don't want to get images off there because those can be copyright infringement. And you don't want to get sued. So people own those images, and they'll definitely sue you. It seems like not a big deal, but it is. So what you want to do is always get images that you can actually get that have basically universal rights. You know, anybody can download them, anybody can do anything with them. So like if I were like to go here, let's say I'm selling kids products, I'll just search for like an image saying kids playing with toys, right? And I can find images here that I can use for my banner, right? But in the case of Plunge Hub, I don't have to worry about that because it's literally just a store selling drying mats, so I can basically use this, right? This is what I did. So how I do it is, so we go here to sections, right? Then we go down to template, okay? This is what you'll see when you upload the theme as well. It's all here. And you'll click here on the hero optional slideshow, and you will see the height of the banner, which is 650px, and then the width is 1200px. Okay, so basically what you want to do is you want to go into Canva, you want to click create a design, and you want to click custom size, and you want to hit 1200 by 650 width versus height, right? Create new design. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and add an image that I want to use for my banner, right? So it's going to be for the drawing mats, right? So real quick, let me add that. So there it is, right? Add the image, okay? And then you just literally, let me move my face here. You just drag it, resize it how you like it. And honestly, that's all I need because I already have, you know, a header and a text here for the banner image, right? So we're just gonna make sure to call it, name it, stay organized, OCD. So now we're gonna save it. Boom. Then we're gonna go back, and then we're gonna go here to headers. To hero. Then click below that, and we are going to select image here, and then we're gonna add it. So I already have it here, so I'm just gonna add it. Okay, boom, that's it. Now we have a fully ended store, right? Homepage. So now for the homepage, you know, you don't just want to have a banner, you want to have something as well beneath it. You can just add, like, let's say, you know, we're selling drying mats. We can just add like a little collection here of like a few products. And that's a section that you can add here. There's a ton of sections. Basically just a very basic homepage. Then we'll add that collection here. That's it. That's it, guys. So now what I'm going to show you is how we actually set up this menu right here and how we set up this footer menu, because we got to add, you know, our products to the product collections, whatever, to the menu. And then we also have to add our policies and all that to the footer, right? Because there's legal policies that you have to have on your website. And then there's also this announcement bar, which typically I use to, you know, announce my offer, like the offer that at the store. Typically it's like a sale, you know, 50% off plus free shipping worldwide, right? Or free shipping on orders over this, right? Typically we like to stick to offering free shipping, right? Because it's the Amazon Prime era, right? People are so used to free shipping. So yeah, this is where you would customize that, the announcement bar. And now let's get into the menus, right? So how to set up the menus. Basically, we'll start with the main menu. So under online store, we go to navigation. Okay. So main menu here. Okay. I already have this here set up, but I'm going to show you how to make collections and then how we add them to the menu. Okay. So first, right click, do this in a new tab. Okay. On products. Then we're going to go to collections. Now let's delete this. Okay. Let's start over. So let's say I'm creating a drawing mats collection. I'm going to go in and create a collection. Okay. I'm going to call it drawing mats. All right. And then here, because we don't want to manually add products to the collection, we want to automate it. So we'll set the automated option right here. And then we have to have conditions. So basically products must match all conditions. And then we have to choose one of these. So what do we choose here, right? So what I typically like to do is I like to choose product type. And if we right click again and we go to the product, this is where the product type is. So let's say we had t-shirts, hoodies, you know, tank tops. It's a clothing brand, right? We would have different products here, but we'd have a specific product type for each. We'd have a tank top product type for the tank tops. We'd have t-shirt product type for the t-shirts. So in this case of drying mats, we'll go into the product, and then right here, product type, we'll change that to drawing mats. Okay, and now that has that product type set. Then we'll go to collections, and then we'll change the product type here to drying mats. And now it'll completely automate it. It'll add all the drawing mats to this collection, right? So then what we do is we go to this main menu here. Okay, so you'll see home and contact us. Now we want to add that product collection, right? So we're going to click add menu item here. Go to this one right here. Click collections and click drawing mats. Okay. So we're just going to put that between home and contact us. Now we have the main menu set up. If I go refresh here. Now we have home, drawing mats, contact us, right? Okay. And now we're going to set up the footer menu, okay? So again, let's make sure we have 2 tabs here. Right click here on settings. Okay, we're going to go to here, go to policies. Okay, and those policies that we set up before, they're here, right? So what you're going to do in this tab is go to pages. We're going to create policy pages, okay? So I already have them created here, but let's redo one of these, okay? So we're going to start with shipping and returns, right? So shipping and returns, okay? And then we're going to literally just take the code from this here, the refund policy. We're going to take the code. We clicked here, right, to get the code. I'm going to copy and paste the code into here. Show HTML. I'm going to copy the paste the code here, and then that's it. You got your shipping and returns page, right? So we're going to do the same thing for terms of service and privacy policy. Then we're going to go back to the navigation menu, online store, navigation, and we're going to set up our policies. So make sure there's a menu here. If there isn't a menu, you add menu. Then we're going to go back to the navigation menu, online store, navigation, and we're going to set up our policies. So make sure there's a menu here. If there isn't a menu, you add menu, but you'd have a menu here. You call it our policies. And then we're going to start off by adding shipping and returns up here. Then we have privacy policy, we have terms of service, and that's it. Then on the footer, we will have policies now, and we'll have the main menu here as well, right? So they can contact us if needed. And yeah. So now to set up the contact us page though, because we need to actually set this up, what you're going to do is you're going to go to pages. The contact us page is already connected to the navigation menu already in the theme by default. You just need to set up the page. So the page is already here. You want the theme template here to be contact. Okay. That's what makes this box appear. And you just want to write something nice and professional like this, making them feel like you're there to assist whenever they need it. You have a support team, you're a legitimate company. Have a question or inquiry, our support team is available 24/7 to assist you. We typically respond within a few hours. Make them feel like you're readily available. You know, don't make them feel like they have to wait a crazy amount of time. Because typically, like, you know, you will, if you're a store owner, you will respond within a few hours. So that's that. So now we have homepage set up. We have the branding colors customized and designed. And the footer is set up. And yeah, that is the basics of designing your Shopify store. This is literally like, you know, the most annoying parts, getting them out of the way. Now it's all about just adding, building out product pages and customizing the, you know, copywriting, the images, all that stuff. So, so before we get to designing the product pages, customizing all that stuff, I want to go over how to get customer reviews into your store, because we're selling products that are already available, right? They're already being sold on AliExpress, Alibaba, Amazon, etc. So we can just literally take people's reviews, so that way we have social proof on our website. You don't want to look like a new store. You want to look like you actually have customers, you have social proof, you have reviews to show. So I'm going to show you how I easily get reviews imported into my store and how I set that up on the store. So that's what's going to be in the next video. So I'll see you there. All right, guys. So now we're going to add reviews to our store. If the product is already available online, that means people have already reviewed the product. If people have already reviewed the product, then there's nothing wrong with us taking those reviews and putting them on our store. We're selling the same product, right? And the truth is that it's a lot easier to start selling on your e-commerce store when you have social proof versus when you don't have social proof. So that's why we're going to add reviews. So this is the way to do it. Okay. On the home page here, we're going to go to apps. This is going to be a Shopify app that we're going to install. Okay. So you're going to go to the Shopify app store right here, and it's called Wise Reviews. Okay. Wise reviews. This is probably the best one that I've come across when it comes to importing reviews. I've been using it for the past few months actually. You can import reviews from all these different stores, including Etsy, which is huge, Amazon as well. So I typically don't import reviews from AliExpress because the reviews on AliExpress are just usually like really bad English, or even English ones. They just don't make sense. Like, you know, the worst thing you can have is like reviews that just look sketchy. You know, you want legit reviews that really look good. So you can click install. Okay. Um, Click install here. And then here, okay, you're going to get to this page on the app. Okay, we're going to import reviews. Well, actually, I want to start with, I want to make sure, so you go to settings. Open widget installer. And then we're basically just going to install the review widgets. So it's going to, you're going to choose your theme here. And then next. Now we're going to literally one-click install all the widgets. So install widget. Then install the star rating for the product page. And then the star rating for the collection page. Okay, now they're fully installed. So now we're just going to, we have to make sure that we actually turn it on in the theme. So what we can do is we can go to online store real quick, go to the theme, click customize, and we're going to go down here to app embeds, and then just make sure it's embedded. Okay, cool, we're good. The app must have already did that. So now literally we just start importing. It's as simple as that. So we go to right here to the left, reviews, right here, sorry, import reviews. Okay, and we're just gonna pick a product, pick our floor mat here, our drawing mat, and then we're basically gonna find reviews now. So what I do is I go, actually I love Temu. Temu has really good quality reviews. We can use Amazon, we can use Etsy. So let's start with Temu. My product right now is a little bit more unique. I'm not sure if it's on Temu. It's a stop thinking. Okay, I'm just gonna find the product. So the product that I have is a little bit unique since it was custom designed. So it's not, in your case, it's gonna be products that you actually find online. So you're gonna be able to, you know, find the reviews when you search for that product. But like, let's say this was my product, right? This is another drawing mat, right? You know, I can just search for this product, and I can even search by image on certain platforms. Can search on Google Images if I can't necessarily find it by searching, and it'll show me links of it. But yeah, basically you just take the link, right? Like in this case, Temu. I highly recommend Temu because they have a lot of great reviews, and Wise Reviews can import, because Wise Reviews has a limitation with Amazon. You can only import 100 reviews at a time, but with Temu, it actually doesn't have a limitation, so that big of a limitation. So we'll just paste the link in here, and we can actually, like, when you're on the higher plan, you can import more. But since this is a test store, we'll just do the minimum that you can do with the free plan. So basically, with the paid plan, you can do 300 all the reviews, right? You can do like over 1,000, so at a time. So I'll show you how fast it does it. So we'll literally just import all these reviews right now. Okay, we're going to leave the reviewer name as default. Import reviewer profile image. That way, if they do have a profile image, it'll show like a real picture of a person. And then we're going to click import. So now it'll start importing the reviews. It usually happens pretty quickly. Okay, and as you can see, it imported them all. There's 100 reviews here. Obviously on the paid plan, you'll be able to import a lot more. But Yeah, so now let's say we go to the product page, and this is how it'll look. There you go. Now you have 99 reviews here. So it looks nice and clean, and the widget is added, and you have all these customer images, and yeah, it's nice and clean. So that's how you add reviews, guys. So in the next video, I'm going to talk to you about what Shopify apps are needed on your store and why. Just a quick overview of different Shopify apps. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one.
Everyone in the last 2 years is talking about UGC, user-generated content, and pitching the idea that to succeed with e-commerce, you can only do so with UGC and video content. But UGC requires market research, coming up with compelling sales scripts for those videos, hiring a creator to record those videos, and you have to send a product to that creator as well. All of that can take up to 1 to 2 weeks easily before you can even test those ads. So the one thing you can do immediately is test image ads and start generating revenue with those type of assets. But then again, don't you have to take high quality pictures of the product in person anyways? Not anymore. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create an unlimited amount of image ads with generative AI. But real quick though, if the industry standard is now UGC and video ads, why am I sitting here preaching to you about image ads? Let's put it this way. Have you ever heard the saying, when everyone goes left, you go right? It's true. When everyone goes for one method, that's when you should be considering the other method. Because when everyone on Facebook and Instagram is seeing nothing but UGC ads, the image ads will actually stand out. Make sense? All right, cool. Let's jump into my computer and let me show you what AI can do for you. All right, my friends, let's show you how to create completely fresh image ads with your current product using generative AI. Now, this is going to be using Photoshop. You can get Photoshop for as little as $20 a month. So let's get into it. So I'm going to use like an example product. Halloween's coming up. So I found this random scream face sandals, slippers. So what we're going to do is basically take this background and we're going to completely replace it with our imagination using AI. So when you're in here, you want to click select subject, and it's going to select the object in the picture, in this case, the product, and we're going to keep the hands as well, right? So we want the hands to stay in there. It's holding the sandal here, and then it has a leg here. So what we want to do is we want to invert it using this button right here. Invert it so it selects everything else in the image, not the product, because we're going to replace the background, not the product, right? Then we want to click generative fill. So let's get creative with it. Let's prompt it, right? The same way you do that with ChatGPT. So I want to say haunted mansion with spiders and spooky faces. Give it a few seconds and we'll see what it comes up with. Okay, so here's one of the images it came up with. Then there's this, and then there's this. These are pretty cool, like you got to think with image ads, your goal is to sell the visual, right? You got to stop the scroll and grab attention, and you do that with the visual of your ad, right? If you just have this, right? This, it would probably still grab attention because this is a very eye-catching product, but let's say it wasn't that much of an eye-catching product. You need a more compelling image, something that really speaks to the theme of the product, which in this case is Halloween and spookiness, right? So these are pretty cool. Now, you can play around with it and come up with something else. Let's say like man standing in background at nighttime with scary look on his face. Okay, that didn't do it. Let's try again. Okay, let's say we want let's try that. Let's try making it as basic as possible there. Scary man in background. Okay, it came up with a wall. See, it's not perfect. You have to actually work on the prompt. So, sometimes I want help from AI to even, help me prompt, right? So I can go to ChatGPT and actually have it come up with prompts for me. So this is actually the prompt, and I will leave this in the description for you to use. This is what's worked for me. So I'm using generative AI now in Photoshop to edit images for my ad creatives. I need your help feeding the AI with prompts to get me the best possible visual result with the image. The product is a Halloween spooky themed pair of slippers. I need the AI to add a background to it that is scary and Halloween themed. Give me a few prompts that would work for this. Make sure these prompts are direct and short. So came up with about 8 here. So let's pick one of these and give it a shot. So creepy attic with old pumpkin patch under a full moon with bats flying. Let's try witch's lair with brewing cauldron and black cats. That is interesting. Let's hope it gets really creative for us here. So I came up with this witch layer here with the little pot, and then the black cat. Then you got this version, a few more cats. And yeah, as you can see, it gets really creative, and it's all about how you prompt it, right? And you just have to work on your prompting. Even I have to work on my prompting. I've been using ChatGPT to help me with that. But yeah, like here's another example just to kind of showcase another product. Like let's say you're selling a fall themed sweater. Let's select the object. Okay, so like let's say it doesn't select everything properly, right? Like in this case, it didn't select at all. What we want to do is we want to go here, okay, and we want to select here and click the quick selection tool. Then based on whether or not you want to expand it, you click plus. So we're going to click plus, and then basically it starts to expand it where we want to expand it to. And you want to be like gentle with it to make sure it doesn't select too much. So we just selected the edge of the shirt, and same thing here. The minus to go back. There we go. So basically just make sure you select all the edges here, because we're going to invert it and select the background, right? So that should be good. Everything is kind of selected on the edges here. Her hair, hopefully her hair is pretty good. So now we inverted it. Okay, now we're going to hit generative fill. And let's say, it's fall theme. Let's say autumn park with trees in background with a fall theme. And there you go. We just literally made a fall themed ad creative, just like that. Like, yeah, this looks great. Look at that. That is literally awesome. And we got that, and then you can play around with it, but you get the idea. It's super easy, and it's a low cost way and a very fast way, right? Because money loves speed. So, of coming up with new ad creatives. So that's how it's done, guys. It's as simple as that. Yeah, go out and get some new ad creatives made with generative AI. By the way, guys, I have something really cool to share with you. I partnered up with Shopify. They want more people selling on their platform, and so they are sponsoring me to build completely designed and done-for-you Shopify stores completely free to you. If you claim this offer today, my team will have it delivered to your email inbox within 24 hours. You have nothing to lose. You can claim this with the link in the description below, and you don't have to keep it the way it is either. It's a foundation you can work off of, and you will own 100% of the store. I own nothing. So that's a wrap for today, guys. Thanks so much for watching. If you found this video valuable, please leave me a thumbs up and subscribe if you want to learn more about e-commerce and dropshipping. Wishing you an amazing day ahead. Until next time.
Landing pages and direct response marketing. Sounds boring, right? But I bet you've never seen any of the gurus on YouTube talking about this. All they do is post videos with titles like "Sell these products now" and dumb shit like that. So videos that teach you how to find a product are important, just like videos that teach you how to advertise the product is important. But what you're not getting taught is that you will not get sales, let alone scale your product, if your landing page isn't written and structured in a way that will convince people to buy your product. Now I want you to take a look at, this is an example product. This is actually a product that I tested a couple months ago, and it actually flopped. So this wasn't a good product. So just in case you think you can just steal this product right now and have success with it, I'll warn you from now, it's not the greatest product. Really solves a problem that doesn't really exist. So I want to show you a shitty landing page, which is somebody else's store, versus my landing page, which uses, really, really good copywriting to basically show the value of the product, talk about the benefits, talk about basically why they should care, right? The landing page acts as a salesman, right? So you really, when somebody lands on your page needs to be the salesman that convinces them to buy, right? They already got convinced from clicking on your ad that, to go to your product page, to go to your website, but then you need your page to actually do the final convincing, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this page right here. So this landing page, right off the bat, okay, you go to the page. It has the price, review widget, says easy to use, powerful cleaning, high quality, improved circulation, etc. And then you go down, it has a little description, introducing a foldable whirl wash, small in size, big on cleaning power, designed to make your clothes immaculately clean. This compact dynamo utilizes advanced technology for a thorough and effective wash. With its 8-liter capacity, it ensures every garment is soaked, agitated. Like, it's not talking about any value points that actually, what kind of, that actually attract specific audiences that would be interested in this product. Like, what does this product do for people? Like, it's a mini laundry machine, so it helps people with, washing undergarment clothes, separating delicate clothes, going camping, traveling. They can fold it and put it in their suitcase, right? This page is not doing a good job at selling the benefits and the why of the product. It's focusing on selling the product. Like, it's one thing to sell the product, but another thing to sell the why, sell the benefits, sell the dream, what's in it for them, right? Because when you're selling a product to somebody, right, you're taking them from a before state to a desired state, right? So their current state is like they're having, you want to show them like, oh, you're currently having trouble, washing delicates. You're currently having trouble going camping and washing your laundry because you don't have a laundry machine there. This is a perfect solution for that. You're having trouble traveling and having your laundry cleaned, right? So that's the thing. Like, people in this game think that they're just gonna sell a product and all they need to do is just make like a basic add to cart page about that product and like put minimal effort into the description and just expect it to sell. Now, there are cases where that happens, but it's very rare, because you would if customers don't need to be sold, right? If the product already sells them, then that's different. They'll just buy it regardless. But more times than not, unless it's like some home run product that's like out of this world that nobody knew about, it's brand new and everybody just wants it, you sold them on the product. You don't need to convince them of the benefits, convince them of anything. But most times you're selling products that you actually need to like market and convince them to buy, right? And that's what the marketing is all about. That's what the copywriting is all about, right? So if we go to the landing page that I made, you land on the page. First things first, you have these like immediate value points that I go into, right? Excuse me. Free worldwide shipping, perfect for undergarments and socks. Wash baby's clothes separately. Fully electric, AC powered. Only 10 minutes per wash. 2-in-1 washer and draining combo. 1-year warranty. So I put these bullet points for people that literally don't even need to scroll down and look for more. If they're all good with the value that I provide in these bullet points, they'll go ahead at the cart and buy it, right? So, but for people that want more information, that want more value, that's what we do, right? So when I spoke about copywriting with the UGC, right, and creating the scripts, the same thing applies to the landing page. You want to have a similar to the ADA structure on your landing page as well, which stands for attention, interest, desire, action, right? This is a copywriting formula that's proven to just take people from point A to point D, right? Because it's essentially 4 sections, right? So you have the attention grabber. So when they land on the page, you want to grab their attention, and usually the image being congruent with your ads, right? They land on this page and they see that this is what matches your ads, the landing page, and all of this right here will grab their attention. And then as you go down, go into the interest, which is telling them what's in it for them, how does this product benefit them, why should they care, and then goes into the desire, which really with the desire on this page, I really just focused on telling them about the warranty, and and then the reviews is part of the desire, social proof, right? There was pretend there's reviews here, right? And then the call to action is actually up here, right? So it's not like the ADA formula in like the in order, right? In order action would actually be at the bottom, but in most cases with e-commerce, you always have the add to cart section at the top of the page right when they land. So it's kind of like an altered ADA. But yeah, so basically just getting into it. So right here, this was like not necessarily a necessary thing to add, like the video, but I added this basically, like I said, going into the section, what's in it for them, easy to use. I have like a point here, easy to use. So we have a headline, and then we have some text below it that give it context, right? So headline, context, easy to use, because people, when they're looking at this thing, I think one of the first things they're wondering is it easy to use, right? So I thought to myself, let me put that at the top of the value props, right? That's how I look at the description. I look at it as value props, right? Unique selling propositions, USPs, right? So what can I really tell them about the product that will make it easy for them to make a decision? When you're creating a landing page, you always want to speak in a way that like a 10-year-old can understand. Now, maybe not all of this is like what a 10-year-old can understand, but just like the language used is not complicated. There's no buzzwords, there's nothing complex about it, right? So we look here, we look easy to use. It comes ready to use, no setup needed. It sticks to any surface and has a simple control panel with 3 options. It even has a long drain hose to make getting rid of water easy. By the way, all these images, guys, I got them on Temu. Like I literally, I use these Chrome extensions that basically it's a Temu extension where you can download all the images. Like I can just show you real quick, because I don't remember if I showed you guys earlier in the course. Get out of here. All right. So like when you look at this Chrome extension, it'll load and I can download the product main image, the variant images, the description images, or all the product images. So it's literally such a cheat code, like to speed up the process of like importing products, building out the product pages, etc. Right? So back to what I was saying. So then easy to use, and then I go right into this. So for your garments and undergarments and socks, like I said, like the when we look at ADA and we look at our landing page, we're like, okay, we got to focus on telling them what's in it for them, how does this product benefit them, right? So the value prop for this product is like telling them why they need it. For your undergarments and socks, avoid the bacteria from your underwear and socks mixing with your main clothing. Washing them separately also increases the lifespan. And then wash baby clothes separately, another value prop that I added, right? Again, what's in it for them, how it works. Basically, this kind of goes into it's like a mix between the interest and the desire. Help in this case, we're helping pique their desire here, because we're giving them the value props at the top, which is part of the interest section. But then here we're increasing their desire by telling them, showing them that it's a super easy, how it works and how easy it is to use. Technically, we put the easy to use up here, but it technically could be down here as well. But how it works: fully electric washer and drainer with its blue electric technology. You can count on your clothes being thoroughly clean and disinfected. It removes stains with ease, connects to any AC plug, works on the go with portable charger or car adapters. So this is really valuable information, right? And then perfect for travel. This is another value prop. Basically, like, you know, you can, you know, like, it's not very, very stingy of like what section you have them in, right? Because technically this could be another value prop that's part of the interest. But, you know, I didn't want to, in this case, because there's so many value props with this product, I didn't want to pack the top here with nothing but value props. So I also wanted to mix in, you know, other things about the product, which was, you know, that matter, right? Like how it works, you know, etc. Right? That way they don't keep scrolling and they're like, and then they get like annoyed, like, okay, these are all the value props, that's great, but like show me more about the specifics of the product, how it works, etc. Right? So then I put basically more about the desire, right? Increasing the desire, 1-year warranty. You always want to kind of give them like some sort of like guarantee, right? Like 30-day money back guarantee, 30-day refund policy, right? It doesn't have to be 30 days, right? But if you can provide a warranty, that'd be great. Like for example, with this product, I saw that the supplier had a 1-year warranty. So in that case, I knew that I could offer a 1-year warranty without any risk, right? So sometimes you have that with a supplier, which is great. So you're covered for a whole year, etc. And then yeah, so that's really it when it comes to you know, the differences between this landing page and this landing page. So to conclude this video, if you want to win with e-commerce and drop shipping, you have to go the extra mile with your landing page and copywriting. You know, 99% of dropshippers think they're selling a product, but if you want to be in the top 1% of e-commerce and dropshippers, you need to focus on your marketing and sell the benefits of your product. So that's it for this video. In the next one, I want to show you how to build landing pages like this directly inside the Motion Theme Editor on Shopify without paying for any additional apps. I'll see you there. So guys, before I get into the lesson on how to build a highly converting landing page, I want to give you an easier way to build your product pages. Because at the beginning, when you're first starting out, you have a new product, you don't need to spend hours and hours and hours building a landing page before you even test the product and see whether or not your marketing is working, your ads are working. Because I'll tell you right now, the most important part to selling a product initially is your marketing, right? You don't need to have a perfect landing page at the beginning. So what you're looking at right here is a landing page that looks pretty good, right? It was made with AI in less than a minute. With just a link to the product, it made this in less than a minute. And I'm gonna show you how it's done. This tool is honestly amazing. I recently found this tool right before I recorded this course. So it's perfect timing because I wanna give you guys the best ways to be the most productive and efficient with your e-commerce store. And this isn't to say that you can just rely on AI and that's it. The reason why in the next video I teach you how to build your own landing page is because you should know how to build it. And when you have to tweak things and actually maybe make the copywriting better or whatever it is, maybe, you know, once you start testing your product, you realize that, you know, the marketing messaging that you're pushing out there doesn't really match with your landing page. You're gonna probably have to come back and, you know, work on your copywriting. Maybe it's gonna be a new angle, like the beach summer slides or whatever it is, right? It might be a new angle. So, but at the beginning, when you're first starting out as a beginner right now with your store, you found a great product, right? Which was in the previous module. That's what you should have been focusing on before this module, which is finding a product. And you want to get it live and going, and you don't need to spend a crazy amount of time on your landing page to do that. This is a great starting point. So without further ado, this is how it's done, okay? So pagepilot.ai, I'm gonna have the link below. And basically on this page, you're gonna go to generate, and then you're gonna put either an AliExpress link or a Shopify link. I recommend doing a Shopify link because the images and the copywriting are probably gonna be better on somebody else's Shopify link because they probably worked on that product page. And they're gonna have Amazon and eBay coming soon too, which is great. But you can also test it with the AliExpress link as well. But let's say we put in a Shopify link, we click generate, and then basically this is what it'll generate from that in less than a minute. So the copywriting is actually really good for AI that, does it, basically super quickly. It takes, images from the page, and most of the time the images will match up with the content here. But yeah, it's super clean and it's a great setup. So basically how you actually add it to your store is you click actions, you click connect Shopify store, and then here you're going to want to follow these steps. So I'm going to walk you through it. Okay. So how to get your Shopify key, go to your Shopify admin, click on apps in the sidebar, click on app and sales channel settings. So let's go to our store, app and sales channel settings, and then we're going to click next. Now get your Shopify key, click on develop apps button from the top right, develop apps, and we're going to click on create a new app. Allow custom app development, allow custom app development, and then we're going to click create a new app. Okay. We're just going to call this app name Page Pilot. Page Pilot AI, create app. Okay. And now we're going to click on configure admin API scopes. And then from the admin API access scopes, search and check the next items, write products, next. So when you look at the image here, you see products and themes. So that's basically what he searched there. So we're going to go products. We're going to write and read products, right? Check that off. And then themes, write and read themes. Then we're going to click next here. Click install apps. So we're going to click save. And then we're going to click install app. Okay. Now, once we do that, we're going to click reveal token here, right? Reveal token once, text within the API. Okay. And we're going to basically put the key here, Shopify key right here. And then we're going to put the store URL. How you put the store URL is going to be like this. So you go, okay, right here. It's going to be .myshopify.com. Okay. Then we're going to click connect store. And now it connected the store, as you can see. And we're going to choose the product that we need to add. So let's just say this product, click actions, connect Shopify store. Hold on a second. Oh wait, there was an error because I was choosing a demo product. So this is actually a product that I added as a test. I'm gonna click actions and then import into Plunge Hub. And how do you want to import the product? Import into theme templates, that's recommended. You got to select your theme here. So we'll click import product, and then now it's going to publish it. Okay, so product published. This is just an example, right? So we go to the page here, and you see here the title, the bullet points, as exactly as it was shown on here. It's pretty solid. So I even added these here, and then it added these to the page as well. So landing page literally made in less than a minute. So that's how you do it, guys. So let's say that you actually want to edit the content on this page. You know, you want to change up the copy, you want to adjust something. Well, you can do that very easily in the Shopify 2.0 theme editor. You click here on edit Shopify, edit in Shopify, and then it'll take you to the Shopify page editor. And all this content that you see here, all these images, it's all right here. So you can edit everything, right? Right here, that's the shipping information. Image with text, that's all here. So you can edit everything right here. Super easy, guys. So that's how it's done. That's how you create an awesome landing page with AI. So when you're first starting out with ecom, even when you're not new to ecom, you're intermediate, you're an expert in ecom, when you start with a new product, you don't have to go over and beyond what the product page and the landing page. You can just use this as a starting solution to start testing your product. So I hope this helped. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to actually build a landing page yourself, doing it from scratch, because every expert knows how to do everything from scratch, but you may not always do it yourself. You may hire somebody or you may use AI, but you still should know how to do it. So I'll see you in the next video where I'll go over that. So how do you actually build this highly converting landing page? First thing I want to go into real quick is explaining my favorite copywriting model, AIDA. So what is AIDA? AIDA stands for attention, interest, desire, and action. The purpose of a copywriting model is so you have a strategy behind the way you write. Look at it this way. You land on a website and you see a bunch of text explaining things about the product. It's formatted in a way of long paragraphs and it's all over the place. You're going to get churned off and it's not going to grab your attention and do what it's supposed to do, which is close the sale. Think of copywriting as a salesman talking to a prospect. The sole purpose of your landing page is to close the sale. And people don't even read your copy. They scan through it like this. Test it out on yourself. Go to a landing page right now for a product and see whether you read word for word or whether you scan through looking for value. So now let's get into how I actually build out the landing page, using the Shopify editor. No need for any third-party apps or anything like that. With the motion theme that I provided you with, since it's a premium theme, there's actually really good editing capabilities with the Shopify theme editor itself. So let's get into it, okay? So basically right here, this is the Shopify theme editor. So when you're in here, right, in the motion theme, basically you want to look for the product page, because all of these pages are specific. You edit them when you're on them, right? So if I go to a specific product, right, like the mini laundry machine we're talking about, right, you can just search for it in the theme editor and then it'll take you to the page. So what you want to make sure of is that right here under products, this template is actually assigned to the product. So there's default product, but then what you do is for each product that you're making a landing page for, you click create template and then you name that template the product name, right? So then, and then you can make it based on your default product, right? Because you're going to build out a new page. So the way that you make sure that that template is actually assigned to your product is by going to products, clicking on the product, and then you want to basically make sure the theme template is actually your specific template that you made there, right? So that's the first step. So then once you actually, to get to designing the landing page, right? This theme editor is really easy to use. So this is what you'll see on the left side. So under sections right here, you're going to see all these like templates. So everything you see here, these are all here. So like the image and the text, all that. Now it's really easy to use. So let's start off at the top here. Okay. So this we can ignore. Okay. So first things first is the product, right? So you're going to see this on the theme, directly. What I'm seeing right here, you're going to see it yourself. So this is the actual product template right here with the add to cart button. So if I like even just hide it, you'll see that that's what it is. It's this template right here. So basically you have the price, you have the variant picker, which is if you have color variants or whatever it is. In this case, there's no variants. So you can choose buttons or drop down. And then you have the buy buttons. So for the buy buttons, you just want an add to cart button. So you just leave it like this. And then below it, we have these bullet points. So when we're looking at the product that we're selling, we want to think of what are some ways that we can basically explain the value of the product, the benefits of the product in very short bullet points right at the top of the page where they land, right? Because we're already talking about these things below with more context, but this is a short form, basically. It's a short form version of it, right? And then we also want to emphasize on other value points, right? Which is, you know, whether or not we offer free shipping, which is a big value, which is a big, you know, unique selling proposition or a value point per se. And so that's pretty much that. Now, basically to get this, it's a sales point. You just click add block and then you click sales point. And then basically it'll be another bullet point there. But what you can also do is you can even just duplicate the one that you make. You click duplicate and it'll duplicate that there. So then that kind of speeds up the process. So that's that. And then basically, you know, you can add whatever, you know, whatever kind of style you want. Like I wanted to provide a video showing how easy it is because it's an electric machine. So I provided a video showcasing the product here, right? So that was a large video with text box option. But really all you're really gonna need, that was just me going over and beyond. All you're gonna need is just to focus on basically having these sections. So I always love to have, for my descriptions on my landing page of the product, is just headline, context, picture, headline, context, you know, and then I just do like, you know, I have it like one section on the right side, one section on the left side, one section on the right side, one section on the left side, so on and so forth. Then you have the reviews below. So it's very simple. And on the mobile page, it just comes up like this: image, headline, text, image, headline, text. It's nice and clean, right? And mobile is where you're going to get the majority of your traffic, so that's really all that matters. But just for the sake of design here, we're just going to look at the desktop. So once we go into this section here, we're basically just going to get right into the benefits. What's in it for them, right? What value points can we focus on here to tell them about, you know, what this product does for them? How does it improve their life? How does it benefit their life? What value do they get out of it, right? So we go right into that with the image and text sections here, right? So for your undergarments and socks, boom, put some context below it, put an image, right? So basically to do that, you're just, like I said, you can add a block here if you don't already, obviously if you don't already have it there. Add a section. So image with text, and then you can look at all these other sections and customizations that this theme offers. There's so much that it offers. So basically image and text, and then you choose the image over here, and then below here you put the heading, and then you put the text, and you can choose whether or not the image is on the left or the right. You can choose the image size, right? And you can choose the text alignment, and there's other customizations as well. Now, usually you don't want to have lazy load images on, so make sure you check that off, just because it actually a lot of times, just affects the user experience of the website. In my experience, it's supposed to do the opposite. It's supposed to be so that it loads the website faster by not having all these pixelated images loading at the same time, but I like to leave that off. So I recommend leaving that off. So yeah, other than that, basically you're just gonna duplicate, you know, you can either add another image with text, or you can duplicate it, you know, for your next section. Now there's no specific number of sections that you need here. I would say for the, you know, interest section of ADA, right? The value props, the USPs, what benefits the product really provides. I think a couple sections minimum, like 2 sections minimum, it definitely makes sense. Now, in some cases, the product might have only one value point, right? Like, you know, a pencil, you know, is good for writing, right? So you have that value prop that you can write on a paper. That's just a random example, but that might be a product that has just one specific benefit that it has, right? But in most cases, you're going to be selling products that, you know, have multiple benefits that you call out. So that would be like 2 or 3 sections there. And then getting into the desire, you know, peaking their desire with how easy it is to use, how it works. And then, you know, the 1-year warranty and the social proof. And then, like I said, it's kind of like a variation of ADA, because we technically have the call to action up here. It's not actually after the desire. It's actually at the top, but you get the idea, right? So this is like, seriously, it's really easy to use, and that's why I really wanted to give you guys this theme, is because especially for beginners, when I show you this video, it shows how easy it is to actually do this with the theme, and that's my goal, to make it as easy as possible for you guys. So that's pretty much it. And then when it comes to the app, for the reviews, it actually just shows up here, and if it doesn't show up, you basically just make sure that you add under apps, you add a block, and then you add the product reviews section for Wise reviews. So that is pretty much that. The review widget will show up automatically. So this is actually another landing page builder that I've used over the years. GemPages was actually my go-to landing page builder. I would never really use, the native Shopify theme editor, because I never actually discovered Motion until recently, and realized how easy it is to actually do what I was doing in GemPages on the, on the theme directly without paying for another app, right? But just to show you, like, this landing page, this is for a product that I ran before. I actually did I think like $40,000 in revenue on this product, profitably, but it wasn't like really high profit. So I ended up killing this product. It wasn't really that great of a product, and wasn't really, I didn't really see much opportunity with it. But yeah, so as you can see here, just like more customizations that I'm able to do in like a theme editor. Like this is a drag and drop theme editor. And I actually really took the attention part of Ada seriously by putting out a headline here that really calls out and grabs your attention, with what value prop I was preaching about this, right? The easiest way to remove your cat's litter odor. And bullet points, add to cart, and then basically just going into the interest, the desire, and desire, and then frequently asked questions as well. By the way, frequently asked questions is good to have on your product page as well in some cases, especially once you actually start running ads and you start seeing like what people are asking and what their objections are. Then you'll know like what kind of questions you should actually have on here. So guys, in this video, I taught you how to build a landing page step by step, how it's done, how to use the theme editor, and so much more. Obviously, this stuff is not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy, and it's very time consuming. So the beauty about the era that we're living in is we have AI, and AI is advancing really fast. So in the next video, I actually want to reveal this tool that I absolutely love for when I'm launching a new product. It's actually a way that I can just, kickstart the process of building a landing page and have AI actually build it for me, build a template for me that I can work off of. So instead of going, building it from scratch, I sometimes will use this one tool to basically create a product page with copy and everything using AI. So I want to show you how to do that, just because my goal is to make things as easy and convenient as possible for you. But my goal is also to teach you how things are done. Like, I don't want to show you just how to, take a shortcut with things, but I want to show you how to do it yourself. Because like I always say that when you're hiring somebody, you need to actually have the knowledge and the experience of that skill to hire for that position. So that way you can actually judge the work that's being done and know what's right and what's wrong. Same thing goes for doing work like this, right? Building out landing pages, finding products, building out stores, etc. Like, you have to know how it's done before you actually get it done for you. And a lot of people think that they can just replace themselves with AI, but AI is just an assistant. You need to be the primary, the primary, right? AI should be the secondary. It's just there to help you. It's not there to replace you, right? So in the next video, I'm going to show you this tool, how to use it, and how amazing it really is. It's creating product pages and landing pages with AI. So I'll see you there. UGC. If you see any content around e-commerce online, you've definitely heard this term at least 10 times. It stands for user-generated content, which is basically a fancy word for videos that feel native to social media. They don't feel like ads, specifically TikTok style content, because as you know, this short form vertical style content has taken over social media over the last few years. And naturally, we're also used to seeing this kind of content, which makes it the staple of social media advertising today. So I've been dropshipping since 2016, and I can tell you that social media platforms have really evolved. What worked in 2016 no longer works today. A few years ago, you could run what I call dropshippy ads, which are videos made with a bunch of clips combined and feel very promotional. Here's an example. It's a video with a bunch of random clips combined together with music in the background, and back in the day, it used to work really well, but then since every dropshipper ended up pushing these style videos, consumers got desensitized to it and it stopped working well. Now, you could argue that if everyone is using UGC now, wouldn't consumers get desensitized to that as well? Well, no, it's not the same because it blends in with what everyone is seeing on their Instagram and TikTok feeds. You know, people do not like ads. Naturally, we don't like being sold to, so the fact that UGC is crushing it these days makes perfect sense. Like I said, UGC is basically the type of content you see on TikTok. It's random people at home, indoors, outdoors, or wherever they are recording themselves, speaking about a product, unboxing, giving feedback, and essentially being a salesman. This is the kind of content you want to advertise. I do want to add that image ads are still working very well too, and also should be tested as well. There will always be an audience of people who respond better to images than videos, and the same goes the other way around. Now, in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to get UGC made without paying content creators and to do it yourself at home. I'll see you there. A UGC video without a script is like sales without a pitch. You're basically gambling. Think of your UGC video as a salesman. The salesman either convinces the sale to occur or fails to do so. Writing a script is referred to as copywriting. In marketing terms, it's called direct response copywriting, which the textbook definition for this is a type of marketing strategy where the goal is to encourage an immediate response from consumers in order to quickly generate a sale. The copywriting model I always leverage myself is called AIDA. I've used this model to generate millions of dollars in sales with multiple stores of mine over the last few years. It stands for the following: attention, grab their attention and stop the scroll. Interest, pique their interest and tell them how your product or solution will improve their life and make it better. Desire, increase their desire. Why should they buy from your brand? Tell them about quality, guarantees, specs, etc. Action, give them a great offer and tell them what to do next. Close the sale, right? So let's go over each one step by step in a crash course style. So first is attention. This is the first 3 seconds of your video. It's called the hook. This is what grabs people's attention when scrolling social media. Your hook's goal is calling out your ideal customer with something relatable and brings value. Let's say you're selling a scented litter solution. Your hook might be something like this: if your cat's litter is stinking up the house, you need to try this. Other hook examples would be something like, 3 reasons why I love blank. Then there's interest. The viewer is now asking themselves unconsciously, how will this product improve my life? You want to tell them the benefits. Talk about how your product solves blank problem or provides blank solution, right? Then there's desire. Build desire and trust. This is the part before you ask for the sale. You want to tell them, why should they buy it from you? Why shouldn't they compare you to other sellers? Show off the quality of your product. Give them a risk-free guarantee like 30-day money-back guarantee, warranty, etc. Then there's action. Give them a great offer and ask for the sale. Now give them an irresistible offer and tell them what to do. Marketers may feel like, they know where to click. There's a shop now button under the ad, but you need to guide them and actually make your offer clear. Make an irresistible offer, tell them where to click. For example, click shop now below and get our special 30% off plus free shipping. And the final result should be something like this: First, I'm going to read out the script to you, and then I'm going to show you the actual video, okay? So first, the attention. Are delivery drivers missing your address? Interest. Many delivery drivers have told me personally that they just can't see addresses clearly when they're driving by. That's why we created this beautiful yard address sign. Desire. It's made of 16 gauge thick American steel, and it comes with pointy stakes at the bottom, which makes it very easy to insert into the ground. And you'll also be happy to know it's American made. Action. We are running a 25% off sale plus free shipping. Click shop now and personalize yours now. And here's the actual video paired with the script, okay? Are delivery drivers missing your address? A lot of delivery drivers have told me personally that they just can't see addresses when they're driving by. That's why we created this beautiful yard address sign. It's made out of 16 gauge thick American steel, and it comes with pointy stakes at the bottom, which makes it very easy to insert into the ground. You'll also be happy to know that it's American made. And with today's order, you'll get 25% off plus these free solar lights. So click shop now below. Now, in the next video, I will teach you how to get UGC made for free and without having to pay for creators. I'll see you there. I know, UGC is an investment and puts you in the red right away before testing a product. You have to pay a creator to record the video, and you also have to buy a sample of the product and ship it to them. This easily could cost you well over $100 right out of the gate. So here's how to easily get UGC content made for free at home. But keep in mind that this scenario, you'll be the content creator, so you would need to get out of your comfort zone if you're camera shy. So step one is order a sample of the product to your house. Many times you can actually find the product you want to sell already available at a retailer in your country like Amazon, which means you can receive the sample in just a few days. And here's a bonus tip. To keep your expenses as low as possible with this entire process, you can return the product for a refund once you're done making content with it. If not, you'll have to order it from AliExpress or Alibaba, which could take a while. Now, PS, if you don't already have a ring light, order one of these from Amazon as well, because you want to have good lighting when creating content. You want the quality of your videos to be high. So step two, write up 3 video scripts to start testing your product with Meta or TikTok ads. I've spent millions of dollars on social media ads, and the rule of thumb has always been to have at least 2 or 3 ads or more when testing. This means your eggs aren't all in one basket and you have a variety to give the algorithm to test with, which is very important. Step 3, record your videos. You can use an app like CapCut. You can even use their teleprompter feature to add the script to the screen, so you can essentially read off the screen while you're recording without it looking like you're reading off of screen. And so now for the last step, step 4, edit your videos. This part is more important than you might think. You need to edit your videos just like a TikTok that you see on your TikTok feed. It needs to look and feel like it's not an ad. And the final result should look something like this.
Best seat in the house. The one I got is from Amazon and it's called Hip Bent. It definitely gives you a superior cleaning versus using toilet paper. There's a rear and lady spray, and you can even change the pressure of the water. There's even a nozzle for it to self-clean. I love this quiet close feature. Nice and slick and fits most toilets.
So guys, I gave you the free UGC strategy, but you'll get to a point where creating the content yourself becomes an inconvenience, or you just need a creator that's the opposite gender or something else. So there are 4 ways I typically like to go about hiring creators to make content for my products. The first one is Billow, Join Brands, and Influi, okay? So this is gonna be the cheapest and easiest solution. You literally just place an order for UGC, you follow the steps, and a creator gets assigned to your project. Pricing generally starts at around $50 to $100 per video. In some cases, you need to buy packs. You'll typically need at least 3 videos most of the time anyway. Like with Billow, they used to have, basically where you can buy 1 video at a time. But you really never want to do that anyways. Once you're actually investing in UGC, that should mean that you can actually afford it, and it actually makes sense for you and your situation. So for example, this one right here, I mean, for $336, this is pretty cool. Like 3 30-second videos, 1 times 15 to 30-second mashup videos, and then 2 free post delivery revisions. Okay, so that's pretty good. And then there's Join Brands. So Join Brands actually has videos that start as low as $60 and photos start as low as $15. So from what I can see here, Join Brands is actually one that I came across recently. So I've never actually used Join Brands. I've used Billo, Influi. This one's pretty cool though. It starts as low as $60. Then there's Influi. Influi's pricing is pack based as well. Starts at $199, which is pretty good. I mean, unlimited campaigns, up to 10 creator collaborations, 10% payment marketplace fee, and this is an on-demand package. There's also like they have a smart UGC video editor. Oh, it's for editing. Okay. Yeah. So that's the first way I like to go about it. The second way is actually like hiring creators directly on Upwork. Upwork's a website, if you don't already know, where you can hire freelancers and basically people looking for different kinds of work. They have skills and they work with a lot of companies like e-com brands, etc. Right? So there's a lot of creators on Upwork. So UGC creators are on here. Like I said, you know, you create a job and then creators will apply to it. So just to like kind of show you basically how I go about creating a job here. I'll just do like short-term or part-time work, click continue, and then title. So I actually have a template that I'm going to share with you guys. Basically, you know, this is the description that I put in, and then you can also, this is a good title. Female UGC creator needed, must have a cat or have access to a cat. And then basically we choose a video category. So typically what I do is I just choose up here, I choose category, I choose sales and marketing. Or not sales and marketing. Designing creative and then video production. Do that. And then hit next. And then what I'll do is basically just put in some skills. Usually I like to play around with some keywords. I'll add UGC, video, testimonial video. Yeah, then it kind of pairs me up with people that have experience making videos, right? Video commercial. Unboxing video. And video ad. We'll just do that, right? And then video file format. Really, this doesn't really matter, but like, you know, we can just put like mp4.mov. Video genre. Nothing else is needed here. We'll just click next. And then estimate the scope of your work. It's a well-defined project, so you can just put medium. How long will your work take? You know, you can't really. Well, actually, no. Quick, yeah, less than a month. Small, quick, and straightforward tasks. And you know, you want like intermediate. Job, contract to hire. No, not at this time. And then click location next for location. For location, for a UGC creator, I'm in the US. I like to stick to people in the US. You might be in another country. You could stick to people in that country. So then I don't have any states or time zone preference. Then set budget. So for budget, I'll ask myself, okay, so how many videos am I looking for? I'm looking for 3 videos. And at minimum, you typically want to, you know, offer at least $50 per video. So in this case, 3 videos, I'll put $150. Okay, and then like I said, I have this template here for you guys, and then you can literally just, you know, reuse this template. Okay, and then we click review job post, and then you would post the job, right? You can even ask screening questions. Typically what I like to do is I like to ask, like, have you ever recorded a TikTok before? I want to know if they actually, will create a quality video. Do they have a ring light? Do you have a ring light or equipment? Okay, boom, you get the idea, right? So then we post the job, and then that's pretty much it. So that's how I go about it with Upwork. I've actually used Upwork for this quite a bit. And then there's actually the manual approach. So finding UGC creators on social media and reaching out to them personally to work with you. This allows you to negotiate directly with the creator and have a one-on-one relationship. You can usually, again, get this done for $50 to $100 per video on average. One place that's really, really good for this is Twitter. Twitter, like if I go here and show you, like just searching here, UGC creator, like you'll see like a bunch of tweets, a bunch of people that are UGC creators. So basically you can contact people directly, or you can actually make a tweet and put those UGC hashtags. UGC community, looking for a UGC creator. Add a couple requirements. Okay, female, ages 20 to 24. Compensation equals $150, and then you'll get a ton of replies, believe it or not. So, and then lastly, which is more advanced, Incense or Trend.io. Okay, so these are platforms that have creators ready to work with you. They require a large upfront financial commitment. So you can essentially create a campaign on here, which is basically like hiring, listing, and creators will apply to your job, and you can pick and choose who to hire. So this approach is the most efficient as far as time and money saved, especially if you're long-term on a particular store. So, like I can show you the pricing here just to give you an idea. It's definitely a lot more advanced. It's when you're like scaling and really pushing numbers, and you need a more reliable service. Oh, okay. So there's self-service, and then there's managed service. So you actually have to pay quarterly here. So you actually have to pay quarterly or annually here. So as you can see, there's a trial, which is up to one brand, one campaign. That's $500 for 1 month. And then there's the UGC self-service platform, which is basically $400 per month, $1,200 per quarter. You have to pay quarterly, right? So that's what I mean by it's more of an upfront investment, but this is a more like, a more reliable at scale, like when you're pushing numbers, because they have such a big database of creators, and they have a really, really good track record. So trial, it shows you here basically the differences between the packages, and Trend.io is similar as well. It's definitely, I would say, a bit cheaper. There's a starter pack, basic pack, and high growth pack. But the thing is that actually no, it's not cheaper. Sorry, these are a little bit more upfront, but you get up to 20 videos for $950 here, and then you get up to 10 videos for $500 here. So there's a ton of options here. You definitely want to go about what makes sense for you. Obviously, starting out, you're new to e-commerce, you're getting a new store going. Your best bet is going to be the Upwork approach, the Billo or Influy or Join Brands approach, or the Twitter approach, right? So this wraps up part 7. We talked all about how to get UGC content for your social media ads, And now let's move on to part 8, which is how to set up social media ads to get customers. I know you're waiting for that one, so I'll see you there. So guys, even though I consider myself a skilled copywriter to create, really good UGC, using ChatGPT to help me create that UGC is a complete game changer. And I figured out basically a prompt system to get the best out of it. And, you're more than likely, a lot of you are not, skilled copywriters right now, and you don't have much experience, writing, compelling scripts to sell an e-commerce product. So it's really important that you actually learn how to do it first, the way that I, taught it in this module. So you want to become the expert first, and then you want to utilize these extra tools, because what a lot of people are doing wrong nowadays with AI is they're trying to basically use AI to replace their own brain, right? And you should be using AI as an addition to your brain, because if you don't understand how it works, then you won't understand the results and the output that ChatGPT is giving you. You need to understand the output that you're receiving from the AI. So without further ado, let's get into it. So the one thing I did forget to mention in the previous video is I want to make sure I give you guys all these resources for script writing. So we have this script writing SOP and template, basically the why we use it, how to use it, and then different formula structures. These are actually some really common formula structures in the content creation space as a whole. So you have different scripts here. Basically, for example, look at this one: hook, twist the knife, product intro, depositioning, benefit, social proof, call to action. Basically, a complete breakdown of the script, right? With complete structure. These are very, very granular scripts, with each few seconds kind of being very specific. So if you have, for example, twist the knife is just, it's the idea of making someone's suffering worse. So, these scripts are really meant to hit the emotional pain points, that your product solves. And so these are just 6 structures that I really recommend working with. And you're just going to test and see, for example, this one's shorter, and then this one's longer. So you might have a product that performs better with shorter scripts versus longer scripts, right? This one is more educational. There's a lot more information put into that script. And then the scripting template, basically, you just, for organization purposes and just keeping everything as clean as possible, especially if you're sending it to a creator, you have the shot name, the audio, the visual, and then the script. So I'll show you the actual template here. So as you can see, this is what I call the creative cockpit, right? You have your sectioning here of basically the script structure, and then you break it down step by step. What's the audio? What's the visual? What's the script? For the hook, for the next part, what's the audio, what's the visual, what's the script, right? You break it completely down, and then you go from basically a rambling off script that would be the case if you were just talking to the camera, obviously, versus having a script that's very structured and specific. So let's go back here, and so that's that. And then I also have some really, really awesome script templates that I've used before as well. I've actually come up with these myself with these just specific idea of the scripts, which is this one's justify their failures. So I actually heard this quote from Blair Warren that really spoke to me and gave me the idea of kind of coming up with a script like this. Was, while millions cheer Dr. Phil as he tells people to accept responsibility for their mistakes, millions more are looking for someone to take the responsibility off their shoulders, to tell them that they are not responsible for their lot in life. And while accepting responsibility is essential for gaining control of one's own life, assuring others they are not responsible is essential for gaining influence over theirs. People don't want to hear that, you know, the reason why they're fat is because they're fat. Like, is because people don't want to. People don't want to hear that the reason why they're fat is because they eat too much. They don't want to accept the responsibility, right? Nobody wants to accept their own responsibility. At least the majority of consumers don't. So when you have a hook that goes like, if you tried going to the gym and losing weight and failed, it's not your fault, right? That'll intrigue them. That'll grab their attention. It's like, yeah, finally someone understands me. I did try and go to the gym. So then that gives them a reason to stop the scroll and actually pay attention to your video, right? So that's just an example. But then there's like a good versus bad comparison. Call out the relatable dislike. You know, I don't like going to the gym. It's just not my vibe. Relatable, good versus bad. And then negative sarcasm. This has actually been popping off a lot lately, basically where ads, because there's so many ads on social media. So when you have a video that calls out a product like, I hate this product, it's XYZ, and then they start saying positive things, that's negative sarcasm. That grabs attention. And actually these type of ads do really well. There was one ad where I spent, I think, around 10 grand on it, with a really good return. And then the new opportunity, this one I got from the book, the 16-word sales letter. This new opportunity, your USP, your unique selling proposition, is the key to their desire, what they want to achieve, and it's only attainable through my new mechanism, my solution, my product. So here's an example. Like, if I can get someone to truly believe that the new opportunity is the key to what they want the most, and they can only get through my vehicle, and then they have no other options but to buy. That's Russell Bunson's quote. So that's not an example, but here's an example. Attacking acne at every stage of the cycle, new opportunity, is the key to keeping your skin clear and healthy looking, which is their desire, and it's only attainable through Proactive's combination therapy, which is the new mechanism, right? So it goes, like we said, with this formula, your USP, what they want to achieve, and then your solution or product, right? So it's a structure that just is proven to work. So it's the hook, the interest and desire, and the new mechanism. It's very similar to ADA. And then the TikTok storytelling formula that I saved. Basically, situation plus conflict. You combine either an everyday situation or a strange one and an issue that happens in that situation. Remember, pain sells more than benefits, especially when selling a product. So you got the hook, 1 to 3 seconds, storytelling, 15 to 20 seconds, call to action. It's just a hook. Basically, it's a hook, retain, and then reward, which is what Alex Hormozi talks about. Hook, retain, call to action. Yeah, hook, retain, and then ask them for the sale. Tell them what to do, right? So these are just like different formulas that, you know, I've gone through a lot of different formulas, and I saved these ones because, you know, they're really, really good. So yeah, this will help you basically just understand what kind of formulas work, and then you can go off that, right? So we're 8 minutes into the video. I want to get into the ChatGPT part. So scripting using ChatGPT. So how to use AI to create unlimited creative scripts and briefs. So step 1 is you set the scene, and you'll have access to this document. So I'm not going to go through every little thing here because it's literally just a step-by-step, you know, thing to do. But I just want to go through it with you like real quick, like a quick overview. So the first thing you want to do with any prompt is set the scene for who the AI should be. So what the objective is to do and what tonality it should write in. You always want to tell the AI, right? Like, you are now an expert, world-class copywriter. You set the mood, you set the scene, because ChatGPT can literally be anything. If you want it to be a mathematician, it can be a mathematician. So you set that scene of you are now a mathematician, right? So then step 2 is you feed the machine with reviews. So one tool that I like to use to do this for me is actually, you guys are gonna love this tool. It's basically ChatGPT for Amazon with GPT-4 Shulex Copilot. It's basically a company that created an AI tool that allows you to download reviews from Amazon and Shopify and Etsy, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah, so just to verify. Yeah, so download all Shopify reviews, does a review analysis. So yeah, you can even download Amazon reviews as well. So what I do here is, let's say we're, I don't know, like the microphone that I have, this one. All right, let's say this is our product, right? So then what happens is Shulex is Chrome extension. You can do a review analysis, and then you can also download the reviews. Now you do have to upgrade to download the reviews, but on the free plan you can download them on Shopify. So this extension will show up on Shopify as well. But you can basically download the reviews, and then this is going to go to our next step with the ChatGPT to feed the machine with reviews. So what we're doing with ChatGPT is similar to like what this tool actually does with the review analysis. Like if you do a review analysis, it gives you the customer profile, the usage scenario, the customer expectation, the purchase motivations, the cons, the pros. You get basically summarized data of what all the people in the reviews are saying, right? So that goes back to this. So yeah, this tool is really solid. It's just, it starts at $100 a month. So you can do this stuff for free with ChatGPT, honestly. But this is just like a way to do it with a Chrome extension, like in seconds, basically. But anyways, back to what we were saying here. So you want to feed ChatGPT with as many reviews as possible. So the beauty is now with ChatGPT is you can upload files. So when you have a file of reviews, a CSV file, you can upload it to ChatGPT, and then it'll literally analyze the file, which is amazing. So then there's a prompt, role play with me here. You're a world-class copywriter. To do this effectively, I'll give you my reviews, blah, blah, blah. Reply yes. And then we're going to structure and organize. So we're going to get the AI to first structure and organize the reviews based on things such as benefits, objections, fears, purchase triggers, and much more. So it's going to literally like break down everything: the pain points, challenges, the desired outcomes, the purchase triggers, why people bought, the unique value propositions. This is called review mining, right? So then this is the prompt to do this. And then once we have it fill out all, get all this data from the reviews, we're going to follow a framework to start coming up with scripts. So basically you use one of the scripts, right? A script of your choosing, and ChatGPT usually understands what your script structure means. Like it knows what hook means, it knows what problem means, it knows what twist the knife means, right? So this is basically give me 5 spoken hooks for this product. Keep in mind that the product, the hook should be 2 to 3 seconds long maximum. FYI, we are calling our product V, and then give it the product name. And basically it'll go step by step and create each part of the script. So step 5 is create and iterate on each module of the modular framework. So like we said, create it one at a time. This is how you ensure high quality. So here are some elements of the creative which you can easily iterate on if you don't think it meets the quality requirements. So you can just basically look at it like, is the readability good? Because sometimes ChatGPT, you're always going to be better than ChatGPT from a human perspective, right? Like you want to look at the script that it makes for you, but you're probably going to have to make some adjustments as far as readability, verbiage and wording, price wording, tonality, avatar. And then to complete the script, basically you just have it compile all the steps together, because you went step by step, right, of each part of the script, and then you'll have it compile it together. And then you can create variations, and then the beauty is we can just redo this with different script formulas, and then we just keep pumping out scripts, and it happens so fast, right? So this is a really, really solid like system that I have going with ChatGPT to create basically unlimited creative scripts. So it's really, really awesome, guys. Now, in the next video, you are going to learn about how to get UGC content done for free. Hiring creators, all that stuff. It does get really costly. I mean, I've spent minimum $50 per video with a creator. And at the end of the day, that adds up, right? Like if you're spending $150 to like test a product and, you know, start, you know, validating it, then, you know, it can get really costly. So you can do it for free. You can be the creator. Unless you need the opposite gender or something, you can use family or whatever the case may be. Maybe you have a friend, but there's always a cost-effective way to do it. It just probably means more time, labor intensive, and more inconvenience. That's all. But it is what it is, right? So I will see you in the next video. So in this video, I want to talk about organic marketing, right? The power of using the rise of TikTok, Reels, Shorts, short form content to promote your product organically, right? Because, excuse me, when you go viral, right, that'll result in traffic to your website, as long as you actually, you know, guide people, you know, to do so, right? So I want to show you some examples of like what that looks like, right? So you can see these guys right here. They're selling boxing equipment, right? Look at all this engagement. Look, this video right here got 6.9 million views, right? And then even like, you know, when they're posting on a regular basis, they're still getting quite a bit of views. And the whole idea with TikTok and short form content, right, is we want to stop the scroll, grab people's attention, and really make them curious about what it is your product is, right? Like people hate ads, right? So you don't want to like have videos that are like, you know, immediately like, look, I have this product, buy it now, right? You want to obviously create content that appeals to the platform, right? With TikTok, typically entertaining content that also sells the product, right? And provides value at the end of the day, right? So if we look at their content, look at their content, like you'll see that like when you're on these platforms, you'll see a lot of things that are trending, right? Like AI-based content with the voiceovers, that stuff does really well. And you can do AI voiceovers with 11 Labs, right? Literally just, you know, you can use this voice right here.
Christmas gift. Stop. You're hurting my
You've heard this voice on so many TikToks, and that's through 11 Labs, right? So it's a really, you know, popular way of doing content. Now, I do think that it's starting to die down a bit as far as like the AI-based voiceover content, but it's still doing well. It's just like you have to stay on top of the trends. The thing about organic is that you have to stay on top of like what's working, and I'll be honest, like doing that is extremely, it's hard. It's hard to do that, right? Like to stay on top of, you know, you essentially got to be on TikTok like all the time, Reels, Shorts, all the time to see like what's the new like trending theme of videos, right? Like AI throughout the summer of 2023, the AI voiceovers was like taken over, right? But then what happens is it becomes saturated because everybody starts doing it, right?
Christmas gift. I scrolled through the punch flow.
But yeah, like we can just like take a look at some of their other content. Like you'll see, like they're not gonna, like their whole thing is like, you know, they post and they're not expecting it to go viral every time. But the more you post, the more consistency of virality you'll have, right? So if you post every single day for a month, right, I guarantee you, as long as you're actually creating good content, you will go viral. Now, if you have a few of those videos go viral, that will result in free traffic to your website, right? Because you'll be able to put your link in bio and you'll be able to get people to the website to, you know, essentially buy your product, right? That's what this content does. This content is essentially a pre-sell, right, to your product, right? It's not like a hard sell, which is like, you know, buy this product now. But this just brings organic content consistently keeps your product in people's face. And essentially, when you go viral, it always results in people buying it, as long as you have a good product and you have good content, right? So you can see these guys, like they're not going viral every single time, right? But when they do go viral, it really pops. So these guys maybe aren't the best example because they haven't had too much of it, but there's so much examples to show, right? Like look at these guys right here. They're literally just creating content. They're buying the product themselves and they're creating content themselves.
I just got pulled over for not having a rear view mirror. And I was like, sir, this is a drive cam by Luxy Drive. It contains a backup camera and a dash cam, so I'm allowed to have it. It also has CarPlay, and it's meant to automatically record. So you're being recorded, officer. And then he left me alone. I just got pulled over.
So you see, like, it's really, like, it's just creating TikTok style videos, obviously on TikTok. Same thing applies to Reels, Shorts, right? The best thing you can do is to cross post between all platforms. That way you get double, triple the opportunity, right? Like if you post on one platform, then you're putting your eggs all in one basket, right? But like, what if you post on all three, TikTok, Reels, and Shorts, and you go viral on one, right? Like I'll show you guys an example of like one that I tested, and honestly it flopped. Like I just did it as a case study, but it literally flopped. Like it didn't do well, right? But yeah, I can show you guys. I'll show you guys like how I actually went viral with it. It was a makeup cleaner, right? So you can see here we started.
Oh my goodness, I love this.
I had a content creator. And then she was like, following trends, right? And she was showing the product.
Drop that shit, DJ OJ.
Following trends, right?
Is it just me, or are y'all tired of putting your makeup brushes and it feeling like a task? Because honestly, I'm sick of it. Look at this. It's like every 5 seconds, a makeup brush is start back dirty. I saw this little makeup cleaner. It's so cute, like some.
Yeah, and then we show the product. Now, the content that got the most, like we were shadow banned or something. I don't know what happened here. And then Reels, you know, same thing. We weren't really reaching much views. This one got 1,800. But you see, because we didn't put all our eggs in one basket, we had Shorts, YouTube Shorts, go viral. Like we actually had one do 80,000 views. Right here, 77,000 views. So and then the beauty about this is like, you know, the product really sells itself, right? So you're making content just on how the product works. Like you don't really need to sell the benefits, you know, and in the next module, right? Like if we go to school here, you're gonna see, right, that sorry, in the previous module, not the next module, but the previous module, I talked all about, you know, UGC content, why it's important, how to write UGC scripts that sell, how to get UGC content done for free, how to hire creators to create UGC for you, using ChatGPT to create UGC scripts, right? So like the success in short form content and paid ads is with the script and the strategy behind the UGC video, right? And I go through all of that in that module, right? So like this right here, right? Like our whole thing was like, we wanted a hook, right? This is so satisfying, right? This is what people would scroll and they'd see that, grab their attention. The music obviously is good. And the product just seems interesting, right? So having everything in frame, having a script with a strategy, you know, knowing what audience you're calling out. Like for example, if I'm selling a product that's calling out back pain, right? People with back pain, I want to call people out with that, right? Work on my hook, right? Like, you know, are you tired of your back pain, right? Are you sick and tired of your back pain? Like, you know, there's a certain strategy to this, right? Like you can't just say, you know, hey, here's this product for back pain, blah, 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 right? Like, it's like you need to focus on providing value, putting out content that genuinely grabs attention, and then your product just sells itself, right? Like with, you know, your content, right? Like not being super salesy, right? And I go through all that in the UGC module, and you'll learn, you've either learned all about it or you'll go back to it. But yeah, so this product, literally, I just did it like a couple weeks ago. I just wanted to do like a case study with the organic content because I thought it was a cool product. So I had my content creator do it, and goes to show that, like, you know, even people like me that have had a lot of success, you know, you're not always going to succeed with every single product you run or every single thing you do. But mind you, with organic is it's a patience game, right? It takes time to succeed. With paid ads, you can essentially succeed very quickly because, you know, you're spending money to get in front of people, and then you gather the data, right? You see what's working, see what's not working immediately. With organic, you literally have to wait. You have to play the waiting game. It's kind of a gamble, but obviously there's a reason why videos go viral and why videos don't go viral. So, you know, it's like testing ads, right? You test your organic videos, and then once you see what works, right? Same thing with ads. Once you see what works, you do more of what works. With organic, you test and see what works, and then you do more of what works, right? So that's the whole organic side, guys. It's really, you know, it's a really powerful way to, you know, get revenue for your product and make money because it's free, right? And so let's say that you know, let's look at like these guys right here, right? Like let's say Punch Flow. All you got to do is go to Shop Hunter, and we can see like what they're generating from the organic content, right? Let's say they aren't running any ads, right? We would check to see if they're running any ads, but a lot of that's what you do. You can check. So sometimes Shop Hunter doesn't pull up every store, but like what I like to do is I like to go to the website too, and I like to look at their traffic level as well, right? If they have a lot of traffic, then that means that they generated quite a bit. So it doesn't show December, right? Because we're in December right now on SimilarWeb, but you can see last month they had 40,000 visits to their website, right? So when you think about that, right? Here's another way to like estimate their sales, right? If they had 40,000 visits, right? And they have a $39 product price. Let's just say industry average in e-commerce is a 2% conversion rate. So let's say they converted 2% of people, which is 800 people, right? So that would mean that theoretically they would have made 31 grand, right? 31 grand, their product cost, let's say, is shipping and everything is $15. That means they made $24 profit, and that means they made 19.2K in profit. Right? So that's 64% profit, right? Because it's organic marketing, right? So it shows you the power, you know, of organic. Now it's obviously a patience game, right? You have to essentially, you know, post consistently every single day. And, you know, as long as you're consistent and you learn how to be a good content creator, it's your job there is to be a content creator, right? You will go viral, and it will generate sales, right? As long as it's good content and a good product, right? Now, you know, that's what I teach you in this course, how to find those good products, right? How to create UGC that convinces the sale, right? So here's another one, right? Like, car without, you know, like with a third party device, right? So this whole video strategy is, you know, how I used to drive versus now. So like a before and after, right? Before versus what you know, your current state, like a lot of people that can relate to this, your current state versus your desired state, right? So it's a before and after, you know, content strategy. It does really well, right? As you can see, like this one got 326K views, right? This one got 11 million views, right? So if we go to their website, right? Again, I like to look at the traffic level, right? They're selling at $50, right? Traffic shows that they had, okay, so they only had 389 people in November. So this means that if we look at, this was in October. So they probably just milked this product and they never actually, like, you know, continued working on it, even though they did post this one day ago. But this goes to show like why you can't rely on organic, right? Organic is just a supplementary, right? It's a great way to market, but organic plus paid together is what is really, really, truly powerful, right? So yeah. Then here's another product, right? This is similar to what I tested out with that other product. Right? So this goes to show, like, guys, it's just, you've probably seen a lot of these videos, like the prototype versus my product. kind of makes it seem like you invented something, and it's just like a very effective content strategy. So yeah, like whenever you want to look at like, you know, you see something that you see a product that you come across that's like looks really cool, you know, it looks like it could do well, you know, you might want to compete on it, right? You can take the website, you can put it into Shop Hunter, and you can see what they're doing, right? Like if we take Luxy Drive, right, for example, well, these guys are not really even a good example because they're not really generating traffic right now. Or was it? Let's just see here. So yeah, they got 25K in traffic last month, right? That's all from organic, I guarantee you, because like it doesn't seem like a product that somebody would run ads for. Well, actually, no, I take that back. It is a product that somebody could run ads for sure. Has a really high average order value too. So it looks like in the past 30 days, they did 14K in revenue, right? So for a lot of you, this would change your life, right? Like 14K, let's say they had a 50% profit margin because they're not running ads, or 60%. That means they made 7.5 to 9K in profit. Like that's amazing. You know what I mean? Just off of posting TikToks, right? So goes to show you the opportunity of organic marketing, guys. So yeah, that's pretty much like an introduction to organic marketing, how it works. So guys, as you can see in all of these videos, they look like they're recorded with iPhones, which goes to show that you don't need to do anything professional or anything like that. Obviously TikTok, short form content, it's all like looks very natural, right? It doesn't look super professional. Now you're probably wondering, how do you edit these, right? Now you can edit these directly in the TikTok app, right? But what I'm gonna show you in the next video is how to easily edit them within another app, right? That's just super easy to use. It's free. And essentially it just kind of saves you money. It removes the need to hire somebody and allows you to just, you know, start taking action really quickly. So see you in the next video and we'll go from there. So guys, I'm sure you already know about CapCut. This is TikTok's own platform. It just makes it easy for the average person to add subtitles to their videos, add sounds to their videos, and effects, and so much more. Like, you know, anybody can edit videos with CapCut, right? So that's what a lot of these TikTokers that you see drop shipping products like this, a lot of drop shippers are using CapCut and they're just doing it themselves, right? Like you're probably always wondering like how people are succeeding with drop shipping, doing all of this on their own, not hiring anybody, because they're actually creating these videos themselves and they're editing them themselves, right? So like, let's take a look at this video, for example, right? This text right here, all he did was add the sound within it, right? Like a lot of times you can see what the sound name is like from the video, so you can actually go and download it online. What I do is like I go to like download MP3s, right? And then you can essentially use like, you know, free MP3 music download websites like this one. Essentially like, you know, I just Google it and then typically you find something like that. Or you can even literally take this video and then go TikTok video to audio, right? Or essentially just download the app and then you can convert it. So you download it with snaptik.app, right? And then you go to Cloud Convert and then you can convert the file from MP4 to MP3. So that way you have the music, right? That's another way of doing it, right? That's just sometimes a quicker way. But yeah, so as you can see here, like just has text and emoji and then different scenes, right? So let me go ahead and show you how easy it is to do this in CapCut, okay? Okay, so you're gonna go here and you're gonna click create new video, right? You could be using this on your phone or desktop. On desktop, I feel like it's a lot easier. Create new video, right? So then we're gonna go into here and then we're gonna click skip here, okay? And we're gonna do 9:16, right? So now we're gonna upload a video. So we're gonna go with this example video. It's about a shower head, right? I'm just using it as an example. So we can see here,
I bought my
right?
new Alpen
It's a
Force
blank
already.
video, no editing at all. Different scenes, right? So the beauty is that when you're recording content, if you use the CapCut app, you can stop for one scene and then play for the next scene, right? Like, and it'll combine it into one video, just like this. See how this is one scene?
Look at that, we're up.
And then that's a second scene,
Unsold.
right? And then that's a third scene. So you can do all that in CapCut without having separate files, which is honestly such a cheat code, saves so much time, right? So right here, let's say
TikTok made me do it.
She said, all right, TikTok made me do it, right? So I want to maybe add some text here that kind of calls out that hook, right? So say TikTok made me do it, which is a really common like phrase on TikTok, and you can change the size here. And then I can even so I can customize the text, right? So let me just move this over. So we're gonna click on over here, basic, and then we can change the font if we want. We can change it to TikTok's native fonts, because this is their app, right? Which is nice. We can do Montserrat, we can do bold, and then we can do background. If we'd like, or we can just do, you can play around with it, right? So did a stroke here, so that way it's a background black highlight. And then we can make it a bit bigger. TikTok made me do it. And then we can put, you know, we can play around with it, right? Just like make it stand out more. Yeah, preset texts, right? And so, you know, might want to add some, you know, elements to it. Like maybe something funny, you know, it just depends on the video, right? So let's say we did that here.
TikTok made me do it. I bought my
and then we can shorten it, right?
Made me do it. I bought my brand new Alpine.
And then she says, I bought my brand new
Alpine Force
eco-friendly shower head. And then obviously depending on the script, right, you're gonna add subtitles. So my new shower head arrived. Right, and then we can even center it. Let's just make it look cleaner, and then we can add like maybe something about shower, like some sort. So we can go with like just like, you know, a little emoji here.
I bought my brand new Alpine Force eco-friendly shower head.
And then what you can do is like you can emphasize on the benefits, right, that are mentioned in the scripts. So if I'm like, she said my
new Alpine Force,
my new shower head, right, and then
Alpine Force eco-friendly.
You can emphasize for like people, like for people that really care about that, right? Like that it's eco-friendly, right? It's eco-friendly. Right? And we can even if we want to change up this this text to like it's eco-friendly, or we can make it, you know, stand out more, right? It's make it blue, right? It's eco-friendly.
Shower head.
So now when you look at it all combined,
TikTok made me do it. I bought my brand new Alpine Force eco-friendly shower head, and we're gonna install it.
So I made a mistake there. It should be here. But you see, you get the idea, right? You see how easy it is,
eco-friendly shower head, and we're gonna,
you know, to edit these videos, right? Like, you know, with a free tool like CapCut, like you don't need to do anything fancy, right? Like it's organic content. And UGC, the whole idea with UGC is that it doesn't look professional. It doesn't need to be super professional, right? So then, and then when you want to like add sounds, right? Add sounds, you know, we'll just go ahead and go to the music audio section here. And then the beauty about CapCut is that it's a TikTok owned app. So they show you recommended sounds and music from TikTok itself, right? So we can actually test them to see like what would suit the vibe of this video. This one seems like it would suit it. So it's more like, you know, chill, right? Chill vibe. And then it's probably going to be too loud, so we can just change the volume, right?
all right, TikTok made me do it.
So yeah, it is too loud. We want to make sure that it's not too loud. So we're going to adjust the volume. So if we click here, right here under basic, right, we can see the volume. So you'll want to just essentially click on the element here, which is the sound, right? Not on the video or these text ones. And then you'll want to just lower the volume and then test it, right? So let's see.
All right, TikTok made me do it. I bought
And we can test it in real time.
my brand new Alpenforce eco-friendly shower head, and we're gonna.
So that's good. See, like essentially you want to make sure the music doesn't like take over her voice, right? Because it's a talking head video. She's talking.
All right, TikTok made me do it. I bought my brand new Alpenforce eco-friendly shower head, and we're gonna install it.
So that goes to show, you know, essentially how easy it is to edit these videos yourself, right? So that's a wrap for this video, guys. It's super easy. Once you're done, you click export, you save it, and then boom, you're done, right? In the next module, I am going to be talking about something that definitely excites me a lot more, which is paid ads. How to run Facebook ads specifically. Now, I do definitely want to talk a lot about TikTok ads as well, but in this course, I focus mostly on Facebook ads because I've spent a few $1 million on Facebook ads myself. So that's where I have the most experience. And I can tell you right now that Facebook has always been the more consistent, stronger algorithm, right? It's been able to consistently perform more than TikTok. TikTok is a little bit more like you have to baby it. Facebook is just a lot smarter. It's able to find buyers a lot better, I find, than TikTok can. With TikTok, you do have to like constantly change out your ads like every 4 to 7 days, I think. With Facebook, you can let an ad run for a few weeks and it'll consistently perform, right? It's just a difference of algorithm. I find that Facebook has a better algorithm. So yeah, you're gonna learn all about that in the next module. So I'm looking forward to hearing your feedback on it, and I'm confident that you're gonna get a ton of value from it. So see you in the next module. Someone once told me attention is currency, and that line has always stuck with me. It's true. Wherever attention goes, money goes, and that's why you see everyone in the e-commerce space talking about social media advertising, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and TikTok ads especially. These social media platforms use data to learn about people's likes and dislikes. They track all of our web activity without us realizing, seeing what products we purchase, what content we read about, which allows the system, or what's called an algorithm, to effectively target people based on their likes and interests, spending the advertiser's money as efficient as possible. Imagine running ads on social media and who sees it is completely random. It would be a complete gamble, and average advertisers like us wouldn't survive. We'd have to spend a killing to get our ads to acquire customers profitably. But see, that's not the case with social media giants like Meta and TikTok. This is why there's so many average people succeeding with e-commerce and dropshipping, because of how smart these advertising algorithms are. Anyone can run targeted ads today. Now, here's a common dilemma that almost every beginner falls into when advertising their product. Which platform do you advertise on, Meta or TikTok? Well, I've spent over $3 million on Meta ads in the past few years, and from my own personal experience, I found that Meta ads reign supreme over TikTok ads. And I think everyone should start with Meta. The reason is very simple. Meta ads are a lot more consistent and predictable than TikTok ads. For example, A campaign can scale profitably for weeks, even months on Meta without it dying. But with TikTok, it's actually the opposite. Oftentimes, TikTok ads are dying after 5 to 7 days, sometimes less, and you will consistently have to add new creatives to the campaign for it to keep performing. But I want to clarify that TikTok ads are very powerful and should not be overlooked. However, I still insist that Meta ads are better and you should start there and then add TikTok ads into your ad strategy later. Now that we covered that, let's jump into the next video where I'll go over how to set up your Meta business and ads account. I'll see you there. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and create your Meta Business Manager. Okay, this is what's gonna house your ad accounts, pixels, all that stuff, right? So basically, you're gonna go to business.facebook.com. Now, I already have all this set up myself, right? So I can't really show you the step-by-step. But here's an image of what essentially it looks like when you go to business.facebook.com. You'll want to create account and then basically just follow the steps. Once you follow the steps, you'll end up in here basically. You're gonna look at the left side here and you're gonna want to go to pages. That's the first thing you're gonna want to do. We're gonna want to create a page for the brand, right? So right here where it says add, we want to click add, then we'll click create new page. Okay, so once we click create new page, we want to go down to brand or product, and then we want to type in our page name. So for my test store, it's called Cheek Home. Then you want to choose a category, and I'm going to choose whatever is relevant to your product or brand. Now, if you feel like none of them are really relevant, you can just choose website right here. But typically there's something that fits what you're selling, right? So for me, in this case, it's like a home product store. So I'm going to put home decor and then click create page. Then we're going to click, it'll create it. And then we're going to click view page right here. It's going to take us to the page. And then we need to make sure to switch into the business page here. Okay. So we want to add our logo and our Facebook cover that we essentially we created for the store. So the logo and the header image that we created for the store, we can basically put them here. And then once you do that, you'll upload that here. You want to go down to about. Okay. We should definitely have an email in here, so we'll put our email, which is okay. Add our website, and then you're good there. And then that's pretty much it with the page. Typically you just want to like add a couple things, add the image, add the post, and that's it. You just need a page to advertise with, right? So that is how you do the page. Then you want to come down to ad accounts, and then you want to click add here and click create new ad account. Set your ad account name, right? Put your time zone, put your currency, click next, and then it'll create it, right? So then you'll end up with an ad account here. And then what we want to do is we want to create a pixel to connect to the ad account. This will essentially store the data that we get from the ads. So this is very important. It tracks, it basically it's a pixel that you put on your website, and it tracks all the user activity that happens, and then it passes over that data back to Facebook, right? So that is a very important step. Now it's under data sets. So we click add here. Then we create our new data set. It used to be called pixel, but now it's called data set. So, you know, whatever. So then you essentially click create, and then it creates your new pixel here, right? So what you want to make sure with the pixel is that you click add assets, and then you choose the ad account that you created. You choose, make sure that it connects to that ad account, right? So this is literally how easy it is to set up your Facebook business account. It's super easy. Once you get into the ad account, it'll look like this. So this is essentially how the ads manager looks like. Has your campaigns, the data from your campaigns, and so on and so forth. So this is just a quick overview of how to set up the business manager, how to set everything up so that we can go to the next video and I can actually talk to you about the different Facebook campaign types, understanding that, and giving you a little overview on that. And then we're gonna go into how to actually create these ads and start testing products. So I will see you in the next video. So we're gonna talk about the different Facebook campaign types, what you should worry about, what you shouldn't worry about. Let's get into it, okay? So there's awareness, traffic, engagement, leads, ad promotion, and sales. Now, I want you to guess real quick which one we actually use to sell physical products, e-commerce products. I hope you said sales, because that's true. Sales is find people likely to purchase your product or service. So it used to be called conversions. This means that you run this campaign and Facebook or Meta optimizes for conversions. It sets its goal to learn from your ads to find people that are most likely to respond to your ad in a way of purchasing your product, right? There's people that would respond to your ad by engaging with your ad, liking it, commenting, sharing, going to your website, but going to your website for a few seconds and then leaving. That's typically traffic, people that just go on websites just to go on them. They don't really have an objective. So when you choose sales, you're telling Facebook, hey, I want people that are going to buy my product, right? I want you to bring me buyers. And so we always focus on sales. So buying type always stays in an auction, because really with Facebook, you're competing in an auction, right? You're competing in an auction of people that are bidding. People are literally bidding. We're all bidding for these customers. We're bidding to win these customers. Whoever has the best ad, the most relevant ad, the highest quality ad wins the bid, right? So that's a simple way of putting it. So those are the different campaign types and the differences between them. Just wanted to give you a brief overview on that. In the next video, we're going to talk about, and I'm going to show you how to set up your testing campaign and start testing, gathering data, and then hopefully get to scaling. So I'll see you in the next video. So guys, in the last video, we talked about how to launch your initial testing campaigns on Meta, right? So once those ads start running, you have to know actually how to read that data, and you need to have your columns set up in a certain way to properly read that data. I've been doing this for years. I've figured out essentially the best way to have your columns set up to properly read the data. So the first column, okay, is going to be basically impressions, budget impressions, frequency, CTR all, outbound CTR, CPM, outbound clicks, landing page views, content views, add to carts, checkouts initiated, ads and payment info, purchases, amount spent, purchase conversion value, purchase ROAS. Now, like I said, because of iOS 14 and Facebook's tracking issues, you're not actually going to get much accuracy with the events that happen on the website. The events that happen on Facebook, like impressions, frequency, and then click-through rate, CPM, and then the amount of clicks, right? That happens on Facebook. So that's all completely accurate. But anything that happens off of Facebook, which is first-party data, happens on your website, landing page views, content views, adds to cart, checkouts initiated, ads and payment info, purchases, etc. We're not going to be able to properly track it on Facebook. That's why we're going to need a third-party tool to properly 100% track it. Because if you can't track your data, then you can't make decisions. If you can't make decisions, then you can't scale. If you can't scale, you won't make money. So therefore, this tool really is really has become a necessity in this game. So they're probably making a ton of money because, yeah, everybody basically needs to have these third-party tools now because you can't properly, there's delay, right? So like, for example, here you'll see like this is data that happens on the website, right? Landing page views, content views, adds to cart. These results may not include all conversion data. Statistical modeling may be used to provide more complete measurement when conversion data may be missing or partial. Now, if you read more into it, right? To better serve advertisers and their customers in a privacy-forward way, we continually make statistical modeling improvements. I'm not going to go through this all, but basically this whole article is in translation. Apple made their privacy changes, so we have to get approval by you, the consumer, to track you. And if we can't track you, then we can't properly report this stuff. But the beauty is, the next video I'll be talking to you about the third-party tool that essentially solves this problem. So there's always a solution. That's the good thing. But anyways, I set up the columns in Ads Manager and in the third-party tool the same way. But you still need Ads Manager. You still need to see the data in Ads Manager as well. So that's why we set them up here, okay? So let's take a look at setting it up, okay? So basically, you go to columns here. You click Customize Columns. You're going to want to set this up the exact same way I have it, okay? Delivery, budget, impressions, frequency, CTR, outbound CTR, CPM, outbound clicks, landing page views, content views, adds to cart, checkouts initiated, adds a payment info, purchases, amount spent, purchase conversion value, purchase ROAS, attribution setting, okay? So you can search all of these in here as well on your side. And you're going to save it as preset, and you want to call this Ecom KPIs, okay? Key performance indicators, Ecom KPIs. Okay, that's what I call it, all right? Really, in Ads Manager, like the Ecom KPIs columns, you're really going to focus on that in the third-party tool. It's called Triple Whale, by the way, the third-party tool. What you're really going to use Ads Manager for is the engagement KPIs, okay? So it's these ones. So this is the hook rate, the hold rate, video average playtime, 3-second video plays, post reactions, post engagements, cost per post engagement, post shares, quality ranking, engagement ranking, conversion rate ranking. So these are all about assessing the ad creative results, the results of the ad creative, right? How well is it stopping the scroll? Hook rate, how well is it stopping the scroll? Hold rate, how well is it keeping people engaged? This is a custom formula which I'm going to show you how to create. Hold rate is basically how many of the people that stop the scroll are actually watching 15 seconds or completing the video as a whole. But let's say your video is only 15 seconds or it's less than 15 seconds, then this is going to show you basically how many people are actually completing the video, right? And then we also have, for some reason in this ad account, we don't have this, but I'll show you another ad account. So we also have, one second. Right, so we also have 25% through play, which is basically how many of the people that stop the scroll watch 25% of the video, and 50% through play. How many people that stop the scroll watched 50% of the video, and then the video average playtime. So we really get all this data here to see how well is the video, the UGC video, stopping the scroll, keeping people engaged, retaining their attention, right? And we use that to look, right? We look at that, and then we look at the click-through rate to see, are people staying engaged and then actually clicking on the ad, right? So, you know, like for example here with some of these ads, you know, as I can see by the click-through rate here, the click-through rate is 0.81, which is relatively low. So I'm seeing that not only are people not engaged, because if I look at it's hooking people in, but it's not really holding people. Like only 15% of people, this is a 30-second video. These videos right here are 30 seconds. So only 15% of people are actually watching half the video or completing it, 50% to completion, right? Which is 15 seconds or more, or completing it, right? So, you know, that's very low, right? So it means most people are dropping off after the hook. So that, therefore, this click-through rate actually makes a lot of sense, right? This is a very low click-through rate, 0.81% on average, right? So this is how you set up your columns, right? You said if you need to go back, scroll back, right? You can definitely do that, right? So this is engagement KPIs. You want to call this engagement KPIs. Set these up, okay? And how you're gonna do the hook rate, the hold rate, and the 25-50% through play, these are custom formulas. So this is how the hook rate is, okay? Hook rate is, we want to choose percentage, and this is 3-second video plays divided by impressions, okay? Make sure everybody in the business manager can access it, okay? Okay, then you're gonna do hold rate, which is through plays divided by 3-second video plays. Then 25% through play. So how many of the people that stop the scroll are actually watching 25% of the video, right? So video plays. So video plays at 25% divided by 3-second video plays. Okay, again, same thing. And then same thing for 25%. And you can also do 75%, 95% as well. So this would be 50% through play, right? So make sure it's percentage, obviously. So that's how you set up these custom formulas. Honestly, like you wouldn't be able to really properly read the data without these custom formulas. Like when you're running video ads, the most important thing is the hook rate, the hold rate, the through play. Like these are very important metrics. Like, you know, very important metrics. I don't know why Facebook doesn't have these as, like, you know, standard metrics, but anyway. So then you can also see post reactions, post engagements, cost per post engagement, right? Like, you know, you can see how the engagement is of the campaign, right? So now that we covered that, guys, in the next video, I need to talk to you about tracking your ad performance post iOS 14. And yes, that's the iPhone iOS system. And as of April 2021, it changed social media advertising forever. Like I said earlier in the video, you can no longer track your ad performance just from the Meta or TikTok Ads Manager. You need an attribution tool like the one I'm going to share with you in the next video to properly track your ad performance. This tool is called Triple Whale, like I said, and it's really, really crucial. I only recommend things to you that you actually need. I will never tell you to spend money on something that you don't actually need. So without further ado, let's go to the next video. All right, guys, so in this video, we're going to talk all about how to launch a testing campaign and start testing your product. So I'm going to take you step by step with this. I want to make it as simple as possible, and hopefully you understand exactly what to do by the end of this video. So the first thing we need to do, though, is we need to connect the Facebook ad account in Pixel to the Shopify store. So that way the Pixel is actually connected to the store and it's tracking the data, the activity that's happening on the Shopify store. This is what's called first party data. So the data that happens on your store, people, you know, clicking on a page, adding to cart, purchasing, all that stuff, that's all tracked on, you know, the online store itself. So let's go ahead and do that real quick, okay? So first things first, in your store, you're gonna go to sales channels, okay? And then you're gonna go to app and sales channels settings. You're gonna click Shopify App Store here. And then we wanna install the Facebook and Instagram app, or Meta. Facebook and Instagram, there you go. So this is the official app by Meta itself. So you want to click install. You want to add sales channel. So you want to click get started here. Then you're going to click connect your Facebook account. So I'm going to do that real quick. Then we're going to click connect to the business account that we created. Right? So I'm going to click connect there. And then here on data sharing, this is important, okay?
we have to make sure that we connect the pixel and we choose maximum. We want maximum data sharing. Okay, so you're going to choose pixel, choose maximum, click save, and then you're going to choose the pixel. Okay, so in our case, the pixel we created, then click agree, and then submit for review. Okay, then it's going to be all set up. What you want to do is you want to go to the Chrome Web Store here, and you want to actually download the Facebook Pixel Helper. Meta Pixel Helper, okay? So you add this to Chrome, and then what it does is when you're on your store, it'll actually show you whether or not the pixel is connected. So in this case, since I didn't submit for review, it doesn't show a pixel here, but it will show on your end that there's a pixel here. It'll show the pixel name and everything. That'll confirm that you have your pixel connected, okay? So that's that. That's one thing that's very important we need to do before we start testing ads, because we need to make sure we're collecting the data. So now we're gonna go into create, okay, sales, and then let's name these campaigns, okay? So the way that I go about naming a campaign is basically top of funnel, which is a cold audience, basically you marketing to new people that don't know who you are, don't know about your brand, whatever it is. It's referred to as top of funnel, right? So it's the cold audience. So I typically label that top of funnel, then I go underscore, and then in this case it's for let's say it's a home decor product. I put the product title name, and then I put the objective the campaign objective, and then I put the date. Okay, and then for the ad set, we can just leave that blank right now. We'll just put a letter there, that way it creates it. And then for the ad, we don't need to worry about that right now. We'll click continue. And then here, you don't want Advantage Plus shopping campaign. You want a manual sales campaign, because we're going to manually set this up. Manual sales campaign, continue. Okay. Now, when you're first testing, you either do Advantage Campaign Budget Plus, which is referred to previously as CBO, Campaign Budget Optimization, where essentially you set the budget at the campaign level, and then Facebook's AI actually decides where to allocate that budget on your ad set level. But typically, you know, when I first launch a testing campaign, I'm not even testing different ad sets, because here's the thing, right? This is the campaign, this is the ad set, and this is the ad. So to put it simply, the campaign holds the ad set and the ads. The ad set is the audience you're targeting, the age, the gender, the interests, etc. The ads are the videos or images that you're actually advertising, right? So are you, you know, the ad creative, that's what it's referred to as, ad creative. Okay, so typically, especially since 2021, you know, there hasn't been much of a need for interest targeting to basically run ads based off of interests. Facebook's ability to keep these audience sizes valid, right? Like if we go here and put in a interest, like cats, animals. So this is an interest with a size of 448 million people, right, to 527 million people that are interested in cats, right? It's actually not entirely accurate, okay? Because in 2021, Apple came out with privacy changes that essentially made it that you have to approve as a consumer of the platform. You have to approve, bro. You know what? I'm gonna restart, bro. This is.
So now let's go in and create the campaign, right? So just so you understand before we do that, right? Campaign is what holds the ad sets and the ads. Ad sets is the audience you're targeting, the age, the interests, the gender, etc. Ads are the ad creative that you're running, the video, the image, carousel, etc. Right? So that's how this goes. Now, whether you are familiar with meta ads or a complete beginner, right? In 2021, okay, Apple, which has nothing to do with Meta, right? But because most people have iOS devices, it affected the way that the Meta ads platform, performed, right? Before, you would essentially target people based off of interests, right? But the problem is that in April 2021, Apple changed their privacy rules where Meta has to actually get approval from iPhone users to track their web activity on the web, right? Tracking their web activity actually allows them to have these interests, like to have the data of these interests, right? Let me just show you, that way it's easier to understand, okay? So I'm gonna click create campaign sales, and I'm not gonna worry about naming anything right now. Okay, right here, you're gonna ignore Advantage Plus shopping campaign, you're gonna click manual sales campaign, okay? So manual sales campaign. So like I said, at the ad set level, you are targeting interests, right? Like you're targeting the audience. What audience are you targeting, right? So location, age, gender, etc. So these interests, like let's say cats, right? This interest right here of 448 million to 527 million, okay? That, for Facebook to have that data, they need to be tracking everybody on Facebook, their web activity, what they, what kind of things they search for, what kind of content they like, because then that's how they're able to actually build this kind of interest, right? So because of the privacy changes back in 2021, interests have become less reliable, right? They're not really effective. So it became that instead of Meta relying on the interest targeting, they really actually tell you to focus on your actual ad creative, so your video and your image, calling out who you're trying to target directly. And then what Facebook does is, because they have such a smart AI algorithm, such a smart system, okay, they will basically inspect your image or video. They'll see the text on it, they'll hear the words that are being said in the video, they'll see what objects are in the video, if there's animals in the video, whatever, and it's called the metadata, right? So they actually scan the metadata to figure out who your ad is for and who they should actually show this ad to. So really, it's Meta actually figuring out the targeting for you, obviously with you having an ad creative that's actually tailored towards that audience that you want to target. Like if you're selling a cat product, you need to have a video promoting that cat product, typically with cats or whatever the case may be, right? So Facebook scans that metadata and then sees exactly who they should be targeting, right? To get you the results that you want, right? Because it would be foolish for Meta to show your ad of cat products to people that are interested in sports, right? Like it's completely irrelevant, right? So I just wanted to get that out of the way because it's going to make sense what I explain next, right? So let's just start over here, okay? So first we're going to create our campaign, right? So auction is what the buying type is, because you're competing in an auction. People are essentially bidding in an auction. We're all bidding, trying to win over the customer. The customer is the reward that we're basically bidding in the auction for. Whoever has the best ad and the most effective highest quality ad essentially gets rewarded by Meta with that customer at a, at the lowest possible cost to acquire that customer. So here we're going to go to sales and we're going to click name our campaign. Okay. So typically the way that I name the campaign is I go product name, right? So let's say, I have this development, this test store right here. It's a home decor store. So it's going to be a home decor product, right? This is just an example, guys, right? And then underscore sales underscore the date, which is October 9th. Okay, and that's it, right? Ad set. Now we're going to name this ad set, okay? So we'll just not name these. That way I can show you what I do with them, okay? So Advantage Plus shopping campaign or manual sales campaign. We're going to choose manual sales campaign, okay? Click continue. All right. Now, here's the campaign, okay? I also forgot to mention that Advantage Campaign Budget Plus, this is where the budget is at the campaign level, and there's also the budget at the ad set level. So the difference is that at the campaign level, the budget gets automatically allocated between ad sets, between ad sets from the campaign budget. So it's Facebook's machine learning AI that essentially decides on its own where it thinks that budget should go. Let's say we have 5 ad sets in here, then it's going to decide where that budget goes. But that's not even relevant right now because we're not even going to be doing that, right? So the best way to start testing is, I'll show you in a second, okay? So, but what we will do is we will stick to Campaign Budget Plus. Typically, you want to start at least $100 a day. That's just, like I've spent a few $1,000,000 on Facebook ads, and this is what I've seen to be the most efficient way to start testing a campaign, right? Because too low and it takes too long to get data, and it takes forever to find something that works, right? And then you're kind of just scratching your head all the time and trying to figure out, but too high and it's too risky, right? Because when you're testing, your objective is not to spend a lot, it's to have some sort of middle ground, right? Because your objective is to see what's working, see what's not working at a lower a budget that you can actually that's reasonable to potentially lose. But the thing is that you'll turn it off before $100 gets spent if it's really, really underperforming, and I'll explain that later. So $100 is really like the minimum that you should be starting with. So typically what I'll do is $100 Advantage Campaign Budget Plus, and then we go into the ad set, right? So the ad set, like I said, this is where you're targeting the audience, the gender, the ages, etc., right? So here we're going to set our campaign name, right? We don't have to worry about that yet. Let's just set the actual the ad set level mandatory settings, right? So the conversion here, we want to make sure that we're driving the conversion location to website, right? Because we're obviously sending people to the website. And then performance goal is maximum number of conversions. Yes. Okay. Pixel, you're going to choose your pixel. Okay. You're going to choose that there. And then conversion event, we're going to choose purchase. Okay. Choose purchase. Okay. Here for attribution setting under show more options. Okay. This you're going to leave it as 7-day click, 1-day view. So what this means is that Facebook's going to optimize on the data, on the people that click within 7 days and view within 1 day. So you don't have to worry too much about that, but that's just the way that they essentially, when you receive the data, they attribute that data to people that click within 7 days, view within 1 day, right? So dynamic creative, you don't want to worry about that. Budget and schedule. Typically you want to start ads at like 12 a.m. early morning. That's just when you're going to get the most effective, spend throughout the day. You never want to start it too late. Like right now, for example, is 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is not horrible, but it's just ideal, to start it like early in the day, right? Now, the worst thing you can do is like start ads past 5 p.m. Like that's basically like the end of the day, right? So end date, you don't need to worry about that. Ad set spending limits, you don't need to worry about that. Custom audiences, you don't need to worry about that. Locations. So when you're first testing a product, right? Depending on the product, depending what you're trying to do, typically you're trying to target the biggest economy in the world, which is the United States, right? So I always start with the United States. Now, let's say the United States doesn't work for any reason. I might then after that start adding a few more countries. Typically what you want to do is add the biggest economies in the world. And what I'll do is I'll attach this document below. It'll literally give you the top countries to sell to based on the GDP, which is the gross domestic product, right? So the e-commerce, the gross domestic product is like the average salary, the average amount of money a person makes. And then the e-commerce market size. So the market size of people, like the market size of shopping online, right? So as you can see, the United States, 800 plus billion US dollars in e-commerce market size, right? That's pretty massive, right? United Kingdom, Germany, France, Canada. So these are the top 5 right here. So what I would do is I would target the top 5, right? I would target the top 5. But usually what I do is I just start with the USA. So start with the USA, okay? Age, you just leave it completely broad. Honestly, before it used to make sense to just narrow things down, but with the way Facebook has changed, the algorithm has changed, how iOS 14.5 and the privacy changes that Apple did made it, basically harder for Facebook to, it made it harder for Facebook as a whole, right? So they, the more small the audience is, the less effective it is. So basically the broader the audience is, the more Facebook has to work with now. It used to be the opposite, but now it's actually like you want broad audiences. Then gender, depending on the product, obviously if it's a women's product, you don't want to target men. There's obviously cases where you run that product as a gifting item from boyfriends, husbands, etc. But most times, especially when you're first starting out, you're probably going to be choosing either both genders or one gender, right? And then interests. So we're actually going to do one ad set with interests, one ad set that's broad. So like I said, interests are not as effective, but they still work. They're just not as effective as before. The main thing that's effective now is broad targeting, right? Targeting no interests, literally just letting Facebook target with your ad creative. Your video or image does the targeting. That's what's calling out the customer. So Facebook literally scans the metadata and figures out who to target from the ad creative you're running, right? But what I like to do initially is start with broad and interests. So that's why we do Advantage Plus campaign, CBO, $100 budget, but we do 2 ad sets in here, one that's broad, one that has interests. So in this one, we're going to call it the broad one, right? This is going to be the broad, okay? No interests at all, okay? And then placements, just leave it the way it is. Advantage Plus placements, all placements, okay? So leave it that way. Now you have a very, very broad audience here, which is great. Very good. So now we'll just kind of name it now. So this is how I name it usually, okay? The audience, which is broad. Then I put the age, which is 18 to 65 plus, underscore. Then I put male plus female. I usually just do it like this. Male plus female. And then I might Oh, and then also you want to make sure you add the country. Okay. So, October 9. And then also, you want to add the country to your campaign name as well. Okay. Boom. So, broad. Cool. Done. All right. Now, like I said, we're going to also do an interest campaign. Okay. So let's say we're targeting a home decor product, right? So we're going to start searching for home decor related interests. Okay. Decor home ideas, publications. And typically you want the interest, the audience size to, you want it to be as big as possible, really, but so you don't want like interests that are basically less than 1 million. Okay. You can add interests. I typically like to stick to interests that are at least 3 million or above. Let's put it that way. 3 million or above. Okay. So we can see here home decor, interior design. That's a good one. That's 11 million. Then there's interior design. People that are into home decor are into interior design for sure. And home and garden. That makes sense. And then you might target some like retail stores that are similar, that are related to home decor, right? Like Home Goods. Home Goods is a US retailer, very popular here. Wayfair, very popular. And yeah, we can definitely use IKEA. Now keep in mind, obviously, if you're selling something really luxurious, people that shop at IKEA or Wayfair probably not buying really luxurious items, right? They're more discounted, cheaper quality, cheaper items, right? So, you essentially just add a bunch of interests, like you stack them together, right? This is what we call the stacked interest campaign. Okay, stacked interests. So you can add more, right? But from what I can see here, as far as these are all like furniture, home improvement. There's Zara Home, which is actually a big one, 40 million. So now you have a pretty broad audience here, right? So you want to keep in mind that when you're running a CBO campaign, Advantage Plus campaign, it used to be called CBO, that the budget is going to be allocated between both ad sets, right? So $100 is going to be spent between both ad sets. Doesn't mean it's going to be spent equally, right? It's not going to be 50-50 necessarily. That's going to be decided by the AI. That's going to be decided by the algorithm, the machine learning algorithm. Okay, so you want to consider that the audience sizes, should not be too different, right? Like this one can't be like 10 million and then this one 240 million, right? So you're good here. This is 240 to 280. This is 168 to 198. So that's a pretty good, that's a decent ratio. Okay. So what I usually do is I add one ad set and then I do the ad creative, because then I duplicate the ad set and it'll have the ad creative already set, and then I'll change it to the interest one. But so just for future reference, whenever you create an ad set, you want to set the ad creatives in that ad set first, and then you want to duplicate it, because then the ad creatives will duplicate as well. But in this case, we didn't do that, so that's fine. So now we're going to go to the ad level. This is where we actually create the ad creative. Okay, I'm going to show you exactly how I go about it. Okay, so choose your page. You don't need an Instagram account at the beginning. You can just use selected page. Okay, so this is how I name my ads. Okay, we're obviously running UGC, right? So UGC underscore an identifier for that UGC. Let's say it's a couch with family, couch and family, right? There's family and couch in the picture, in the video, right? Some sort of identifier, right? You'll have a specific identifier for what you're selling, right? So that's just, naming conventions are important, because then you can go in and you don't get lost in the ad account, right? So now we click create ad. Okay, we're gonna choose single image or video. Okay, multi-advertiser ads. We don't really worry about that, so we just turn that off. Okay, now, so you add your website URL, right? In this case, make sure you add your actual product page, right? Your landing page. This is the home page for me, but anyways, so this is interesting and actually used AI. There's actually AI in Meta's Ads Manager now. So this image was created by AI when I put the domain in. Anyways, so call to action, we want to make sure we choose shop now. We want the button to be shop now. Okay. And then we want to add the video. So for the purpose of this video, guys, I'm going to use just a example video. Okay. Just a random video. Okay. Okay, so let's just say that this was a UGC video, right, that we're running. We added it. Okay, great, perfect. Okay, now we want to create the primary text and the headline. Now, when you're first starting to test, okay, you really just want to test the UGC, right? You're testing the UGC because the video is the most important thing. These texts are the least important, right? So, but you still want to make sure that you, have a good structure here, okay? So, let's start with the primary text. Think about your UGC script, right? You may have used a copywriting formula, right? ADA, PAS, whatever the case may be. You're always starting with a hook, right? That's the attention grabber. You want to look at your ad text the same way. The first sentence is your hook. It's your attention grabber of the ad, right? So let's say we're selling, in this case, we're selling, this is like a purse, LED purse. An attention grabber is, so I just paused the video because I really wanted to make something that I would actually write, right? Instead of doing that while recording the video. So think about it this way, right? When you're creating UGC, it's scripted, it's structured, right? The primary text here is the same thing. You can literally take inspiration from the script of your video to make this, right? So I sat here and thought to myself, okay, so if I was actually making UGC for this bag, it would be along these lines, right? You want to hit the emotions, right? I'm thinking, who am I targeting? I'm targeting women. Women love attention. They love a thing. They love fashion. They love style. They love to stand out. They're always in competition with other women. So we want to like hone in on those feelings, right? Because people, especially women, they buy products on emotion and they justify with logic, right? But they buy purely on emotion, right? So here's the hook. Here's the attention grabber. This purse will turn heads anywhere you go, everywhere you go. A girl looks at this, she's like, huh, and starts to think about it, right? You'll get nonstop attention, and finally you'll no longer blend in with every other woman wearing the same purses, giving them that what's in it for them. What value does this bring me? How does this help improve my life, right? So this is like following basically the ADA copywriting model that I mentioned earlier in the course, right? This purse will turn heads everywhere you go. That's the attention grabber. You'll get nonstop attention, and finally you'll no longer blend in with every other woman wearing the same purses. That's the benefit. What's in it for me? How does this help improve my life? And then you add that desire, right? The desire is basically providing more detail about why should they buy from you? Why should they invest in your brand? Why not go look for another brand? Go find someone else that's selling a similar product. Maybe it's cheaper, maybe it's better. Give them a reason to not even care to go look otherwhere, right? Give them some details, right? Premium leather, different sizes available, 1-year warranty. That's more value. You're peaking, you're increasing their desire, right? And then the action. You give them an irresistible offer and then tell them what to do. Get 30% off plus free shipping here. Okay? Boom. Now we just have a primary text and then a headline. Headline can be the product name, or it can be or it can be the offer, right? Get 30% off here. And I like to use emojis, so we can use an emoji like this or an arrow, right? Get 30% off here, and then the description can be free shipping. So typically I like to put the offer in the headline, right? When I'm first testing, because the more you test, the more you're gonna test different like headlines, different texts, etc. Right? But like I said, the most important thing is your video, right? When you're testing images, even the image is the most important thing. The text is still the least important thing, but it's more important with an image, is what I'm trying to say. But anyways, so that's literally it, right? And that just essentially is how you start testing. So now we have this campaign, $100 a day. What you want to do is you want to let it run for at least 2 to 3 days. Now, I say 2 to 3 days, but you want to watch it from day one, right? You want to make sure that things are going in a good direction. So I'm going to explain how to read the data, okay? In the next module, which is basically completely about how to scale your ads, right? So in this module, it's just about how to get started, how to start testing, and also I'm going to talk to you about setting up your columns the way I have them, right, to read the data. So that's what I'm going to do in the next video. Actually, I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your columns, so that way you are looking at the data that you're supposed to be looking at, right? That's very important. So I'll see you in the next video. It's no question that iPhones rule the world at this point. A high percentage of the world population uses iPhones, but here's the issue with that. Since iOS 14.5 came out in 2021, Apple introduced privacy changes that force advertisers like Meta and TikTok to get approval from iPhone owners to track their web activity, which is how these platforms are so good at targeting you with an ad of that clothing brand you've been thinking about, right? So your web activity is data that these platforms use to build audiences around specific interests like home decor, clothing, pet products, baby products, etc. The problem is after iOS 14 came out is that giving people the option to opt out of ad tracking meant ad targeting for the advertiser became less effective, and worst of all, you can't check your ad performance in real time. Meaning when you get add to carts, sales, etc., you can't see it on your own ads manager dashboard right away, which means you can't make decisions on your ads whether to scale or not scale. That brings me to the ad tracking app that I use. It's called Triple Whale, and it's a game changer for me and countless others in the e-commerce space. You see, with Meta or TikTok, you install a pixel on your website so that the social media platforms can track everything customers do on your website, what they click on, what actions they take, etc., which is essential for the ad platforms to do it in order to train their algorithms. But the issue is post iOS 14, Apple required that iPhone users would to be able to choose whether to allow the social media platforms to track their activity or not to allow them. Naturally people feel threatened that a company is tracking their activity across the web, but little do they realize it has its pros, considering you get relevant ads shown to you instead of irrelevant ads this way. Now, Triple Whale is essentially the additional pixel you need to solve this tracking problem. The triple pixel gets installed onto your Shopify store and looks at the first-party data of your store, which is the activity that happens on Shopify. It pairs that with the UTM, which is a little code you add to your ads when running them to essentially give them an identity. And Triple Whale is therefore able to attribute each add to cart, purchase, ROAS, and more to the correct ad. Now, unfortunately, Triple Whale is not free, but if I'm going to be all the way 100 with you here, you can't be afraid to spend money. It takes money to make money, especially when these tools are essential to your success. I wouldn't be making a whole lesson on it if it wasn't. So Triple Whale starts at $129 a month, and the link to create an account is attached below. Now in the next video, really quickly, I'm going to show you how to set up a Triple Whale account and how exactly it works. I'll see you there. All right, guys, so this video is all about creating your Triple Whale account and how to use it. So go to the link below this video to go to the sign up page here. So it says book demo, but you don't need to do that. You just follow my lead here. So are you looking to sign up as a brand or an agency? You're going to choose brand. And then annual revenue, most likely you're choosing 0 to 500K, right? So unless you have another range, which if you do, that's great. And then click get started free, right? Because you can start with a free account, but they actually don't, like the free account is not really, you know, relevant, right? Like if we look here, so less than 250K. So it starts at $129 a month. Now, they do have a free forever plan, which is basically, you get like a summary page, benchmarks, email reports, web analytics, post-purchase survey, 12 months of historical data. It's basically just like another analytics dashboard, like what you have in Shopify. But that's not really what we're here for anyways. So you're going to sign up, like I said, the way you do that, and then you're going to essentially be prompted to pick the $129 a month plan. That's all you need. $129 a month basically gets you the pixel, the all these other things, but really what you care about is the pixel and the essentially the analytics, right? So once you get into Triple Whale, this is how it'll look. So this is Triple Whale. Now once you're in, it's going to basically tell you to install the pixel, and then it's going to ask you to fill out some stuff, which it's a very simple step-by-step, you know, that you can follow on your own there. There's also like videos in case you need help with that, but basically like you're just going to end up at probably this page, pixel settings, and then you're going to want to click auto install, and it's going to automatically install it. You're going to have to, once you sign up, it's going to ask you to connect to your Shopify store, all that stuff, and then you're going to end up clicking auto install here. And then basically every time you run an ad, you're going to want to go to tracking settings, and you're going to want to get the specific type of platform that you need the UTM parameters for, right? So for Facebook ads, this is the UTM parameter you need. Basically what you do is you go to the, go to the ad. At the ad level where we were, right? We were recruiting the ad. You want to go to the URL parameters here, right? And you want to paste that UTM in there. This is very important because that's part of the whole tracking process. So then, yeah, you post that, you do that, and then essentially, Triple Whale acts as basically your new and improved ads manager. So you can literally track ads, email, SMS, organic, everything kind of in here. So basically you're gonna have this entire section here. This is basically your Triple Whale ads manager, and it pulls all the data from Facebook, but it has all of this first party data, the data that happens on your website, that's actually properly tracked because Triple Whale is the one that tracks it. So it uses the triple pixel combined with all your first party data to get the most accurate data here, right? So you got, so this is how you want to set up your columns, right? So this is similar to what we did in Facebook. So you want to have impressions, CPM, CTR, clicks, CPC, outbound CTR, outbound clicks, pixel new visitors, pixel cost per new visitors, pixel bounce rate, pixel unique add to carts, pixel cost per add to cart, pixel purchases, pixel CPA, ad spend, pixel conversion, pixel ROAS, pixel AOV, pixel conversion rate. Okay, so this is going to be all your data, and it's going to be 99% accurate. So this is crucial, guys. Really, really need it for doing e-com properly. That's Triple Whale. Now let's jump into module 9, where we're going to talk about everything scaling your ads, how to read the data and scale your ads. So that's in the next video, and so I will see you there.
So you started running ads and testing your product, but how do you actually read the data and scale your ads? So you need to understand the metrics you're looking at, right? So what you see in front of you here on the ads manager, these are the metrics that we're going to be looking at. So we got to look at what's important, why it's important, etc. These are called the KPIs, which stands for key performance indicators. So let's go over them in detail in one of my ad accounts here. So guys, let's say we're running an ad here. This is the first day we're testing it, and we're looking at, like I talked about before, the e-com KPIs, the engagement KPIs. I'm going to show you how exactly I go through it, what I look at, what I care about, etc. So let's say, yeah, this is the first day we're running this ad, and we're looking at the stats. The most important thing I want to look at first is the click-through rate. So how's the click-through rate, right? Like how much are people actually clicking to the website? Now the target is always 1%. So when it's below that, I'm always like questioning it. Okay, so like what's wrong with this ad? Why is it underperforming? So here I can see that it's at 0.6%. So that's actually really low, right? But we don't get so, emotional right away and, think that things aren't necessarily working. It could be that, a lot of cases I have where it'll be a low click-through rate, but it'll be really high quality people. So those low amount of clicks will actually lead to a high amount of purchases. So, that's why you always want to really look at the data. Obviously, this is the first thing that I look at, but it's not the defining factor of success, right? So then we're going to look at the checkout metrics, right? So we see here that with the $200 spent here, there is 14 add to carts and there is 3 checkouts and there's 2 purchases. So it's not the best first day, but it's still something, right? And you never wanna rush into making a decision on the first day of whether or not something's a loser, simply because you're not getting a crazy return the first day. You want to let Facebook optimize, learn from the data that it's acquiring. And then that's why there's that whole rule of let your ad run for 2 to 3 days to get a good, genuine, amount of results to make a decision. Now, realistically, it's up to 7 days, but just to keep things as cost effective and efficient as possible, I always, recommend really looking at 2 to 3 days. Like if you're in 2 to 3 days of testing your ad and, you're just like really in the red, you're not getting many add to carts, you're not getting many checkouts, it's like, seems like it's really difficult to get a purchase, then typically, you can see that there's probably something wrong with your ad creative, there's probably something wrong with your offer, landing page, something, right? So on this first day, the ROAS, let's say, was 1.55. So that might be break evens, but that's what we have to figure out. We have to figure out our numbers. We have to see what exactly our key performance numbers are. So that way, when we're looking at the ads, we can actually judge things and figure out like what decisions to make, right? So now the next thing I want to look at when I'm assessing the results of my ad, I can really, like on the first day, I can really just look at the e-com KPIs and that's it. But I like to definitely look at the creative metrics, so the engagement KPIs, what I call them. So the engagement KPIs will tell us how well the ad creative is actually hooking people in, retaining their attention, and that has everything to do with the success of the amount of purchases and conversions that you get, right? The result that you're looking to get with your ads. Because at the end of the day, Facebook's going to show your ad, your video, your image to a select group of people, and it's going to see how those select group of people respond to that ad to judge whether or not it's going to, give you good results, right? At the end of the day, Facebook can only give you good results if people actually relate to your ad and connect with your ad. So that's how we assess this here, because we can't just look at, add to carts, checkouts, all this stuff to assess the success of an ad, right? Obviously, the amount of add to carts, checkouts, and purchases that you get solely depends on how well your ad creative is. The ad creative is the staple of the campaign, right? Your ad creative is your targeting. Your ad creative actually calls out the specific customer that you're looking for, and it either converts them, it sells them, or it doesn't, right? So this is how I go about assessing that with the engagement KPIs. So if I'm looking at this ad that I'm running right here, right? So let's say this is the first day, like I said previously. And so we have the hook rate, we have the hold rate. The hook rate is basically some people that watch at least 3 seconds, which basically means they stop the scroll. The hold rate is people that watch at least 15 seconds or complete the video. So how well did you keep people held while engaging watching the video, right? 25% through play is how many people that stop the scroll actually watch 25% of the video. 50% through play is how many people that stop the scroll actually watched 50%. The video average play time, 3-second video plays, post reactions, post engagements, cost per post engagement. So all these metrics allow us to determine the success of the creative. So in this case, we have a hook rate of 31%. 31% of the impressions have stopped the scroll. Naturally, you want at least 30%. 30% is typically my benchmark. Now, here's the thing though, it's a case-by-case basis. Like sometimes you'll have 20%, but your performance is really high. Like your ad's doing really well. So you're not gonna turn off that ad, because you have a 20% hook rate when you have like a ton of purchases and a high ROAS, right? So this is the benchmark, but bear in mind, you always wanna look at your e-com KPIs as well as your engagement KPIs to assess, well, okay, this hook rate is low, but my results are really high, so who cares, right? So that's just the benchmark. But the hold rate, 21. So the hold rate is basically how many people watched 15 seconds or completed the video, like I said. So in this case, it's 21%. So out of the people that stop the scroll, which is at least 3 seconds watched, so right here, out of 2,716 people, 21% have actually watched 15 seconds or completed the video. Now, naturally, we want to have, a high amount of the scroll stoppers actually retaining their attention, right? So 21% is pretty low. But, with this particular campaign, it's actually performed really well. So I didn't have to worry about that. But initially, when you're first testing, you're going to worry about that because you don't have enough data to really know whether or not it matters or not yet. So naturally, you want a higher hold rate. You want, like, typically I like to see at least 40%, like 40% of the people that stop the scroll actually retain their attention. But let's say that people are, dropping off, like very early on before 15 seconds. Also keep in mind, it depends on how long your video is too, right? Like this video right here is 30 seconds. So if 21% of the people are watching at least 15 seconds or completing it, right? It's not awful, right? Because it's not a long video, but also not like very short, 30 seconds. People can make a decision to click or not click, based, before 15 seconds, right? So you really always want to consider your click-through rate, right? So if all these people that if the click-through rate is high but you have a low hold rate, that means people are clicking early on, right? Like in this case, we have above 1%. 1% is the target. So if it's above 1%, then that means we have a good amount of people clicking. So there's a good amount of interest. So this hold rate, may not be as big of a deal if we're getting really good results, right? But if we're not getting really good results, then we want to think about that. It's like, oh, well, I need to do a better job at retaining people's attention in the video, right? So I need to assess where they fall off. So in that case, when we need to assess where they fell off, we look at the hold rate, we look at the 25% through play, the 50% through play, and the video average play time, right? So with 25% through play, the amount of people that stopped the scroll but watched 25%, okay, so 25% of 30 seconds is 7.5 seconds, right? And then 50%, 23% of the people stopping the scroll and watching 50% is 23%. So 50% of 30 seconds in that case, obviously, is 15 seconds. So it appears we have to look at the script, right? So depending on your script, you look at, okay, well, if 25% of the people of the people that stop the scroll, 43% are watching 25%, so 7.5 seconds. That's pretty good. 43% watching 7.5 seconds. So we look at the script and we see, okay, so they're watching 7.5 seconds, but then they're really falling off after that, right? So we need to determine basically how to make the script better and really keep them engaged and keep them interested in what it is you're pitching, to make that 50% through play higher and to increase and to directly increase that hold rate, right? Like you have a 4-second video average playtime here, right? So, you know, if we have a low click-through rate, right, and our results are really low and we're not engaging people, then that means we need to engage people more. So we need to fix the script. We need to come up with a new script that's more engaging and more retaining. So that should directly, improve performance, right? So that's how I look at the e-com KPIs and the engagement KPIs together to make decisions. But like I said, in the case where those stats aren't at par with what you're expecting them to be, right? You want to look at your results to actually see, like, are we actually performing? Like, if it's performing, then you want to let it run and you want to let it do its thing, because you may be worrying about something that doesn't need to be worried about, right? So, we can see that here with this example. We go to the next day, October 9th, 2023. We can see here that the next day it improved drastically. We had a lot more add to carts, a lot more checkouts and then we had a 3 ROAS. That's in this particular product's case, 3 ROAS is really, really strong. It's really profitable. Then we go to the next day, same thing. It got even better. So now I can see that it's sustaining results over 3 days. So it gives me the green light to start scaling it, because clearly Facebook is able to, my ad is resonating with people. People are responding to my ad, they're converting, and it's allowing Facebook's algorithm to actually easily find buyers. So the more easy it is for Facebook to find buyers, obviously the more purchases you're going to get at a low cost. And obviously the lower the cost, meaning the more you can actually throw budget into it. So yeah, that's really how it works. And like if we look at like those 3 day duration, you always want to look at the duration of the 3 days. We can see like $506 to make back 1573. That's a 3.11 ROAS, right? So that's for this particular product that's scalable. Now I'm going to show you how to determine scalability with the KPI sheet, right? Because you're looking at specific ROASs for your product. But yeah, we can look at like the fact that, like I said, back to what I was saying, like the hook rate was really strong and it remained that way, but the hold rate and these other metrics weren't necessarily what I want them to be. But if the conversion results are there, then we don't have to worry about it. Like it's a case by case basis, right? Now look, this is certainly a lot to take in here. What you really want to do as a marketer is have your target KPIs pre-planned before you start advertising, so that you know exactly what return on ad spend you're looking for. So that's why I made this KPI calculator sheet. This can be downloaded below this video. So like I said, with the KPI sheet, right? So this is what we use to really, just know our numbers, exactly what we need to look at with the ads. What's our break-even point? What's our profit point? What's our scale point, right? So, so I always have the differences of suppliers here, right? Like, AliExpress, the dropshipping agent, inventory with the 3PL, different methods of fulfillment to look at the different profit margins that are there, right? The different costs. So let's take like the AliExpress here, right? So we have the supplier price, we have the supplier shipping, we have the transaction fee that we get charged when we make a sale by the payment provider. We want to know every single little cost that we have, right? So this is our total cost. Then our selling price is, let's say, $39.99. Shipping charge, let's say it's free, because that's what we're pushing to do. That's what I want you guys to focus on, is like, offering free shipping. Total revenue, $39.99. Gross profit margin, and break-even ROAS, goal cost per acquisition, net profit, and net percentage. So the goal is always, your profit margin target is always 30%, but generally you want it to be between 20 to 30%, right? So let's say your ROAS based on the KPI sheet I've been showing you to achieve a 30% net. is 3.64, right? So that means you want a 3.64 ROAS at scale, not while you're testing. Put it this way, the more money you make, the more money you throw at Facebook or TikTok, the harder the algorithm has to work to find more buyers, which naturally means your costs increase. So when you're testing, you want to see a ROAS, right, of 1.5x or higher of your goal ROAS in order for you to pump more budget into Facebook or TikTok while maintaining profit margins. Let me say that again. When you're testing, you want to see a ROAS of 1.5x or higher of your goal ROAS in order for you to pump more budget into Facebook or TikTok while maintaining profit margins. That means if your goal ROAS is 3.64, you want it to be at least 5.46, right? Like that's just the mentality. You want it to be higher than your goal ROAS because your goal ROAS is the profit margin you want at scale, if that makes sense, right? So just if you need to rewind back, definitely rewind back. So let's use an example here, right? So let's say your goal ROAS is 3.64 to have a 30% profit margin. So if 3.64 is your ROAS while running ads at a small budget, that means if you try and scale the ad, the ROAS will likely drop, let's say to 2.22, which drops your return on investment and means it's not scalable. However, if the ROAS was 1.5x higher or more, let's say 3.64 times 1.5x, right? Which would be a 5.46 ROAS. That would give you the confidence to scale the budget. Naturally, the more you scale your budget, the ROAS will either stay the same or drop. Your ROAS does not normally increase when you scale your budgets. So let's say you're in a situation where your ad is scalable. What's the best and safest way to scale without breaking performance, right? So that's going to be with 20% budget increases per day. That means you increase the budget by 20% once a day as long as the ROAS maintains high. You do this until you hit a sweet spot. So let's say in this case, your ad isn't scalable, but it's still profitable. Let's say 10% net profit at $100 a day ad spend. You don't need to turn it off. At least you have something bringing in revenue. But what I usually do is implement what I call and what others have called the Punisher method. So this is dropping the budget by 20% when performance is not so good. This, for some reason, signals the system to improve performance, which makes sense since Meta wants you to spend money, not stop spending money. So the system will give you some improved performance as an incentive for you to not turn off your ad and stop spending. This is just a theory, really, but it does work. I've done it for literally the past several years. And then what you do is you create campaigns solely for testing purposes to test and validate new ad creatives and find something scalable. Once you find a scalable ad creative, you bring that ad into your main campaign and ad set. You just duplicate the ad at the ad level and add in the post ID of the ad you tested in the testing campaign and put it in this one, which would be your scaling campaign, right? So the reason you use the post ID to add it as an existing post is so that you retain the engagement and social proof on it. So that's really it. I can definitely show you guys how to do that in another video. It's just basically, taking the post ID from your specific ad. Actually, so like I said, taking post ID from your testing campaign. I'll show you how to do that in a second. You basically just take the post ID, and then on your new campaign for scaling or new ad set, you would paste that post ID there. So let me just quickly show you how to do that real quick. So let's say we have so here's like an example, just like an example ad. So you're at the ad level. What you want to do is you want to click share here, and then you want to go to Facebook post with comments. Okay, and then typically what you want to do is, usually for an image, it's a bit different. But what I do is I go here on the domain. Okay, and we're gonna look for the ad token. Copy and paste the ad token. And then let's say this is the new campaign where we're gonna paste that same post ID from the testing campaign to the scaling campaign, and so that way we can maintain social proof, right? So you click here, use existing post, and then we're gonna click change post, and then here we're gonna search the ad token. If that doesn't work, then what you do is you go back and try the post ID. Okay, and then there you go. That should pop up your particular post ID. Another way that you can do it is you can go here, all tools, and then click down here at page posts. Then here you'll see this, and you'll want to go down to ad posts, and then you'll choose your page, and then basically you'll find your ad post here, and you can just copy the post ID. So that's a short of it, guys. In the next lesson, I'm going to talk to you all about how to track your profit and loss. This is very important, so I'll see you there. So guys, I'm sure you know how big AI and ChatGPT can be for e-commerce, for business in general. I use it to help me as an assistant. I don't use it to replace me, but to help me. It's like, you know, you can literally turn ChatGPT into your own copywriting assistant and your own media buying assistant, right? So first I have it help me with copywriting, right? Maybe with the UGC stuff or whatever, but then I have it help me analyze the ad data that I get. So I can actually speed up the process of analyzing ad data by using ChatGPT's help. So let's just go through the document. I'm going to show you the prompts and everything. I want to make this quick. I obviously don't need to teach you how to use ChatGPT, but this will basically this will be a free document below part of the course that you'll be able to add into. It's a Notion document, so you can either copy and paste the text and put it into a doc, or if you use Notion, great, you can duplicate it. So analyzing ad data using ChatGPT. So at this point, you have churned your AI scripts and tested them via social media ads. So in this case for me, I had some scripts made with the help of AI, right? So this step applies to you if your ad performance was low and did not show scalability. So just, you know, to show you what this actually is for, right? It's when your performance was low and didn't show scalability. So let's have ChatGPT help us analyze the data and make our next decisions. So step one is to instruct ChatGPT. So here's the prompt, right? I took the scripts you created for me and created UGC videos with them. I ran these UGC videos as Meta and TikTok ads. In conclusion, they did not perform well and were not scalable. Let's dissect the ad data together and figure out next steps to creating better UGC that will do a better job at converting. Since we created 4 scripts, I will share the individual stats for all 4 videos, and we will look at all the data and make decisions from there. Sound good? You always want to say sound good, because you don't want... ChatGPT tends to give you like a long answer, which that can be replaced with yes, or yes, I understand. You know, because you're not really asking a question. You're just giving it the context, and you're telling it, okay, that's what we're gonna do. So ChatGPT will respond with an acknowledgement of what you said. Now, step 2 is remind ChatGPT of the scripts. So the scripts that you have, whether you made them or you had ChatGPT help you make them, give ChatGPT the scripts and make sure to organize it as a formula. For example, if your script is made using the PAS formula, problem, agitate, solution, make sure to break it down. So here's the prompt. Just to refresh your memory here, these are the scripts. Script 1, script 2, script 3. Now I will proceed to share the ad data with you for each script. Reply with yes if you understand. Now step 3, share the ad with ChatGPT. Here's the prompt. You can either export this data and upload it as a CSV into ChatGPT, copy and paste it, or manually add it like it shows below. So here's the ad data broken down for you. Impressions, hook rate, blah, 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 all this data, right? Just for context here, hook rate equals this, hold rate, 25% through play. You're just telling them about the custom formulas that we have because, you know, we don't know if ChatGPT has a different formula. We want to make sure that they're using ChatGPT is thinking of the formula the same way we are, right? So looking at the video, which we called script 1, let's break it down and see exactly what changes we need to make for our new script. It's best to do each script one at a time so GPT can focus on each individually and you can make tweaks if needed, right? So then the result is ChatGPT will then give you a complete analysis, which will give you a ton of context into the ad data and help you make decisions to move forward. So here's an example response of one analyzation that I had with ChatGPT's help. This is recently actually. So thank you for sharing the detailed ad data for script 1. Let's break it down step by step. Impressions, the ad was shown 11,293 times. Hook rate, about 51% of the viewers stayed past the 3-second mark, suggesting that the hook was moderately effective. Hold rate, only 15% watched for at least 15 seconds. There's a significant drop off after the hook. And then it gives you all this data, and then it gives observations. So from the data, these are a few observations. The hook seems to be doing its job by grabbing initial attention, given that over half of the viewers watched past the 3-second mark, but there's a significant drop off after the hook. By the average playtime of 5 seconds, most viewers are dropping off around the this was a part of the script. It was called benefit and type or pain point section. So are dropping off around the benefit and type or just before the pain point section. This suggests that this part may not be resonating with viewers or maintaining their interest. This would be different here. Like let's say you are using this script formula, problem, agitate, solution. It would be mentioning it here, like problem, agitate, right? Like this was just because I was using a different script. This suggests that it may not be resonating with viewers or maintaining their interest. The call to action and social proof are likely not being seen by a vast majority of the viewers given the early drop off. So this gives you that context that we were talking about before in the ads manager when we were looking at, you know, where do people drop off, right? So then it gives you recommendations. So recommendations for a revised script. Hook, maintain the essence but make it more relatable. We don't need to edit the hook here, but it gives you another hook for some reason. But we know here that we have a really strong hook, so we don't need to worry about that, right? But what we need to worry about is the rest of the script. So it gives you suggestions for the rest of the rest of the script formula that you have. So benefit and type, which is part of the script. Be more concise and straight to the point, and it gives you an example. And then it gives you a breakdown of every part of the script and an example to help you basically make decisions from there. So it's just a way to have an assistant and to literally just like speed up the process of doing this, right? So this revised script is designed to be more concise, relatable, and direct, blah, blah, blah. And that's pretty much it. It's just basically a prompting system that I have to have ChatGPT help me analyze the ad data. And it's really, really efficient, especially for the time that it takes to do this on your own versus, you know, sometimes having ChatGPT help in this case can really speed up the process. Because keep in mind, like this data right here, this is actually between several different ads. It's a compilation of several different ads. So for me to look at each individual ad versus me just taking the averages and then it's the same ad but several different campaigns, right? In this case. So let's say it's the same ad creative, but I don't want to look at each individual ad results, right? I want to just sum it up and then give it to ChatGPT to analyze it for me. It's just a little cheat code, you know? So that's how that's done, guys. In the next video, we're going to talk about how to sustain your success and build a brand. So I'll see you in the next one.
In this video, I just want to briefly talk about how to actually sustain the success that you have and build a brand. Most people in this space talk about how to find a product, sell it and milk it, make a bunch of money fast, and then done, right? But that's not you. You don't want to do that. You want to focus on products that you can actually make money with now, but that you can also build a brand around, and then you can exit that brand for a nice payday, right? You want to build something that actually becomes an asset that you can sell. And not only that, you want consistent results. You want to sustain the success that you initially have, you know? Like when you first scale your first ad campaign, right? That's eventually going to die down, right? Like nothing lasts forever. What goes up eventually comes back down. So what you always want to do to make sure that you sustain your results, you constantly want to keep testing new ad creative. So when you're advertising on social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, those are going to be your major acquisition channels, right? There's also Google, which is search-based, buyer intent. But with social media, your ad creative is everything, right? Like the ad that you run, when it performs really well, it's performing really well with a set specific audience. So like, let's say the audience size is 1 billion people, and your impressions on that ad are 300,000. So out of the 300,000 people, you've converted, let's say 3%. So 3% of those people bought from that ad, and at a very good cost per acquisition, very good ROAS. But that creative appealed to those people. But the creative did not appeal to anybody else out of those 300,000 impressions, or whatever impressions you got. It didn't appeal to those people, right? Something didn't convince those people. Maybe the hook wasn't good enough. It didn't really stop the scroll. It didn't effectively stop the scroll. The script that you have didn't really retain their attention. Didn't really convince them to buy your product, right? So that's why you constantly need to, not only because it's gonna die, it's eventually gonna die regardless. The amount of people that Facebook's actually, or TikTok actually able to find that connect with that ad will get capped. You know, you're gonna have to find new angles, new hooks, new strategies to attract other people in that audience. And that's why you need to be constantly testing on a weekly basis. You should be testing a few, at minimum 3 to 5 ad creatives every week, you know, because you always want to be prepared for when that ad dies down. The worst thing you can possibly do, I'll tell you from experience, like back when I did my first $1 million month, like I literally just stopped testing, you know, and I as soon as I started doing 50K a day, I stopped testing because I just got comfortable, and like you're just like, okay, like job's finished, you know, like I'm making all this money. You know, I was making like 15K a day profit with that $1 million month, and you know, like that makes you comfortable because you think, oh well, I don't need to do anything else, right? But you know, once it dies down, you're basically gonna have to start from scratch. So you know, you always want to be ahead of the game, because when you get to a profitable ad, right, that's step one. You got to profitability. Now, you know, you need to get to step 2, right, which is scaling. And then once you get to scaling, you need to get to step 3, which is, you know, sustaining that, finding more scalable campaigns, right? So you don't want to go back to step 1, you know, because like you achieved a milestone like getting your ad from testing phase to profitable phase to scaling phase. You know, those are achievements, right? And you don't want to backpedal those achievements, right? Because when your ads die down, you go from, let's say 50K a day to 0, right? So going back to 0, that means you have to start from scratch. So I hope it makes sense. You know, building a brand, that really happens from consistently acquiring people from your ads, and then you get those people's emails and their phone numbers, and then you have email marketing, SMS marketing to continue selling to those people. You can find more products that would appeal to those people, because you can start off with one product, but at some point, you know, there's only going to be so many of that one product that people can buy, right? Depending on the product, right? If it's a supplement, then it's a great situation to be in, because you know, people will keep buying that because they need it, let's say on a monthly basis. So you know, you can actually build a brand around that. But you're always going to be capped at the amount of success you have with one product. So you constantly scale with more and more products, and then you build a brand around that, right? So let's say it's cat toys, you know, for a cat. You know, you'll have like you know, one toy, and then what happens is you can start expanding into other areas that help cats, that are suitable for cats, like cat products. So then that turns into a cat product brand, right? So that brings me into the next module, which is module 10, selling your brand for a big payday, right? This is a big part of this course, you know, teaching you how to find products that you can actually build a brand around, and actually exit for a big payday. So it's gonna be my story and how I sold 2 brands in the span of the last few years, and how to sell your brand for a big payday. So I'll see you in the next video.
So guys, most banks charge $15 a month for a business checking account, which equates to $180 a year. You might as well save that monthly expense and bank with American Express for $0 a month. I use Amex for credit financing and bank accounts now. The best part about it is you don't need to step into a branch or anything. It's completely online. You just apply on this page. You just click apply now right here. And the link is attached below, by the way. This is a quick video. Just wanted to give you a little tip here to save you some money and give you my recommended banking partner. So in the next video, I will talk about why you should leverage credit and not debit for all of your business expenses. I'll see you there.
In this video, I want to talk to you about why you should always use credit cards for your business expenses and leave your debit card alone. Now, the average person just thinks, well, if I use a credit card, it's not like it's my money. I'll have to pay it back anyways. While that's true, you're not looking at the big picture. So when you're running an e-commerce business, your customers are paying you and you're waiting to receive those funds from your payment processors like PayPal. Sometimes it can take a couple of days to receive payouts, sometimes more. And running a business involves lots of daily expenses, right? So think advertising costs, supplier costs, shipping costs. And if you rely only on the cash that's coming into your bank account, debit, then you may run into some issues like being late on payments to supplier, advertising bill not being paid on time, and your debit being rejected. These are just examples, but you get the idea, right? So with credit, you're leveraging the bank's money to keep your cash flow high and your business running smoothly. So that's not even the best part. This is.
What you see here is just one of my accounts where I currently have 453,000 points that have been accumulated from business expenses over the months. And this is after me spending a lot of them too. This balance was over $1 million a couple months ago. You know, points are literally free money you get as a reward from using credit cards. So these points are worth nearly $5K, and that's completely free money. And points are valued much higher than cash because I get $10,000 first class flights for free using only 100,000 points. So 100,000 points is the equivalent of $1,000 in cash, but it's also the equivalent of a $10,000 flight when you pay in points. But the way I do this is not by booking with Chase Travel or Amex Travel directly. You actually transfer your points to a partner airline website that gives you a 1-to-1 ratio. For example, my favorite partner website is aircanada.com because they have so many partner airlines, including Emirates, Etihad, Swiss Airlines, Lufthansa, etc. And the offers they have for business class flights are insane. I recently went to Dubai from the USA and I flew one-way business class for 100,000 points. So for points that are equivalent of $1,000, I got a $10,000 business class flight for completely free. Now, flights are just one of many incentives, but you get the idea. This is why you should always leverage credit over debit. Now, in the next video, I'm going to share with you my absolute favorite business credit cards that you will get the most value out of. I'll see you there. So now you understand the value of credit versus debit. What credit cards should you sign up for though? Obviously, where you live plays a role. I live in the USA, so my cards are great for the US, but it doesn't mean that they aren't available in your country. So let's get into it. The first one is hands down the best credit card for e-commerce, the Amex Business Platinum. It's a no-limit charge card, means it's powered by an algorithm that gives you what's called spending power. And it changes as you start spending and scaling up your business. So basically untapped spending potential. Now it's $695 per year, but here are the rewards and benefits you get for that, right? It's not about what you spend, it's about what you get for spending that money, right? So first of all, you get 120K bonus, points bonus just for signing up. So that's over $1,000 in value, and that's a free business class flight right there. Then you also get 5x the points on flights and hotels, 1.5x the points on key business categories like advertising, 1 times the points on all other categories, $400 statement credit every year when shopping at Dell, $150 statement credit every year for Adobe subscriptions, $120 statement credit for every year for your wireless phone bill, free access to business airport lounges across the world, and you get priority pass. I love this part of this card. It's my favorite thing. $200 airline fee credit every year on airline expenses. You get phone damage insurance, so it's like free Apple Care. I've used this a couple times now. And then you get clear membership for free, which is $189 value back to your card. This is basically allowing you to skip the lines at the airport in the US airports. It's awesome. And honestly, so much more. And the second card is the Platinum. The Business Preferred card. So this one is definitely up there with the Amex Business Platinum, but it's a much lower yearly fee at only $95 a year. The rewards and benefits you get, so first of all, you get 100K points bonus just for signing up. So that's over $1,000 in value, and that's a free business class flight. So same thing here. 3x the points on key business categories like advertising on the first $150,000 spent per year. Then it's 1 times the points per dollar spent. No foreign transaction fees. Points are worth 25% more when you book travel through Chase Travel. Phone damage insurance. So it's just like the Amex one. It's like free Apple Care. And so much more. So the links to get these special bonus offers are attached below for you. So that's a wrap for part 11. This is the final part of the course, but there's one last short video I want you to watch to finish out the course. I'll see you there.
If you've made it here, bravo, you've officially finished the course. Give yourself a pat on the back because you deserve it. Now, before you log out of here, I just wanted to say thank you for following me on my e-commerce journey and being a supporter. Even though all of my content is free, I genuinely appreciate that you take the time out of your day to consume my content and allow me to help you with your e-commerce journey. So of course, many of you are asking yourselves, why is this guy doing all of this? If he makes money from e-commerce, why pitch a course? Why bring more competition into the space? That's a fair point. At the end of the day, we all do things with the hopes of getting some sort of value in return for the time or money we invest. So the truth is, apart from working on my own e-com stores, I want to create products and services that solve problems for e-commerce entrepreneurs. And what better way to succeed with that than by creating successful entrepreneurs that may become my own customers? So it's value for value, it's a win-win, right? So the best way to do that is to build a name for yourself in the industry that you're in. And there's a lot of gurus and mistrust in the space right now. And the only way to really get around that and be one of the few people that are respected and trusted is to provide value and help others. So naturally, you get what you give, right? If I provide you value and give you what you want, I get your attention, and your attention is valuable. And as you know, I've recommended tools, softwares, and apps that are valuable for running a successful Shopify store. And when you use my link, the company rewards me with a commission. This is at no extra cost to you. It's paid out of the company's pocket. This is a great way to support me here. If you enjoyed the content I put out and found value from it, then make sure to use the links I provided in this course to sign up for the tools and softwares mentioned. It's not obligated, right? But it's your choice. And as you know, you have full access to the school community and group. So our relationship doesn't end here. It's only getting started. To your success.